Oh, wow. What is up? Are we alive?
Yo.
What the fuck are you guys doing?
Finally.
Okay, is
What
this
are you
good?
doing? What took you so long? You got car trouble or something?
I was banging your mom the whole ride, so it was a lot of multitasking. Oh, yeah.
Hey, Steven.
Hi.
Hello, Destiny.
What are you guys doing? What are you coding?
We're coding lead code problems that are easy, but we only got 5 minutes to solve them, and it's a bracket tournament.
You're doing leet code problems?
Hey, let's read the problems out. These are all DGG leak code style problems. Okay.
We had one where we tracked Dan's lateness to anything else.
Oh.
Yeah.
Custom leet.
So we're getting a lot of
all right.
DNF today.
Speaking of which, you'll get a sense for this, Steven. You want me to read this question out, guys, and then
wait. What do you? Is there like a link to anything or?
But look at Chacha's screen.
You can look at Chacha's screen.
All right. So we'll keep this moving, and then we'll tell more about Steven while these guys are coding up. All right, these guys already have the question. It looks like they're typing away. We can go ahead.
No, we don't. I'm using the stream right now.
Oh.
Wait.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm going to read out the question.
Right. I'm going to read out the question.
Oh, Destiny recently realized that he should set a Wait, sorry, it's echoing for me now. Destiny recently realized he should set a password for his shared Google Drive folders. He needs help figuring out a secure password. A password is considered valid if it contains a minimum of 3 characters, it contains only digits 0 to 9, and only English letters, at least 1 vowel, at least 1 consonant. You are given a word. Return true if the password is valid. Otherwise, return false. All right. Guys up?
No, Destiny, you can just look at Chacha's Discord stream.
Why can't I look at the DGG events stream?
Because it's behind.
By how much?
You want live
also hear yourself, I guess. Oh, you can just turn the audio off.
There's no timer. I don't know how much time I have.
Are you guys like restricted to certain languages or?
All right, you have 5 minutes.
Platforms?
It's just Python.
It's just
Python.
Python.
The language is Python.
English. Are you allowed to use ChatGPT or whatever? Or?
Nope.
No. We've already had 1 disqualification for that.
Oh, how'd you catch them?
So long it slows me down.
It was.
They had GitHub Copilot enabled.
It wasn't. It was a miscommunication. Didn't realize that was a disqualifying feature. So
really,
no shade, no shade.
Really,
it auto completed the whole.
Cooltop, by the way, is not deafened.
Okay.
And I don't have permission to deafen Cooltot. Is he like a mod or something?
What's wrong with? Why does he need to be deafened?
Oh no, he's deafened. He's deafened.
Okay.
The contestants are deafened because we discuss as
discussers.
No cheating.
We will discuss the answers. Yes. So once they start coding, we deafen them so they can't hear us give them answers. Except for 12 did give them answers, but those were flukes. Okay, we call those flukes in the industry.
Who's winning so far? Are there like teams or is it just individuals or?
It's a tournament bracket.
According to Jarvis,
it's individuals tournament. Yes. Jarvis is in the top left corner. We can see who Jarvis thinks is getting closer to an answer. Although Jarvis has a little bit of nuance issues, so we'll need the judges to make the final determinations. Speaking of which, let's take a look at how these guys are doing. All right.
Wait, so how do you keep these guys from cheating with like AI?
We it's pretty obvious for this kind of thing from just watching them. And
no
the one case it's been used, it's been very obvious because it was literally auto-completing for them in the editor.
That sounds retarded. What if they just like tabbed out and asked Claude, how would you solve this problem? And then it gives you like the guideline, you just type it out. Could you just do that?
They could do that, but we'd probably see the mouse mysteriously disappear off screen and then them suddenly type everything really fast.
Could they just have like a laptop?
Listen, I'm asking Grok for every question, just making sure that checking their code. All right, Grok will tell me if it's AI or not.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Where's the? Is there a bracket linked anywhere?
I'm almost done.
How many pictures?
We'll see it when we swap in between rounds. There's a screen.
Have any of you guys
showing the
used
current bracket state.
Claude for desktop yet or whatever? Didn't they just make it so that guy could finally control your whole computer?
Yep.
I prefer
Been
codecs.
like that for a while.
I think I have it.
Yeah. I might be a late adopter to it. I'm a little worried. I've heard stories about random crazy email deletions and stuff like this. So,
Well, like
We'll
agents,
see.
I'm done.
or
yeah,
All
yeah, if you have an
we
agent running,
I'm
that's a whole
fully done.
different thing.
have
You're just
a
running
claim
forward.
of being done, and it looks to be correct to my eye.
We gotta ask Destiny.
All right.
Destiny, you think it's a good password for your Google Drive folders?
Yes, looks amazing.
Yeah, I
Minimum of
believe
3
we
characters.
have
That's based.
a win
yes.
here for agent.
all right. We're keeping it casual. Let's call it for agent.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
There's,
no, no,
there, it's
I'm fully
actually
done.
not
Wait,
Uh-oh.
mild bug in agents.
What?
Agent, we're getting a no from Uni.
Agent 47.
What? What's up?
I just let him
What
know
did I fuck
real
up?
quick.
Your length check.
Mm-mm-mm.
We should,
Oh,
Yeah.
oh no, no,
give,
no,
shouldn't
no.
give hints out.
Mm-mm-mm.
Okay, I have it now.
Oh,
We're
no,
good.
Yeah, you just gave the hint.
Okay, I have
Why'd
it.
you give the hint?
Minor spoilers.
He's not
but that's
deafened?
okay.
Why is he not deafened?
No, we undeafened just to say there's
Oh,
a
okay,
problem.
well,
But
never mind.
it's okay.
I'm
he was
pretty
far ahead
sure that's
anyway.
correct now. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's give it to him.
Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, congrats, Agent 47. Moving on up in the world.
Holy fuck, challenge. Isn't this website like 20 years old? That's based. I feel like we used this back in the
Seems
StarCraft
old.
days.
Oh, Steven, we need to change the passwords, by the way. I used them as the sample things for this problem, so
Nice.
just
good
quick
one.
heads up.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right. You guys let me know when you want me to read off the next question. We have
wait,
up
wait,
this
wait,
time
wait.
is Cool Tot.
Did the bottom bracket get filled out? Who won? Between Ojak and Zui Mew.
Call me Bob.
Oh, they're not.
We're here
That's
right
the
now.
next one, right?
No.
Yep, Jack and Zuimo are the new one, or the next.
They should be the next.
Contestant.
Oh, why do you have to
Yep,
read off
they're
the
here right now.
question? Oh, you're going to read off the same question?
Oh yeah, they are. No,
It's
it's
new
a different
problem.
question,
Every
actually.
round has a different problem. Yeah.
Every round or like every single like match?
Every single
It's
one.
5 minutes. 5 minutes, new problem. 5 minutes, new problem. 5 minutes, new problem. And it's 2 new competitors each time. Move in the brackets.
Wait, do you have like 30 problems right now for this?
Yes.
We have a
Yes,
lot.
we do.
Did you use ChatGPT to write them?
No,
Okay.
I wrote them.
Go. What are you waiting for?
I don't
Jesus.
know about that one.
All right, all right. Given
All right.
an integer n, return a string array answer, one indexed, where answer at index equals ye pepe if I is divisible by 3 and 5. Answer at the index is ye if I is divisible by 3. Answer at the index is pepe if I is divisible by 5. And answer is I as a string if none of the above condition is true. You will recognize this as a variant of a very common computer science problem that we will talk about once these guys are deafened up and ready to code. You can start the timer.
It's probably so hard. I don't know if we should deafen them. I don't even think they'll be able to figure it out on their own.
True, true. This is a variant of FizzBuzz, right?
Is it?
Yeah.
What? What?
No
Really?
way!
What?
FizzBuzz! No. Steven, you know about the FizzBuzz problem?
Yeah, what about it?
It's just
Can you
it's
explain
just
it?
nothing about it. Just
Wait,
just
stop.
one
Can
that
you explain it?
Yeah, Steven, you know
Um,
about it. Why don't you explain it to the audience?
This is like a really old problem, right? I think
Yeah.
it's like if it's
Yeah,
like
but we were more getting at like what it's all about.
what it's supposed to
No,
fuck, I
sorry.
don't remember the conditional linked test, but it's like if like every time you print the number like 3, it'll say fizz, and then if it's like another number, or if it's like another number and 3, it's like buzz or whatever, right? Something like this.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Basically, if you
Okay.
the question text on screen right now is like pretty much what we're looking for.
Yeah.
But yeah,
We're looking.
I'm sorry,
Alright.
I just googled
close
that. I don't know what the
on
fuck any of these things are. You
Sorry,
fucking
Emu.
retards.
Chacha, you're not watching Ima's screen, right? Oh, you fixed it. never mind.
Jack is looking pretty good, right?
Soypill, I think, is closer. Or it depends.
I think Jack is.
They're both really close. Jack might be closer, yeah.
It'll come down to the wire on this one, I think.
Jack's got
Isn't there like some clever way of doing this? I forget.
I don't think so. Or you can kinda, but it's easiest to just do it this way.
Yeah. There's a Tom Scott video on this problem, I believe.
Ooh. He's not returned M.
Wait, do they all have to use like the same IDs or whatever, or can they use their own shit?
Yeah, they can use whatever they want.
That's bullshit, isn't it? Isn't some of it cheating?
No.
No, some of these guys spent 10,000 hours practicing their shortcuts. You know?
All right, we have
these guys are getting like different color codes and everything. Is it really fair?
From 2AEMU.
Wait, one sec. All right, we're calling it for Emu.
Destiny?
What?
Yep.
What colors do you use, Destiny?
Whatever the default ones.
2AEMU gets it correct.
Default? What's the default?
What are you talking about?
We're calling this one for Emu.
You're slowing it down. Everybody knows the defaults.
I was making sure.
Okay.
All right. Emu has got it. We're pulling the next couple up. And are we moving up to the next? Oh, we have one more.
This is the next.
Correct?
The semifinals. That was the quarterfinals.
Oh.
Oh no! Wait. Now this is the quarterfinals.
This is the next round now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah. So we're
all right.
Yeah.
We have 4 problems.
Wait, I didn't even see who won. Jack won, right?
No, 2AEMU won.
What? Wait, I wasn't paying attention. What happened?
They got the solution first. I don't know what to say to you.
All right, guys. Next up, we have Freya, and we have OTOTs coming up. Is that correct?
I'm dummy thick.
All right. And one of these guys is going to help Destiny, okay? Steven messaged us before the tournament started, and he's discovered that Jader was vibe coding, and we need to roll back the code base, okay, to before it got slopified. Unfortunately, Steven, we love him to death, but he doesn't know about semantic versioning, so we're going to help him out here. We're going to get 2 version strings. We're going to compare them. The version strings consist of revision separated by dots, and the value of a revision
Stop typing.
is its integer conversion, ignoring leading zeros.
No, stop, Freya.
Compare the revision values in left to right order. If the version strings have fewer revisions, treat the missing revision value as 0. Return the file. Return which version is higher, basically. All right, you guys have the questions written out. You guys are ready to go?
We'll check out this PB thing when these guys are done.
All right, and if it comes down to the wire, we can give Freya like a 10-second penalty because I saw a little bit of coding going out.
Ooh.
It's okay. I think she was just fixing her thing or her template
yeah, I'm
code.
not sure she was actually
2 hours to fix the template. I don't know if it should be done once we start the screen share, but who's to say?
It'll be a tiebreaker. We'll evaluate.
They're both thinking here.
You guys should add
not
like
doing a whole lot of coding.
You guys should add like
they're inputting in the Claude.
Challenges to this.
What's up?
Like make it like harder. Like you should have to compile and run your program at the end, but like in the middle of the coding challenge, like random bits of code can be inserted, and if you're not paying attention, it'll like regex delete all your shit or whatever when you do
maybe next time.
We'll announce the coding language like as they get in. It's like, okay, welcome. We're doing assembly for this one. You're going to be writing in pure machine code. Good luck.
Wow.
Keep things a little spicy. Keep things fresh. All right. Starting to get the coding. Uh-oh, that's not coding. Freya is feeling a little sick, according to that comment. OTOT is moving on along. Starting to get the 2 version lists. We haven't talked about how we would solve this. Yumi, you've looked at these a lot. Do you have a solution in mind while I think about mine?
Yeah, it's looking similar to OTOT of basically just splitting them and looping over whichever one's shortest, ideally, and then going from there. I believe it's whichever one's shortest from the problem number, or it might be longest. But you're just going to compare them one at a time, slice them up into bits.
Nice. Yeah, it's hard for the audience, I feel like, because the examples are not, they don't fit in the box. So I feel like the examples make this one a lot more clear for the audience experience.
Yes,
but it is intuitive, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the short answer...
An example would be like what 1.2.3 versus 1.2.4. The 1.2.4 is more recent. That's all it really is.
Yeah, everyone knows, like, you guys have an intuition, right, for this is like 1.5.3 is higher than 1.4.3. 1.5.4 is higher than 1.5.3. You know, it's the first number and then the later numbers. So intuitive problem, but these things are always.
Wait, is that intuitive? Is that the correct solution?
Isn't
Yes,
it? That's how like all versions.
Yeah, why?
I don't know if that's true. Don't some people do versioning where they would do like 1.7.9? That version is actually before 1.7.10.
True.
Yeah, 10 is higher than 9, so
Very
yes,
true.
that would be.
So you
You-
couldn't
you-
just
you
can't
just
do
use
the
separate
first
on the
number, you'd have
dots.
to- yeah, okay, just making sure.
Yeah. But
So
I think that one
I
of the
think-
examples does that.
Freya's actually going for an interesting solution here where using zip is a really nice way of doing this. She does need to check the lengths and handle that, I think. But this is using zip is a nice, easy way of doing it because it lets you get the corresponding elements of each one at the same time in the same loop.
And me and Radiant love using zip, use it all the time. Do you want to explain to the audience what zip is doing?
Yeah, sure. So zip basically takes two. Is it if they're two equal lists? But basically, it takes two lists and it adds them into a tuple or a list of tuples. I believe. I don't know. I haven't used zip in a long time. Is that true?
This guy's throwing tuple around like he's so clever.
Yeah, basically.
Listen,
Which
you
he
use
is.
zip all the time when you're doing coordinates or you're messing around with coordinates.
All right, I'll come clean. I've never seen that syntax in my life before, but
Yeah, it's
Really?
a Python thing, but
I
yeah.
used to work in Python a lot, but it's been like 2 years, and I was just doing web app stuff, so it just didn't come up, folks.
It's very common in data science.
Oh no, Freya's running the wrong program. She's
Oh,
got
no.
code somewhere that's
What
doing
is this
something
super
completely
long
different, I
file?
think. Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
This file got like 1 million lines of code in it.
Is that really that funny?
We had someone earlier who
pretty
had
funny to me
basically
too.
solved it and hadn't saved their file, so they couldn't show it working.
Damn.
Yeah. Like literally Control S was the difference maker.
10 seconds.
All right. Do you guys want to start calling it? Uni, I know I've been putting a lot of the burden on you, but you're going to be our chief judge today.
This one's rough. They're both good solutions. I'm not sure what the remove zeros thing is doing here. I think that's completely just not right for OTOT. So I think maybe Freya. It's really close on this though. They're both like most of the way there. Like they both basically have the same thing where they're not handling when they've got different amounts of revisions. So when they've got a different number of like numbers, they neither are handling it correctly. So
All right.
I don't know.
You wanna call it for someone? Just you have better sense because I don't know the zip syntax. So
I think Freya's feels like the correct approach.
He's
but
not comparing all
neither's-
those things or whatever. Or, I mean, she's only, well,
all right, let's keep it moving. Let's call it for Freya and keep it moving.
Damn.
I guess
It's not going
like
through all
it
of
really
it.
could go either way here. They're both pretty fair.
Wow.
I mean,
So
we
you
could
just
flip a
auto
coin for
lose the
this,
other
I
one?
think.
Okay. Jesus.
I mean, we can flip a
sorry,
coin
what?
if
It's
someone
brutal.
wants. I think
No,
flipping a
This
coin
one
is
was
Freya.
this
always
one
gonna
just broke my
return
brain. I
All
don't
right.
know
Fuck
why.
them.
It was
Go to the next.
a hard one. Let's keep it moving. Yeah,
I mean,
keep it moving.
how do you
Yeah.
convert a list to, or no, for AB?
Oh wait, who won? I don't know who won.
You won, Freya. Good job.
We're
Yeah.
gonna send it Freya and we're
Oh.
gonna keep it
I
moving.
think.
Are you sure?
was
Wait, but I
It was
didn't
the
50-50.
solve
very
it, right?
split.
Neither
We ran
did
out of time,
the
so
other-
it went to judge
the-
decision.
Honestly,
Oh,
I
okay.
think
Judge
Me.
decision. All right. Let's keep it schmovin'. All right, we have Mr. Fish is back, and who's our other one? AX row. All right. I'm gonna read this off, guys. Sounds good. All right. This is another one that Steven
I forgot
asked us
streams.
for help with. I believe the streams are up.
Yeah.
I'm going to start reading because they can at least... Wait, X is deafened. Let me undo that. All right. Mr. Fish is deafened, but that is his choice, so I'll let him do it. This is a quick one Destiny asked for help with. He's having trouble keeping track of the money spent on lawsuits, so we're going to help him out.
Who wrote
So
these
we're gonna take
problems?
We're going to take an integer, and right now these integers don't have commas in them. We're just
You
going
like
to add a
that,
comma
Destiny?
to the thousands place, because we're trying to just keep track of how much is getting spent here. So that's our problem for today. Pretty simple. Helps us figure out whether we're spending billions, millions, trillions. It makes a big difference when you start getting up there. Just like at a glance, you know. All right. So judges, I'll go ahead, and this seems like a very easy kind of problem for the place that we're at. I mean, honestly, the naive solution, I feel like I would just reverse the list and go and iterate through it and insert a comma every third.
Wait, should we
thing.
mute? Hold on.
Oh no, they're not muted.
They're not deafened.
Are
Oh
you
my God.
serious?
Wow.
We're just kidding, guys. That was a horrible solution.
Come on,
I was
mods.
fucking around. No, they're both
Destiny,
deafened,
why don't
aren't
you
they?
mute them?
Are
Aren't
they?
they
It's
deafened?
fine.
I just
out of my
deafened
mind?
them.
Okay.
I just
never
did
mind.
it. And the names are, well, I don't know, but the names are fine.
All right. I mean, their mics are open, so they can complain if I'm trolling too hard.
Yeah, it's not too difficult of a question, but it ends up being quite a fiddly solution to handle it correctly with getting things reversed the proper way. And if you try to be clever, it can really bite you in the ass on this one.
Do you think that the naive quick solution I just hit has like a edge case?
No, I don't think so. Your way should work fine.
Sure.
It's just not. Yeah, I think you can. There's awkwardness involved
What
with
would be
building up a
your
string one at a time.
What would be your solution?
I think your solution here is good. I think it's super simple, super clear. There's nothing wrong with it. I think one thing that people are going to try to do is try and split it up into chunks and then join the chunks with commas in between. And splitting things up into the right sized chunks in the right order is not quite so trivial. So we'll see. But
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to start reading Mr. Suicide Fish and see if I can parse out what they're going for here. Let's see. All right, not too much yet. All they've done is escape if it's less than 4 characters, in which case they don't need to add a comma. Let's see how we're doing on AX row.
I like how he's casting the money spent as an array.
What is
Yeah,
the
it's a
what is
great
the
first
prize
step.
for this if you get first and second?
$10,000.
Shut up.
What? You don't believe me?
No.
Yeah, it's why we gave the passwords away so they can start siphoning money out
Gotcha.
themselves. Yeah. No, I think it's just for cloud, Steven.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get EP'en.
All right. AXRow is switching up their solution. They deleted a chunk of code.
it's
And-
looking slightly closer. If they can just trim the final character off, that might work.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, and there they go. They're doing it right now. So we might have our solution in about 10 seconds. And we haven't made much progress from Suicide Fish.
Yeah, I don't understand suicide fish. What suicide
Suicide
That
Fish has
looks to
been
be
doing-
a correct solution from Xro.
Yeah.
Let's keep it moving. I'm calling it XRow as well.
Damn.
No, wait, we still have. Oh wait, never mind. I forgot
What?
because he finished.
All right.
Yep. Oh,
it was
hold
a
on.
great...
Hold
Oh,
on.
hold on. Hold it.
It does not work correctly.
We're going
Why
back.
did-
What's up?
Ah, yes,
I
it's
see it.
because he's going from the start instead of the end. So he's adding them directly at the start.
Oh,
You've got to
So-
work from the end and count backwards
they are
if you're going to
deafened.
do it that way.
So,
Yeah.
let's see if they can find it. Yeah, that's a good call.
Oh, shoot, the timer got reset. Oh well.
It was a good catch, Uni. I saw that earlier. I just didn't want to say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Try to keep it moving a little bit. The timer has accidentally been reset, guys. But
Are you fucking
I think
serious?
honestly, I think we should call it here because the timer would be just about running. And
I think Xro might have fixed it.
let's just give it to Ixra. He's the timer's running. It's judge decision, and they're pretty much done anyway, right?
Sure, I'll probably give it to Xer. I still don't know what suicide fish is doing.
Yeah. If Xro
right.
correctly casts to an int, I think it's a win.
We are
Yeah, they got
schmoving
it.
with Xro.
Yep, they did get the correct solution like 2 seconds
And
later. So
even better, give them big KO
comfortable win.
screen. They got the correct solution. Throw the KO out. All right. Thank you, guys. And our next people up, we have Tanner and IST and Leet are up for the next round.
He just typed, "Did I win?" He's server muted.
Oh no.
Or not server muted, but he's manually deafened.
Yeah. All right.
Is it?
All right. We're moving on to the
No,
next
he
one.
is.
All right. I'm going to read out the next question. Our contestants are all here and undeafened. Yes. So this one's to help Newton out. Most humans are capable of reading a word with its vowels out of order. We're trying to figure out whether Mutin is dyslexic or not, so we need something for him to read. Given the string S, reverse only all the vowels in the string and return it. The vowels are A, E, I, O, and U. They can appear in both lower and upper
Stop
cases
coding.
more than once.
Don't type.
All right, start the timer and start coding.
Yeah, now you can code.
Oh, I should have made him reverse Y 50% of the time.
What?
That's true. This guy's hooked on phonics, okay?
It would have made the problem more challenging. What do you mean, what, Radiant?
they
What, you
are-
don't understand my question?
What? Say all the letters of the alphabet.
Say all the letters of the alphabet. Are we doing super hard? We're not the finals yet, okay? Keep it to semi-final difficulty. Jesus Christ. We don't want to put the poor guy on blast.
Notice how he hasn't said anything.
I said them all so fast, you didn't even realize.
Yeah. All right, so we're building out vowels. We have successfully caught the uppercase and lowercase from Tanner, so let's start with Tanner. Is there something funny, Radiant? Someone told a joke? I must have missed it.
I'm laughing just because he put every case of the vowels in his vowels list rather than just using lowercase and just converting them all to lower.
The string has to be returned in the correct case. So if you lose
Well,
the information,
you
do the
could have the vowels
comparisons.
array still have lowercase, but it's easier to just have all of them.
yeah.
Well, no, you could just convert them to lower when you're comparing them.
Yeah, let me just give real quick.
Every way you compare.
We haven't done this
that's no
yet.
problem.
So I'll just quickly give my caster solution. I would do what Tanner's doing, and I'm actually deeply offended that Radiant laughed at my answer. So
listen.
What would you do differently, Radiant? It sounds like you have a really strong opinion.
I would have
on the
done
best way to
lower.
solve this question.
I would have done lower. I would not have that. That's memory inefficient. Okay, you're storing
it
4,
could never
5,
work.
whatever
It's
extra words.
impossible. Oh, 10 bits.
It does work. It's way
You're
too
right.
many.
I would
I
be
think
wasting
Ist and
10 bits.
Leet is very close to being done here.
All right.
They do actually have basically the same solution. Oh, hold on. Yeah, no, this isn't.
Vowels.
I'm not sure if this will quite work.
Interesting. Wait a second. Why did he type vowels? But his list was named V.
Oh no, this will work. Interesting solution. Yeah, I believe Ist and Leet has got a solution. Yeah, Ist and Leet has done it correctly. Interesting solution there, storing the indices.
Huge KO coming out for Ist and Leet. Let's let them know. I'm undeafening, and Ist and Leet has been called by our head judge, Unidev. So congratulations to Ist and Leet. And
thanks for having me.
Moving up to the next round. All right. And we are back on with Agent 47 and Emu, who have been, I believe, consistently getting a couple knockout screens, solving their problems. So
I'm scared.
Should be a clash of the titans here. All right. You guys are streaming. I will pull up problem number 4.
Wait. Hold on. Can you wait 2 seconds? I just want to switch to you guys' stream so I get my timer.
Let me know.
Okay. You're good. So I'm able to see the timer now. Okay.
So I know a lot of DGGers will be helped by this. You need to write a very important, must-read, absolutely serious email to Destiny, but you don't want him to know it was you, so you don't get permabanned, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to take 2 strings, the ransom note and the magazine, and we're going to turn true if ransom note can be constructed by using the letters from magazine, and false otherwise. Keep in mind that each letter can only be used once, and you have your examples. All right, you guys are ready to start the timer and begin coding. We are deafening you guys up.
Okay.
All right, deafen. Yeah, this should dramatically improve. You were asking us to...
We didn't have the coding windows up.
Oh, it's me. Hi.
I think Jojo's still working on it.
All right, that's fine. They'll get it done. But
Whoa.
yeah, this will be a great. Oh,
What?
this is valid password. It's
These
a
are
previous
previous. He's going with his previous
Oh, okay,
solutions
I'll
for
go
all the
with- yeah,
questions.
Yeah,
I
those
just
are the other
realized.
questions.
He's got it all in one file.
We're good.
I was
But
gonna
yeah, this will be
say.
a good one for the community, because once we have this piece of code up, we can dramatically increase the number of
Cha-Cha,
emails going out.
Are you planning on switching to the scene? Is Cha-Cha dead?
All right, we got it.
Hello, Cha-Cha?
He's working. Let Cha-Cha work.
Yeah, we got it. We got it.
All right.
Let him cook.
They're gonna be done this, right? All right, there we go.
There we go. All right, we're gonna get some great emails for Steven out of this piece of work.
Okay,
So good job, team.
I gotta say this. I'm swapping like 9 different scenes. Okay.
No,
I'm,
yeah,
I'm, try-
we get
I'm
it.
trying not to be
No, that's
mad.
all right.
We're
You
good,
guys
you're
are going
good, you're good.
like
We
in
love
1
you.
minute.
No, you're
trying
doing a
to
great
rush
job.
me. I'm trying.
Calm
I'm
down.
swapping
You're
9
fine.
scenes.
You're fine.
Okay?
You're fine. Don't worry. We got you.
All right.
Maybe that
I
should have been a leak
appreciate-
code challenge, is getting him to swap scenes.
Glizzy.
True. We gotta set up a piece of
Can you
code
get
for it
Glizzy in the
next time.
chat for Destiny?
Uh-oh. All right, Destiny, you're excited about this question, I'm sure, right? A lot more Schizo emails coming in the pipeline.
Yep, I'm ready
Once
for
this
him.
goes out to DGG. Let's go. All right, let's see how our guests are starting their question. So we have troll know me as the function name. We're going to be looping over our ransom note, checking if it's in the matrix. Looks like making good progress there. Hopefully they find the solution for the unique thing. Uni, any thoughts on a solution before I gave mine last time? So
The way I'd be doing this is in the magazine. You want to count up all the letters, and then for each letter in the ransom note, check that there's enough letters in the magazine to construct the letters necessary in the ransom note. So it's basically just counting how many are in each, and then a quick bit of comparison at the end.
So like 2 dicts, and then loop over the ransom dict and check against the magazine key, something like that?
Yep, that's what I'd be
Nice.
doing.
I think that is a better solution, because what I was thinking was a little worse would be, oh, it's just bad. It's just like a brute force. Like, it's just not good. I was thinking about deleting letters out of the magazine as we use them. Like, grab the first letter, loop over magazine, delete the letter, which would work. It would be fine, but it's like, you're not using data structures.
Appears to be what Agent 47 is going for, actually.
I think they're both doing
Nice.
that. Right?
Well,
Almost done.
sure.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
a
no,
solution for the common.
Oh, he's using count. That's crazy.
Yeah, count will also work.
That's
Holy
cheating.
shit.
Oh, something's not right though.
Oh no! Fuck!
He's not getting the correct
What do
answers.
you mean?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Correct
It's
now.
neck and neck. We are going to have a completion imminently. I
Surely.
believe. Surely. No coder has ever
Okay.
wasted
Hold on.
2.5 minutes
Fuck
on a
you.
dumbass
Fuck you,
syntax issue. So
Mag.
he'll find it.
Mag. Can I do that?
Oh.
Hopefully. Contestants are deafened, but their
Yeah.
mics
Okay.
are
Done.
live,
Done.
so we can see the panic of
Wait, how do you have
1847 as
syntax
he attempts
issues
to
on
fix-
IDEs? I thought the whole point was to color code
Just
shit and make it
testing
pop
something
out
else.
at you. What the fuck?
Yeah. Done.
It does color code. You don't see the underlines?
Can we
Well, why is he making mistakes then?
Come on, Destiny.
It basically codes for you.
All right.
What the fuck?
seeing
Just push
we
tab.
Uni-
appear? I think, do we have a solution here for Agent 47, I think?
Yeah. No. I'm fully done.
I'm looking
Yeah.
at it. It looks good to me. I'm not seeing any
Yeah,
issues.
that appears to be correct. That is a
All right.
way of doing it.
Our judges are calling it
crazy.
for Agent 47, coming at us with an answer of the people, okay? Not this pretentious dictionary building thing that Unidev is talking about. More of a common man's solution to the problem. All right, we got a lot of screen switching around, but we are pulling in our next couple of people. We're moving up to the next round, correct?
Yeah, semi-finals now.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome
So
to the
Only two.
semifinals.
2 in the semi-final, like 2 sets of rounds in the semi-finals now.
So there,
This should go quite
So we-
fast.
Yep, 5 problems left. 2 in the semifinals, then it's best of 3 for the finals. So 5 problems left for the entire competition. And I will start reading off problem number 1 for the semifinals. Jadier needs some help to allow chat to run on European.
Wait, hold on, wait. We should let Cha-Cha get everything set up first before we start.
we
saying
were
it.
way ahead of him last time.
Yeah, why don't you chill, bro?
As long as they can hear us, we don't need to do dead air, I feel. They can start thinking about it.
I mean,
Well-
okay.
Okay, now we're good. We can chat.
All right. Okay, cool. So Jader's trying to get chat running on European PCs. He's heard that run length encoding can help cut down on data being sent, but he's already hit his rate limits on
Good one.
Yeah, I think
check whether this run length encoding will reduce the length of the message. The run length encoding, basically, if you have consecutive letters, instead of putting MMMM, it's going to be M4. So it'll cut down on the number of letters that are in the total string in some circumstances. If there's a lot of different letters, R1, R2, R3, it'll increase the length of the string. We want to find if we can decrease the length of our string. That's the human readable thing. You guys have the text, your examples, and are close to good to go whenever Cha-Cha is ready. And we love Cha-Cha. We will never pressure him to go any faster. So
no, he's ready. We can start.
All right, the timer has started. I am muting our Freya and Exero, who have been killing it, might I say, throughout the competition. So congrats to those guys. So it seems like a pretty simple question. You build out the string, and then you check the length, right? Am I missing something here, Uni?
Yeah. It's just implementing run length encoding and then checking the length against the original.
Yeah.
Not
so
too bad.
Easy.
It's more of a tactical problem than a strategic one, where we got to figure out how exactly we're gonna loop over the string and come at it. But probably keep track of the current letter, check if the next letter is the same, delete it if it is, and then once we're done with the letter, insert the number. Something like that would be pretty good. So I think a fast question for a semifinals round. I'm pretty confident these guys should be able to get a solution in, and they're already working away. So let's see what they're figuring out.
There is a few little sneaky things. One thing that's really common is right at the end, forgetting to include the final letter in your run length encoding is really common, because you're usually finishing the previous sequence and counting the numbers once you've hit a letter that's not the same, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. When you say it's common, do you have like experience with coding challenges that you've seen this come up before?
I mean, it's something that back when I was in school. I mean, this is a very much like a school kind of problem that you might given as an assignment, and I feel like this was something I remember people struggling with a lot. And it's the kind of thing that I know I would like blaze through something and then forget. This kind of thing, because it's a very easy mistake to make, to just forget the extra check at the end.
Yeah. And it looks like both people are pretty neck and neck, looping over the string, setting up some items they want to track. So not too much crazy stuff going on. Were you, when you're talking about the coders, is this fellow students, or were you a TA or something?
Just like it would have been sixth form for me, or which is, I guess, American high school equivalent, roughly. Not so much university. It was a bit more advanced than run length encoding for most of our stuff there.
Yeah, you could just say Europe, and I'll stop listening. Would be like the best way to come at that question.
One other thing that is interesting to note here is they do need to be careful, because for run length encoding, in this case, you don't want to have a number over 9, because if you had 10, then it becomes ambiguous whether it's a 1 and then a 0, some amount of the 0 character. So you want it to be 1 digit exactly after each letter. And if they don't handle that correctly, that won't be a correct
Wait, what's
answer.
the correct way to handle that? You have to do you have to do like W5 for 10 or something, or?
You do W9, W1, but yes, basically,
of course.
you split it up.
I have a question, Uni.
Yep.
So Deej said Unidev try to go 3 seconds without flexing his school challenge.
Ooh.
Do you have any response to that?
Not really. I don't flex school stuff, really.
You sure?
He's been showing off
maybe
this whole
university
time.
stuff, but yeah, no, not school stuff. Anyway, yeah,
Alright,
it does seem like Exero, I'm hoping that's how you pronounce that name, is handling the case for the 10 correctly.
Good.
But Freya has not seen that.
Yeah, it is tricky. I took a second look at the examples, and I do see the example where they do this. I feel like it's definitely a hard one to catch. So.
Yeah. These are the semi-final problems for a reason.
All right, only 1 minute left. It might come down to a judge decision. We're getting pretty on the wire here.
Weren't we supposed to give them like extra time on the later problems? something like that. Uni.
I mean,
Did we ever settle
I
that?
mean,
I don't know, we
these
probably
guys are
fine.
semi-finalists.
But-
They can get it done. We don't need more time. We've taken a lot of time already. All right.
What do you think,
Let's see.
Destiny?
20 seconds left. Yeah.
Left-
What do you think,
left
Steven?
guy.
Who wins?
Left
Who
guy
wins
for
this
sure.
round? Left guy for sure.
Yeah, he's writing more code.
Steven's just looking at the amount of code.
yeah, more lines. I like it when my devs are producing lots of lines
you
of
think
code.
is relying on AI?
Yeah, Freya has mostly got run length encoding correct. Ooh, it seems like
Fucking CDev
we
strikes
don't
again.
Alright.
have correct run length encoding on Xeros.
All right. Let's give it to Freya, I think. 0 seconds on
Yeah,
the clock.
neither of them
Calling
are quite right, but Freya's is definitely closer.
Wait, did that do it? I think that's it, right?
out. There's a little
there's
issue,
a
but
edge case that you didn't handle, but yours is
Oh,
far
no.
closer at the moment.
yes, the edge case. If there's 10 consecutive
Don't say it.
W's, we
Wait,
can already do it.
wait.
It's
Oh,
called.
wait, no.
It's called.
It's called. Never
It's
mind.
called,
My
it's
bad,
called.
my bad.
It's
Freya,
called.
Yeah.
Freya has won that one.
Come on, Radiant. Freya's won.
I feel like
Edge
I feel
case.
like all of the ones that I won, I never actually finished the whole thing. So
You
It's not
have the
that
hardest ones, to
uncommon
be
so
fair.
far. Yeah.
yeah, you're giving everybody else the math ones.
Well,
A little bit disappointed, but that's okay.
Well, wait. We're not at the finals yet, right?
No, we're at
maybe we'll
semifinals right
finals
now.
after this. We've got one more
Yeah.
semifinals. We have
Alrighty.
Fucking witch.
18.7. Okay.
Don't worry, I got
One
this.
more semifinals. All right, let me know when I'm ready to read. Let's get rid of the
Right,
previous.
hold on. Let me start screen sharing.
This one is 47 and AX again. Is that correct?
No, it's I stand lead.
Iceland
Okay,
Lead
sorry.
and Agent 47.
Okay.
Jargon, I'm sorry, you're about to go broke. Good luck.
I don't see I stand lead.
Yes, he's. Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's here now. Okay. So X should not be in, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty. Once you guys are streaming, looks like the streams are up.
Yeah, you see my
Cha-cha.
shit?
Yeah, you look
Yep.
good. All right, I'm going to
Okay.
start reading out the problem. We have Rinlux needs help figuring out how to perfectly balance every DGG chat poll. Given an array of integer numbers, calculate the pivot index of this array. The pivot index is the index where the sum of all the numbers strictly to the left of the index is equal to the sum of all numbers strictly to the right of the index. If the index is on the left,
Stop coding.
if the index is on the left edge of the array, the sum is
Can we-
0.
can we
because
code
there
or
are
no?
elements.
No. When you get muted,
also
Wait
applies to
until
the
we
right.
finish reading.
Okay, that'll have to be the reading. I'm not rereading, so just go from now.
Okay.
Start the timer.
Way to go, guys.
They have the written, so they can do it. Alrighty. Let me deafen these guys up, and we can start figuring out the judges' solutions. So the thing that's fun about judge solutions is I just have to kind of vibe it out and say something that sounds right. And I don't have to think about syntax. And the audience is like, wow, those judges must be so smart.
That's definitely
Holy
what most of
shit.
the audience is thinking. 100%.
I think so too. It's a sheer display of perfect competency for the
Honestly,
3 hours.
I haven't read any of these problems. All these problems would probably taking me like 15 minutes just to read through before I can start.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why yeah. It's called a heal character. Okay, it represents a high level of competency from the planning committee to bring Radiant on, so that we would have one. So
Next competition, I'm gonna read through them.
I don't know how
Next
much
time.
that'll help though.
Well, I'd be
But,
able to attempt them.
That would be good. That would be good. What's your attempt for this one? What's your solve right now, Radiant? What are you feeling we should do to figure out these pivot arrays?
Oh, I'm really tired, but
Notice how his eyes dart to the other monitor. Something interesting there.
I might be done.
Oh,
I don't believe that's quite right.
do you wanna?
Is that right? Oh, hold on.
Well, once they call they're done, we should. Okay.
Yeah, I believe that.
Are they
might work.
finished?
Can you use one of the? Oh wait, hold on. Never mind. That's not correct because it's not giving the right answer for the thing. It's almost right, but he's not quite correct. I think.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna focus up on the code real
Yeah, I'm
quick,
done.
just 'cause people are blitzing it. Oh,
Yeah.
100%. I'm done.
Is that? Hold on.
100%.
212.
100. We got some confidence. I'm seeing 100% done, and then I'm seeing typing. So.
Ooh.
Oh no, wait, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
I
no,
am,
other
unless
people-
there's an error. Can you tell me?
I'm
muted, by the way. I
very
can't hear you
sure.
guys.
1 second.
Oh,
How are you supposed to
I
tell
would
me?
help
Can't
if
hear
people
you.
actually use the example things from the question, so we could verify easily.
Can
instead
you
of
use the
having to do
examples
it in my
from
head.
the question?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So let's try 1 through 3.
I think Destiny
Alright,
had a good
he's
question,
winning.
Destiny. Could you repeat that?
How is
What's
he
up,
supposed to
Steven?
tell me if you can't type to him? What?
3, right? Is that what you wanted?
Oh, is that what you said?
I just
Oh,
undeafened
-1.
so that he could see it. so
Oh,
he could hear it.
yeah. Hold on. You're right. Forgot 1 edge case.
All right, getting close. How's the other person doing?
Yeah, go.
1, 2, 3 gives -1. That looks correct to me.
1, 2,
think.
3. Let's try 2, 1, -1.
Let me just check real quick. 2,
Oh.
1 -1.
Never mind. He's not got it correct. This one's very hard to do in my head, so it's not something I can sort of intuit from without the examples.
All right.
Example 3 is wrong, I think.
Hold on. It shouldn't be.
Whoa. Let's take a look.
Yeah, why don't you just couldn't you just solve this like in a naive way?
Oh yeah. Well, LeetCode has something wrong in their side. In that case, yeah, I'm pretty sure yours is. If you did 2 -1 -1, after that it should be. I think that's what that's meant to be. But either way, I'm pretty sure that looks right. I think.
What?
Wait, what did that?
But my solution doesn't work, by the way. I'm debugging
Okay,
it.
never mind. I'm not super familiar with this one. This was not my question.
Yeah, there is something off about the.
Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with the final example, which is not good. So either that's been incorrectly.
I think that this
copied
2
from
is not supposed to
source.
be here. Like the intention for the example, I think, is 1 -1 should be index 0.
Yes, I see. Oh no,
Right.
it's because actually no, it's correct. It's the number on the pivot should not be counted.
Oh, the number on the pivot is not counted. Okay.
This is why I need to look at all the questions beforehand.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's just like me for real.
For real, for real.
True.
So in case anyone in chat is not
All
aware.
right, 3, 2, 1. I think
yeah.
47 did get closer. I'm not seeing.
Right. Yeah, I think so. I'm not seeing much. I think 47 is correct, other than the issue of the index being counted. So it's a misunderstanding of the problem, but it's pretty close, and
Okay.
Unfortunately, not so
Let's
much
give it a
on the side.
47 and keep it schmoving.
Yep. And I believe we're on to the finals
All right.
then. In that case.
Istendel, it's been an amazing run, but 47 is taking it to the finals. So, any last words before you peace out?
Nope.
All right. Thank you so much for participating. You made it far.
bad.
All right.
Hey,
Our
Uni, just a
final-
question. Where did I mess up? I'm so curious.
The pivot doesn't get counted.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. I missed it too. We were trying to judge you, and we actually all missed it. We were like, wait, what is going on here? So it's really a tricky one. All right. Is our final 2 47 and Freya?
It seems so. Yeah.
Alrighty. I will read out this question, which is up on screen. Mootin is trying to figure out if his newly installed shelf is bending or is properly straight. He's measured at various points along the shelf and needs some help figuring out if they lie in a straight line. You have an array of coordinates, x, y, where x, y represents a coordinate on a plane. Check if these points make a straight line. So you guys have your inputs and examples, and you got to find these slopes. Good luck. We're meeting you guys out. All right. So, kind of a funny one, but let me know what you think, Uni. Is I would look at the first coordinate and the second coordinate, get the slope between them, and then look at the loop over all of the points, and if the slope is the same, then you're good. You don't need to check anything else, right?
Yep. Strictly speaking, you should check for 0, but we don't like 0 slope and handle that, but we don't actually require it in the problem. So you can get away with it if you don't account for that case.
What do we check?
Oh yeah, I see. All right. Let's see. This one should be
might be up Freya's alley with a little bit of geometry and maths.
Yeah. It should also be a little easier for the judges to follow along. I feel like loop everything and get the slope is reasonable. So it should be a good question.
Helper method.
Ooh, very nice.
I love the function names coming out from Agent 47.
It's not gay line, okay.
In a positive way, okay. So surely the gay line is the good one because we love all members of our friendly communities. All right, let's see. We got direction, we got dot.
Ooh,
I
think it's a dot product would work, I think. Yeah, some maths stuff for figuring out if stuff's in the same direction. Oh, actually, that's interesting.
Dot product is
dotting with the direction and checking if it's equal to the. She'll need to normalize, I think, but yeah.
Oh.
I was going to say
vector?
Definitely needs normalization.
What do you call it?
Yeah,
the right term, right? The directional thing. I forgot what it's called. Something about vectors, but like.
Yeah, if you normalize, you're just basically it's in the same direction, but it's got a length of 1 instead of whatever length of thing. So it's like in a way, a very pure direction. And we see Agent doing a more traditional slope approach. Actually, Freya's will handle the case for 0. So I guess if neither of them can manage to complete it in time, maybe extra points for that, because it does handle that edge case correctly.
All right. So we have our current slope. What is the idea for 47? It gets two points. It gets their slope.
Yeah.
And then it uses that compare.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on there. They both seem to be having. Oh wait, no. Yeah.
Well, he's going to do that. I'm assuming.
He is just calculating the slope between them.
Mm-hmm.
Between the first, so he's getting the slope between the first 2 points and then checking if the others are in line.
Okay.
Yeah. I think
Freya's getting pretty close. Freya's not quite doing the same thing. She's getting the direction between them as a vector and then dot producting them. So she's basically finding the direction between the first and each of the points and checking if they're all in the exact same direction.
And me and Radiant love our dot products.
Wait,
but do you want to ask the audience?
Do you want to explain what a dot product is to the audience?
Just a dot product is a nice way of figuring out if something's in the same direction. Usually, is she doing dot product?
What if you want to do a dot product in 3 dimensions, though?
It's the same thing.
What if you want to do it in 5 dimensions?
In 2 dimensions, you multiply the.
You do it with 5 of them.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, each of the components and add them up, and same in the 3 dimensions. You just have one.
Magnitude is the word. When I was talking about vectors, I was going to say magnitude. That's what I was looking for.
We've got 20 seconds on the clock. It's time to start.
We may have Agent with a solution.
All right.
Agent is not done.
I'm done.
He just gave the wrong answer. I don't know if he. I think. Oh, well, actually, no. Hold on. He needs to actually show a solution that involves more than 2 points because any 2 points are on a line.
Oh no, I'm not done. Hold on.
He's
He
not
just
done.
found it. He just found the divide by
Alright.
0.
I mean, it's
Oh
it's
my
out
God,
of
my brain.
time.
I am.
Do you want to call it, Ginny, or do you want to give an extra 30 seconds?
I wrote the same function twice.
I think
We
we can
can
give an
let it
extra
go
30
to the
seconds.
final.
Given it's the final, we can.
All right, it's the final round. We'll
push this out a
give
bit.
another 30 seconds to a minute and see if these guys can.
They're both
repair
fairly close.
Yeah. Like it could still go either way. They can both still get a solution. Normally, I rush the call, but there's a lot of factors in their favor. Okay, we'll give them 30 more seconds.
Freya's completely lost me at this point. I've got no clue what her sub is doing, unless she's
Ruby, je suis live
He's doing it.
accidentally in something.
devant 200 personnes.
Dot BB. What is?
The trick
Oh,
for
no,
Freya
wait.
is you want to make sure the judges can't follow.
I think I know what
so
she's
you can
doing.
Okay.
I think I've done that before.
I think there might be just a typo in Freya's.
No, because I think that's the formula.
For sub, I mean.
This is like orthogonal or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm almost certain sub is supposed to have A1 minus B1, not A1 times B1.
Ooh. Well. Okay. Yeah, that is
Still
true.
pretty close. Yeah, I mean, Agent's close. I think he's actually unfortunately managed to pick something that, in his example, that broke it with the divide by 0, but he might have it.
No,
now.
yeah, okay, this works now. Sorry, I had a little divide by 0 problem, but this works.
Yeah, can he show an example of them on a straight line?
He can't hear you.
Oh.
You should give him a case.
Yeah. So that would be then
I think-
something like
What?
3-5, I think.
How can you hear us?
Oh, I just finished all my emails. Feels good, man.
What would be a straight line
6.
for a coordinate? I'm so sorry.
3-6.
Oh, we have to unmute him.
3-6.
3-6.
3-6.
Sorry. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, that does appear to work.
Oh, wait, what did he change? 0-1.
All right. We are
7.
calling the first round for 47.
There's rounds. Geez.
Oh yeah,
Finals is best of 3. Sorry.
best of 3. So you guys have
Best
one
of 3?
or
Oh
two.
my god, I thought it was done.
Yeah.
One or two more.
We should have said that.
All right. Yeah.
What does it mean?
should've
Int
been-
object is not subscribable. What am I missing?
I don't know, but your sub is not correct, I think.
Yeah, I think you have a typo.
what?
Is sub meant to subtract? Because it's not doing that.
It was supposed to subtract. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Why do you have
Oh
to
wait, I had a
multiply
multiply
the
there.
coordinate?
Oh
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
god.
The next question is up
oh.
on stream, so I'm going to start reading it.
Oh.
Meteor is trying to crack down on people substituting letters to get around band phases. Given 2 strings, S and T, determine if they are isomorphic. 2 strings are isomorphic if the characters in the first string can be replaced to get the characters in the next string. All occurrences of a character must be replaced with another character while preserving the order of characters. No 2 characters may map to the same character, but a character may map to itself. And then you have your examples. All right, we are deafening up contestants. And we are
Wait,
entering...
question. Is it only alphanumerical?
Yeah, it shouldn't matter. It says any valid ASCII character, but we'll only give alphanumeric characters.
Okay, thank you.
You're fine.
Wow.
Yep, good question. Steven was saying, wow, he's so impressed by the thoroughness of our contestants and how quickly they come up with
No,
these
I was
insightful-
not
Interested
impressed
to
by
see
just a simple
why that might work.
alphanumeric
Why that-
example. Just
Yeah.
cringe. Should work with
True.
all
I'm
Interested to see
characters.
why that would affect his answer.
Every ASCII character, even the weird ones.
Yeah, we got to have Unicode Snowman has to pass the test. That's true. We don't want people subbing in Unicode Snowman into banned phrases. All right, clock is rolling. So I haven't thought about this one yet. Uni, do you have a quick thought on it before I start thinking?
This one's quite sneaky, actually. So there's a couple of ways to do it. The way I would do it is basically just represent each letter
I
as
feel
a
like
number.
it might be very easy, or I'm misunderstanding the problem.
I think Freya might be misunderstanding.
I'm probably misunderstanding it.
Oh, this is
So
this is kind of like the Olympics, right? Like, you know how those sports are kind of like out of date and they don't mean anything anymore, but we do them because of the Olympics? That's what this is going to be like once Claude takes over all the coding, right?
Yeah, that's the plan, yeah. We're actually using this to train Claude is the idea.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, so this is going to determine how powerful AI is forever into the future, is the quality of these questions.
Aware.
All right. I'm going to shoot Freya a quick message, or should we let her?
Cheating.
I think she's going
Cheating.
to figure out on her own.
Okay.
Checking if I'm done.
Hold on.
Oh, I heard somebody whisper a cheat.
Sure.
Well, he's not done.
All right.
I'm also not convinced that he's either
All right,
I'm missing
little
some
typo.
clever thing he's doing, or he's not quite doing something right.
So we have a dict. We loop over it. We check. What are we checking?
Yeah, it should not be returning true for egg and ADF, so he's got something incorrect there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess the way I would go about doing this is you would basically like track a number for each character in each string and sort of loop along them, and you should end up with the same sequence of numbers. So for egg, you'd have as 0, 1, 1.
Yes.
And you'd compare those between them, because it sort of
Yep.
disambiguates the letters and
What do you mean
gives
numbers?
like
I thought
the order.
they're like
You could use letters too, but numbers
Yeah.
is
Okay.
easier because you don't run into ASCII issues.
I'm seeing
Chacha, what are you doing?
They both seem to not quite get the question.
Yeah, definitely a tricky one. I probably
No,
would
I
have
get
spent
it.
like a minute or two.
I
why
think
did
this
you
is
say
one
why
where
get
you,
it?
you benefit a lot from taking a
it's
couple of
like-
minutes to just sit there and read it.
Did we just
Ooh, Freya might be getting it. She might have figured out the idea.
1, 2, 3.
I'm so confused at what this evade map idea is on Agent's screen.
Yeah, I haven't been able to. Every time I go silent, I'm trying to read this and I hear it. Chat.
Evade map with the dict.
Help a
If
brother
a
out.
thing, if S does not, okay, if it's not the same character, then if that character is not in the keys, then add it in there. Or no, wait. Well, then map it to.
Wait, no. Okay. Oh no.
The issue is you need an independent mapping for each of the strings. I don't think you can use the same mapping.
If evade map keys. Okay, but why? Okay, what? How do I fix that?
I'm seeing some stuff in chat about Agent might be listening in on stream. That's a worrying thought.
How do you know?
I'm not sure it's helping him a great deal.
There
but
was a comment earlier where we said nobody's getting it, and he said, "Yeah, I know, I got it," and he's deafened. So
Yeah.
Okay, no, it
but-
works. You just have to use a certain order, but it works.
okay.
That's not how that should work.
Uni, I'm done. I did it.
If you reverse the order of the arguments, does it break? Because it should be independent
I
of
can't
order.
hear you. You want me to unmute him?
Okay.
He's
yeah,
unmuted
yeah,
right
he's
now.
unmuted now.
He's unmuted.
Sorry, I'm unmuted. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think I did it.
If you swap the order of the arguments, does it?
No, it
still
doesn't work. You have to. No,
Then
you have
it's
to.
not right.
Ah, damn it. Okay.
I don't know what you're. I'm not sure how.
I know
this
why.
works.
I
at
know
all.
why. I figured it out. But okay,
I'm very confused at what he's
I'm
even
deafening you
trying
back
to
up
do there.
while you continue working. It is the final, so we'll give another minute on the clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's looking like he's closer at least. He's got a. Yeah, I think he's realizing now he needs 2 maps.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's looking like he's going to get a correct solution here.
He should be
I think Freya's losing it.
Yeah, Freya's having a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
Chat, am I cooked? Oh no. All right, let's give Agent another minute. I really think they're getting close here.
Is this supposed to be
I
like a
think
best
Agent
of
might
three
have
or
it
what?
here. Yeah, this is best of 3, but
Okay, now
it's
it works
looking
for
like
both.
Agent's
For
gonna get it.
swap, it works.
Yep.
I did it. It's stupid, but it works.
Yep, there you go.
we
Agent, I
think
believe,
that's
has got it.
All right. All right, Freya, we're calling it for Agent here.
Oh, geez. Okay, yeah. Oh my god. I just couldn't
You
even wrap
made
my
it-
head around the problem. It
Yeah.
took
You
me
made it
too
very
long to
far.
like
It's
find
rough.
the thing.
You did a great job today, though. A lot of good answers, a lot of progress. Thank you so much for participating.
Well, thanks for having me.
Thank you so much.
All right, and
Thank
Agent,
you.
let's celebrate your success. Let's put like 4 minutes on the clock. What'd you think? How'd it go?
Oh my god, listen, Freya was like pulling out some syntax that I was shitting myself with when I was seeing her rounds. And when I saw I was in the finals, I'm like, listen, we got the semifinals, boys. We had a good run, but it's over. But then I don't know how I pulled it out.
Yeah, Freya had a good aura. Like early on, I was like, this person's gonna go far. So a couple of you guys did, including you. So, but you're the one who made it. You're our champion today. Steven, you have any words for our champion? The greatest
I'm
coder
very
in all of
impressed.
DGG.
I expect to see a whole bunch of pull requests from the DGG code base soon for you to help on the site, which I'm sure you've already contributed a ton.
Of course.
And,
Just expect another 10K bill from me and Cake soon.
Yep. You can go ahead and shoot the invoices this way, and they'll get paid when they get paid. But otherwise, keep working, and great job, you know?
What's your favorite model?
My favorite model. Okay, at work. So one of my friends is really into Cloud Opus 4.6 for like specific tasks. I like it too, but it's really expensive. And at work, they only pay for GPT 5.3 for me, codecs. So you know, you gotta.
Jesus, that's terrible. Why don't you go work for a real coding environment? You should be. NVIDIA CEO said you should be going through $100,000 worth of tokens a year.
I work for the CBC in Canada, so if you have questions about how elections are run, I'm running the election infrastructure for how we get the votes and everything. So
okay, I'll email you. Okay.
What? You can hack the voting systems?
I don't hack the voting systems. I just make sure that when we receive the votes, it gets. Sometimes I do that. I help with that. I also help with some AR stuff with the coverage. I'm in the special events team. I help sometimes with it.
Wow.
Can you read them? Can you tell us who's voting for who?
No, we only get numbers per county.
Dumbass.
All right, hey, Demon Time, I saw your message. Prove it. Post some receipts. Sending accusations on something that's keeping our democracy in check. All right, so yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Agent. Congratulations.
Good job.
All right. And thank you, events team. I am running late for a meeting. I'm going to peace out, but you guys can close out the event. Thank you guys so much. It's been awesome.
Before we close out, Destiny, if we could do some quick last minute shilling. Today was the No Kings Day. It is important that as a politically active community, we get politically active. And a way to do that is to join the Digital Ground Game server, where you can go and you can meet up with people in your region, in your area, and you can become politically active with people who know what they're doing. It's important to do that, and it's important to stay politically active in that way. Also, join the DGG Minecraft server, !Minecraft and DGG chat, sub and DGG, do what you got to do, and I guess that's it.
Wow, cool. Well, thanks a lot, guys.
No problem.
Yeah.
Please all for your Destiny.
And
what do you think?
And one last last minute show. Thank you, Furtive, for making all the assets and putting everything together, and thank you, Paji, for also putting us this.
And thank you, Chacha, for doing all the what do you call them, elements and stuff like that, putting them together, doing it all alone.
Thank you.
Wait, can I give a shout out to I Stand Lead also for his message he just posted in the hackathon chat? Uni, can I?
Yeah, it appears he may have had a solution in one of the earlier rounds. The one he's posted in there does seem good to me, so we may have just not seen it, or I'm not sure what happened. But
yeah, it's tainted
he may have been passed
competition.
up.
Oh no.
Yeah, I wanted to give a shout out because I may not deserve to be here. So you know.
Well,
shout out to Lead.
I want to also thank Collins, who helped prepare the problems, and also our 8 wonderful ushers who helped get participants into rooms and badger people.
Cool. Well, good job, guys. I'm proud of you. Sorry, it was late today. I was driving back from Gainesville, but You guys did a great job. I'm so proud. And Radiant, you're sending the $10,000 to the winner, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just DM me, you know.
Cool. Good job.
I got the check written right now.
Radiant, I'm DMing you as I speak.
Go ahead. Just don't cash it till Friday.
Okay. Well, I love you guys. Be careful.
DJ.
Wow, good job. Okay, what's going on with this stuff? Are these good memes or are these cringe memes?
All right, welcome everybody to the Choose Your Fighters anti-war rally. Emma, great to see you.
Oh, great to see you too, Krystal. Thank you so much for having.
By anti-war rally, they just mean anti-US stuff? Do you think they will talk about Ukraine, Russia at all? Hopefully, they must. There's no way they could have an anti-war rally and not bring that up, right? Certainly.
Having me, I'm excited to be a part of such an auspicious event.
How and when the fuck did they switch up on you for PV? PV got, I think we all knew this like a year ago. It was some months after we left. Eventually the whole org just kind of got co-opted by weird tanky people. But we knew this because, remember, how long ago was it, bro? It's been a long year. It was a while ago when Hassan was doxing the entirety of the PV people, anybody that had worked for them. He doxed all of them on a stream, going over a Bad Empanada video where Bad Empanada doxed them. And then the current PV staff came out and they cucked out hard and they said, guys, that was our fault that happened. We apologize, so that they could get the heat off Hassan for it. It was retarded.
Event and the
fresh off of slaying an entire CNN panel, so
wow. Thank you.
The privilege is all mine, truly.
Well, thank you for inviting me, and I want to fundraise for some candidates that are against this criminal, illegal war in Iran.
Yeah, so the idea here, guys, and first of all, shout out to Oliver Larkin, Hartzell Gray. They're two fantastic candidates, but also, really they came up with this concept, and then they partnered with Progressive Victory to put all of this together. Shout out to the whole organizing crew, Hanya, Benjamin, Jay, Zach. You guys did an amazing job setting this up, and there's such an unbelievable cast of characters that are going to be joining throughout the night that, I'm not even going to go through the whole thing of listing them all, but among them is a whole bunch of candidates. And so the idea was, look, not everybody's going to be exactly identically the same in terms of their issues, but everybody here is vehemently opposed to the war in Iran and is incredibly committed to having policy based on human rights. And I think we've all seen, Emma, how...
Wait, is there double audio? Hold on.
Important it is not just to have any old Democrat, but to have Democrats who are actually going to stand up and fight. This is something that a lot of people were telling me at No Kings today. I think this is like a very prominent sentiment with the Democratic base that really matters, that in these primary fights, we get new, more aggressive, more principled sorts of elected officials so that, Democrats really can stand up for the people and push back against these forever wars.
What, is there like a mission statement behind the No Kings? Why that was... My understanding, I could be totally wrong. Maybe I'm just vibing it. I thought No Kings was like the fact that Trump is like coronated himself as a king and it's supposed to be an anti-Trump thing. Like Trump is seeing himself as like a man who can break no laws as long as he saves his country and all this bullshit. Like that's... I like how they're like, we like the concept of the No Kings protest because No Kings means we want populist candidates. Okay.
Really matters that in these primary fights, we get new, more aggressive, more principled sorts of elected officials so that, Democrats really can stand up for the people and push back against these forever wars.
Yeah, and the pushing back on the forever wars element is like only just one piece of getting candidates who are brave on this issue. Just like if you're a candidate that's brave on the issue of the genocide in Gaza, it's a litmus test and means that you're probably going to be a fighter for regular people in other areas. But it's also just a fight for the future of the Democratic Party. And these are some of the kind of branches off of that tree where it's really important now, I think, that the party, because the National Party is so reticent to identify itself with any kind of brand policy-wise. They'll say affordability, but they're not specific about what they mean about that. It means that we're going to have to create a party brand from whole cloth. And that means means you're starting with the members and what people stand for. And so it's not about just...
Sorry, fuck me. I need to listen to this. Are they just talking about rewriting the Democratic Party? Why are they in our party? Go somewhere else, please. Just go to another party. Go make your own. I wasn't listening. I'm sorry. It sounded like she was saying we needed to rewrite the whole party, but I just don't think I was paying attention. Hold on. That's not what she just said, right?
More principled sorts of elected officials so that, you know, Democrats really can stand up for the people and push back against these forever wars.
Yeah, and the pushing back on the forever wars element is like only just one piece of getting candidates who are brave on this issue. Just like if you're a candidate that's brave on the issue of the genocide in Gaza, it's a litmus test and means that you're probably going to be a fighter for regular people in other areas. But
why? That's your litmus test issue? We really need to deal with affordability in the United States. Housing needs to be available to U.S. citizens. We got to do something about education. We got to do something about, you know, bringing the American dream back to the people. We need to repair our relationships with the rest of the world. We got to do something about healthcare. So I'm going to ask you a really important question to determine where I think you stand on all those issues. How many died? I mean, how do you feel about the genocide in Gaza?
it's also just a fight for the future of the Democratic Party, and these are some of the kind of branches off of that tree, where it's really important now, I think, that the party, because the National Party is so reticent to identify itself with any kind of brand policy-wise. They'll say affordability, but they're not specific about what they mean about that. It means that we're going to have to create a party brand from whole cloth, and that means just starting with the members and what people... reticent to identify itself with any kind of brand policy-wise. They'll say affordability, but they're not specific about what they mean about that.
Kamala was specific on things, but you guys don't want policies. And you guys want policies. And you guys don't have policies either. You guys never give policies. You just give goals. Like, we need to make it so... eliminate wealth inequality. Like, okay, whoop-de-fucking-do. Like...
It means that we're going to have to create a party brand from whole cloth, and that means just starting with the members and what people stand for. And so it's not...
Then go create a new party from whole cloth. Go make a new party. Go make a new party. Leave. Go somewhere else. Oh, my God.
Not about just getting any elected Democrat in office. We saw this with Joe Manchin, for example. I was once asked on an MSNBC panel, would you prefer a Republican in that seat where Joe Manchin was in power in West Virginia? And the answer is, I don't know, maybe, because Joe Manchin ended up killing the child tax credit, and that is a big part of why the Democrats got swamped on the issue of the economy.
Do you think that she will have anywhere near as much to say about fucking Fetterman as she does about Joe Manchin? Manchin was important to the Democrats because Manchin was the only Democrat that could hold that seat. We needed him there. Fetterman is not the only Democrat that can hold his seat. Like...
and affordability, because creating a healthier opposition party, as opposed to just like winning every election and then seeing what happens, is I think the overall agenda here. We have to actually create a robust opposition party as a bulwark for fascism.
Yeah, and it feels at this moment in particular extremely existential. I mean, obviously you have a war that is rapidly escalating with no end in sight in Iran. It's one of a number of wars actually that are going on around the world that we are directly involved with. I think we're courting an absolute financial catastrophe. We've, ushered in a fascist to the White House that has been doing authoritarian crackdowns. I don't think anyone feels confident about the midterm elections being free and fair. So the best thing that we can do in a moment like this, rather than just counting all of the woes, which I do spend a lot of time doing and spend a lot of time covering, etc. But when we come together and have, a coalition that is broad-based, and we push forward candidates and organizations that are truly doing the work, that's a way that we can have a sort of positive impact. So a couple things before we get to some of the content that we have, because we truly have like a jam-packed timeline in here today. If you guys are able, go to progress.win/rally. That is the link, progress.win/rally, and there's also should be a QR code on your screen. That is a link where you can give money that goes to all of the candidates who are participating in the event tonight. They're all good progressives. They are all anti-war. They're all pro-Palestine. They're all the types of candidates that we really need to have in office and that we need to back. So progress.win/rally, if you're able to contribute there, I know it would make a difference. Some of these candidates are super high profile. Some of them are lesser known. They all need your support. And then the other thing that I would suggest is if you don't have the funds, no problem. You can sign up with DSA. You can sign up with Working Families Party. You can sign up with...
Dude, I got hosed so hard literally by everybody. But that's okay. I hope they kick my court case back 6 months so I'm just retiring from all online politics stuff. We're gonna do full video games. How much is there a link to the last fundraiser we did for Progressive Victory for the canvassing event that we did? I'm trying to remember. Did we raise 60 or 70,000 in a day for that? These guys have Krystal Ball, Emma Vigeland. They've got, I think, Kyle Kuklinsky, Hassan Piker. They have all these people Am I reading this wrong? Are there zeros I'm missing? Their goal is to raise $15,000? What? What? That's like one Hassan outfit. How? I don't know. Is Hassan even advertising on this stream? Isn't he literally streaming the event?
This clip here, a random.
Oh, he was on earlier. I guess he's done now. We'll catch up to it up here. Damn, he's streaming over their event. Damn. Kyle Kuklinsky is too, to be fair. He was streaming as well, but.
With Progressive Victory to volunteer and also help out there because they're doing organizing efforts for candidates around the country as well.
Yeah, it's I think a really kind of rare thing to be able to get all of these candidates in one place towards like a shared ideological goal, and that's so missing, that level of vision right now with the opposition to Donald Trump, especially because like look what happens when you don't have that vision. This guy gets to be anti-war by default, despite everything we know about him and despite what we're seeing right now. It's really important that we push this agenda forward.
All right. Well, with that being said, I did not personally plan the run of show, so it is not my favoritism that has made my husband Kyle be the first person that we're going to throw to here. But young up and comer that we're hearing about more and more, Kyle Kuklinsky, host of Secular Talk and also co-host of Krystal.
Mr. Destiny, what the fuck happened with the populist brain rot infecting so many people in regards to foreign policy? The NDP, the party I support in Canada, is having a convention, and a premier legit started talking about the Epstein class during his speech yesterday. It was so fucking cringe. We're like in this populist moment. We need to fucking break out, dude. Holy shit. We need to get the fuck out of here. Holy fuck.
Kyle and friends. He put together a video that lays out the reasons why he thinks we're at war with Iran and what the stakes are. So let's go ahead and take a look at what Kyle had to say.
Like, just like everybody that's involved here, it's just like, they're just like the worst person. It's just like everything is just so horrible. There's like a black person that's running to go and murder like 3 kids. And there's like 3 people over here that are ready to stop him. You've got this guy who wants to, shoot him with a gun. And it's like, oh, that's awesome, dude. And he's like, yeah, I'm in the KKK. I kill all black people. And I'm like, okay. Well, I mean, at least you want to kill him, I guess. I mean, that's good. And then you got like this person over here who's got like a giant fucking knife. And I'm like, oh, you're trying to stop him, right? He's like, yeah, that's my dad. I want to steal all his fucking money. Her mom's already dead. And if he dies, I get everything. It's like, okay, I gotcha. All right. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm bringing this up because for the Iran war, I think the only reason these people don't like the Iranian war is just because in their mind, and it's partially true, is that it's driven by Israel. Like, that's the only reason why they're so fixated on it. That's my feeling. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope that they talk a lot about Russia, Ukraine in this. I really hope they talk about Russia and Ukraine at some point in this. They have Dylan Burns involved, so hopefully. But it's like every person involved in this anti-war stuff is just anti-war for like the worst. I just feel like for the worst fucking reasons. And they're not even anti-war. They're just anti-anything involving Jews. Oh.
Everybody, Kyle Kuklinsky here from Secular Talk. Before I start, I want to give a massive thank you to everybody who partook in organizing this anti-war rally that we're doing here. So much love to Progressive Victory. Much love to all the candidates that are participating in this. It's one thing for myself and Krystal and Hassan to come out here and give our anti-war talking points. It's a whole other thing for candidates who are...
Oh, somebody has it. I'm pretty sure we fundraised this in 8 hours. $69, almost $70,000. I think this was an 8-hour stream that we did, and they're struggling to raise $15,000. These people, I think I even donated. Did I donate $5,000 to this or $4,000 to this? I feel like I donated at least $1,000 to push it over the end, but I don't remember. Whatever, dude.
are running all around the country to come out here and lead the way also as activists, not just as politicians who are trying to ladder climb, who are trying to make a name for themselves. And it speaks amazingly of the character of the candidates that are joining us here, that they notice that this is like a historic moment where we need resistance, we need defiance, we need to stand up, we need to push back, and we can't afford silence in this moment. So much love to Oliver Larkin and Abdul El Sayed and Graham Plattner and Hartzell Gray and Shoykat Chakrabarti and Corey Bush, Claire Valdez, everybody who's every candidate that's partaking in this. Massive shout out to you. So what I wanted to talk to you guys about is just taking a look at what the numbers were like, the popularity was like going into Afghanistan, Iraq, and this war, and what that tells us about where we're at, okay? So the Afghanistan approval, when that war started, you ready for this? It was 92%, 92. And that's largely because we were just attacked on 9/11, so people felt like, I want to defend my country, like, of course, and we were told this is the way to do it. The Taliban is protecting Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda attacked us. We got to go over here, okay? 92%. Then we had the war in Iraq 2 years later, and they did a massive brainwashing campaign and propaganda campaign, lying to us and saying that Saddam Hussein was also responsible for 9/11, and that's why we have to go into Iraq. And they were able to successfully pull off that campaign as well, but the support at the beginning was 72% for the war in Iraq. Would you like to take a guess what the support was at the beginning of this war? The answer is between 35 and 40%. I've even seen polls as low as like 25%, 27%, polls as high as like 42%, but the average is between 35 and 40%. Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely nobody thinks this war needs to be done. There is nobody who...
It's so annoying, too, that they hop on, like, the most popular issue that literally everybody in the... Even MAGA is like, this is like a hold their nose and like, fuck around, I guess. But then they're using this to push their progressive candidates on an issue that, like, we all agree on anyway. It's not like you're offering anything unique here. Like, nobody likes this fucking war.
Who is truly convinced in their heart of hearts that, like, this is the right thing to do. We need to go in and start bombing little girls' schools in Iran and bombing oil depots and giving a city of 10 million people all sorts of illnesses like Gulf War syndrome and cancer. They're not fooling anybody. And so where we're at now in this country is they don't even bother to propagandize you anymore. They don't even bother to lie to you anymore. The empire just commits disgusting, vicious crimes right in front of your face with your tax money in your name, and they expect you to sit there and take it and not speak up. Not speak up on behalf of the little girls who were bombed in Tehran. Not speak up on behalf of the double-digit hospitals that were bombed there, and now we're also being attacked.
Wait, the argument for Iraq was not Saddam was responsible for 9/11. It was WMDs, right? It was different. Was it different in the States? So the argument for Saddam Hussein was initially related to Al-Qaeda. And the way that they, because I remember this in the media because I was alive and everything and functional all the time, that the way they initially sold this was that, like, the Al-Qaeda fighters, well, Al-Qaeda and the Taliban eventually became one thing in the American mind. And then the Taliban and Al-Qaeda would go to Iraq for medical treatment, and then they would get medical treatment there to go fight with us in Afghanistan. And then at some point, Saddam Hussein materialized WMDs to fight us also, I guess, maybe with Al-Qaeda and the Taliban all together and Pakistan. And so they all just kind of became this amorphous blob. But also to Americans, like Persians, Turks, like everybody's an Arab anyway. So it all kind of works. They're all stand nations and in the Middle East. So, you know, we'll basically go to war with anybody. Basically, yeah. What was the lore behind the Stardust PV tweet? Which one?
Attacked in Lebanon. It's actually triple digit in Lebanon. Israel has already attacked 100 hospitals in Lebanon, and they're stealing.
Is that all we're talking? Those are the only wars to talk about? The Middle Eastern ones?
Syndrome and cancer. They're not fooling anybody. And so where we're at now in this country is they don't even bother to propagandize you anymore. They don't even bother to lie to you anymore. The empire just commits disgusting, vicious crimes right in front of your face with your tax money in your name, and they expect you to sit there and take it and not speak up. Not speak up on behalf of the little girls who were bombed in Tehran. Not speak up on behalf of the double-digit hospitals that were bombed there, and now we're also being attacked in Lebanon. It's actually triple-digit in Lebanon. Israel has already attacked 100 hospitals in Lebanon, and they're stealing all of South Lebanon. Okay, so just realize what this means in the grand scheme of things. It means we are governed, not by politicians, not by serious people. We're governed by dead-eyed psychopaths and sociopaths and bloodthirsty imperialists, okay? That's what all the evidence points to. So the bottom line is, with this war, there was zero threat. Everybody knows there was zero threat. They weren't going to attack us. There wasn't even a theoretical argument about how they're going to attack us. In fact, a couple hours before this happened, a couple hours before the attack was launched, did you know that according to Oman's foreign minister, Iran had agreed to the strictest terms on their nuclear enrichment? They had agreed to zero enriched uranium stockpile, zero, and they still got attacked anyway. So then that leads to the biggest question, right? The biggest question here is why? Why the hell are we doing this? Why is Trump doing this? Why is Netanyahu doing this? As I call,
I'm edging right now. I'm waiting for Israel to be brought up so much. I'm edging.
The axis of Epstein. Why are they doing this? And I came up basically with 10 answers, and this could be
10.
Any one of them could be the correct answer, or it could be a mix of all of them. Okay, but the first thing is Donald Trump has always been a goddamn warmonger. He's always been a warmonger. I used to pull my hair out in the first term, pointing at his record, increasing drone strikes over 400%, appointing every single neocon in Washington D.C. to his cabinet, pardoning Blackwater war criminals who killed innocent civilians, massacring Qasem Soleimani, trying to coup Venezuela. I can go on and on. I don't need to, but you get the point. He's always been a warmonger. So the idea idea that he's ever been anti-war has always been bogus. He just lies half the time and pretended on the campaign trail that he was anti-war. That's the first thing. The second thing is Israel led the way here and made the call. Marco Rubio pretty much admitted this in the immediate aftermath.
Although he's had 10 reasons. That's a lot of reasons.
He said, look, Israel came to us and they said we're going to attack whether you're with us or not. And we decided, all right, we might as well join because there's going to be counterattacks that go after our bases, so let's just join in, okay? Then they tried to backpedal from that when they realized that they were announcing that they're beta cucks and that they're following Netanyahu, right? But that's another reason here. Israel led the way. Number 3, Trump had repeatedly said that Obama would do an attack on Iran to up his poll numbers. In fact, there's like probably double-digit tweets of his back when Obama was president where he said, looks like Obama's going to attack Iran because his poll numbers have gone down. Look out for that. He's going to do it, folks. He's going to do it. And then, of course, he ends up doing that, probably naively thinking this will make his poll numbers go up. But what he didn't realize is, hey, idiot, you have to manufacture consent for your attack. You can't just do it and expect everybody to cheer you on, right? So the fourth thing is,
wait, is it true that Zelensky was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, or is that just like meme tweets I saw? I don't know when they actually do this. I think I think that would actually be the worst thing that could happen to Ukraine. Like if Zelensky got a Nobel Peace Prize, I think that Trump would actually join Russia and just strip bomb all of Ukraine off the map.
And this one I think is the most under-discussed. Trump is certainly blackmailed by the Epstein files and Mossad. We all know.
The fact that Israel made this happen is absolutely so fucking sad, bro. The anti-Israel momentum is so strong. We're going to get some genocide again. It's consensus to hate Jews. I mean, yeah, but also, like, what the fuck, guys? I mean, what the fuck? It's because I'm pretty sure the far right in Israel, as much as the retarded lefties in the U.S. just don't understand it, I'm pretty sure the far right in Israel wants to be rid their relationship with the United States. Like, nobody is really that much of a threat. Like, people in the U.S. dramatically overestimate our support to Israel. Like, we do send the money, and it is helpful, but they're big boys. They can take care of themselves. And if they weren't shackled by the United States and the kind of pressure that we put on them to not be as fucking insane as they would be otherwise, I think they'd be happy if the U.S. was like, you know what, we're not working with you guys anymore. I think Netanyahu would be like, that's fucking great. And then he'd be shouting down at Egypt, and he'd say, open up the Sinai. We got a fuck ton of people. We're about to ship out. We're about to ship out. Eat these Palestinians up because they're not here anymore. They're gone. Gaza is empty. Jordan, get your lifeboats ready. We're shipping them across the Jordan River. You're getting all these Palestinians as well. And Israel will be like, fuck it. We're done with it. Do you think Israel or the U.S. should have bombed Iran? I think the first time you can make an argument for it. I don't want them to have nuclear weapons. That's bad. But we should be negotiating with Iran to make it so that they don't have nuclear weapons, right? To like have, rather than just bombing them, you know?
This one I think is the most under-discussed. Trump is certainly blackmailed by the Epstein files and Mossad. We all know about Epstein's connections to Israel.
Oh, why didn't we think about that? Oh, okay.
Trump is certainly blackmailed by the Epstein files and Mossad.
This is just such an obviously not true thing. Like, regardless of any conspiracy you might believe in his involvement or whatever else, like, the idea that he's like, if he was blackmailed from them, then why would Pam Bondi have made a big deal about them in the beginning of her tenure as Attorney General? Like, nothing about this makes sense. It's retarded.
We all know about Epstein's connections to Israel. Like, it's very obvious at this point. In fact, you're the conspiracy theorist if you don't acknowledge those ties at this point. But there's no doubt that they have pictures and videos of him with underage girls. And so when Netanyahu comes to him and says, look, we could do the regime change, or there might be some tapes that leak, I think he gets the picture, right? The fifth thing could be that, and this is just a fact, he's paid by the military-industrial complex, he's paid by Israel, so he's doubly incentivized to do the war, both because they can hold the blackmail over his head, but also because Miriam Adelson gave him hundreds of millions of dollars to do whatever Israel wants, and this is what Israel wants. We also should point out, the sixth thing, is that Trump was apparently told, repeatedly, that Iran tried to have him killed. I'm not kidding. This is actually out there. So one of the things Trump said in the wake of this attack was, he tried to get me, but I got him first. The seventh thing is that they want to steal Iran's resources in the same way that Trump abducted Maduro, started stealing Venezuela's oil, selling it on the market, made hundreds of millions of dollars, and put it in a personal bank account of his in Qatar. Very clearly wants to do the same thing, set up a similar situation. He tried to get me, but I got him first. The seventh thing is that they want to steal Iran's resources in the same way that Trump abducted Maduro, started stealing Venezuela's oil, selling it on the market, made hundreds of millions of dollars, and put it in a personal bank account of his in Qatar.
Wait, what is this? I've never heard this before. Is this a thing I'm just not read on? Is there...
Very clearly wants to do the same thing, set up a similar situation where there's a Delcy Rodriguez type character who runs Iran, who's basically our puppet, and lets Trump and the Epstein class steal all their oil and all of their natural resources. That absolutely is at the top of the list. The eighth thing is they want Iran to be a failed state because they don't want any regional pushback to Israel. Israel has a plan of creating a greater Israel in the Middle East, and basically what this is trying to give them everything they've ever wanted, right? If Iran's off the table as a regional power, that means Hezbollah can't be funded, Hamas can't be funded, the Houthis can't be funded, like the Shia Crescent falls, and then you have nothing but regional domination for Israel. They're well aware of that, and so they've always wanted to not even just do regime change in Iran. They want Iran to be a failed state. They want it to be like Libya, with open-air slave markets, okay? And then the ninth thing would be, he's surrounded by fundamentalists and religious freaks trying to fulfill...
What makes Iran having nukes more dangerous than Israel having them? Well, Israel is a Western-aligned democracy that's unlikely to use nuclear weapons for absolutely fucking insane reasons, at least as long as they're in our pocket. Whereas I don't know if I would necessarily say the same about the Iranian regime. I would say the prior Iranian regime is most likely not going to nuke anybody, but Israel's had nukes for, I don't know, what, 50-ish years, and they haven't nuked anybody yet, so.
Biblical prophecy, that's what Mike Huckabee is. Mike Huckabee said to Tucker Carlson's face that, hey, I think that Israel has a right to take the entire Middle East. I'm not kidding. This is what these people actually believe. There was that great article that came out recently, Jonathan Larson posted it, that about 110 U.S. soldiers went to the secular organization and said that at 30 different military bases, their commanders are ecstatic because they feel like this is a holy war, this is end times, this is going to usher in the rapture and Armageddon, and Jesus is going to come back on a winged horse and bring them up to heaven. That you have the U.S. military is openly saying these things out loud. So this sort of fundamentalist thinking is impacting all of our foreign policy. And then finally, Trump clearly thought that this war would be easy, like Venezuela. And he thought it'll make him an historic president, and that he'll go down in the history books. He'll be known for generations. He, in the same way that Israel wants to create a greater Israel, right, and expand through the sovereign territory and borders of other countries, Trump wants to extend the footprint of the United States. That's why he's always threatening to steal Greenland. That's why he repeatedly threatened to steal Panama. That's why he's talking about bombing Mexico, overthrowing Maduro in Venezuela, starving Cuba to death as they're doing right now, and not allowing in any fuel, and trying to put a puppet leader in there. Trump is desperately wants to, I should say, Trump desperately wants to do our version of a greater Israel. And in fact, Elon Musk's grandfather was part of this movement called the technocracy movement, I believe in the 1930s. And the whole idea behind that was expand the footprint of the United States of America and basically dominate our hemisphere. And that's what Trump wants to do here as well. And so those are the 10 reasons why Trump is doing it. It could be any one of these things, or it could be a mix of all of them. I, of course, am inclined to believe it's a mix of all of these things that led to his thinking on this. But the bottom line is here, and this is the most important thing to take away, guys. There's a reason why I call Israel and the U.S. the axis of Epstein, okay? There's a reason why I've said repeatedly that they're in the midst of creating the Fourth Reich, because that sincerely is what they're doing. These are genuinely repulsive, disgusting, wretched, depraved human beings, Jesus. Okay? They enjoy the pain and the violence and the suffering and the death and destruction that they inflict on the rest of the world. And there's not a humanitarian bone in their body. They would rip up the Constitution and use it for toilet paper in an instance. True. And it is absolutely accurate to compare these people to the worst criminals in history, to Mussolini, to Adolf Hitler. And so just understand what the goal here is. And people need to come to terms with the fact that in this instance, the U.S. government and the Israeli government, they are the terrorists. They are the terrorists. They are doing terrorism. MAGA is an imperialist, terrorist, fascist death cult. And it's time to take them down. It's time to fight back against this war. It's time to finally, for once, course correct this country.
Is this guy just left-wing Alex Jones conspiracy theorist at this point? Kyle Kuklinsky has always been that way. Just for some reason, my audience doesn't want to acknowledge it.
They're on the right path. We need to follow in the footsteps of the civil rights movement, of the women's rights movement. We need to follow in the footsteps of people throughout history who have dragged this country kicking and screaming to be a slightly better version of itself. But right now, everything's on the line because we have descended into fascism. And so it's time to fight back now, and that's what all you awesome people are doing here. So thank you guys for having me. And I could not endorse the candidates that are here enough, because anybody who's taking their time to do a big anti-war rally, you're a real one.
Wow. Cute. All right.
So thank you guys for having me, and I could not endorse the candidates that are here enough, because
Panel one.
Taking their time to do a big anti-war rally. You're a real one.
All right, y'all. Emma, he doesn't hold back.
I love Axis of Epstein so much. I've been using it so much in my daily life these days. So got to give Kyle credit for.
That was like a middle of the night, like, epiphany. Like, I mean, babe, wake up. Like, going to Axis of Epstein.
He is on the front lines of dark woke, and he's honestly leading the charge. So I'm just love what Kyle's doing. And when I first started getting interested in politics, his channel was a big deal on that front, opposing the Iraq War, and so he's remained very consistent. And here we are today.
Freaking epic.
Awesome. All right, well, it's kind of a perfect setup. We've obviously got a bunch of amazing friends who are up here with us now, who are all icons in their own right. Because Kyle was setting up there some of the reasons he thinks that we ended up in this horrific war, even though the American people are overwhelmingly opposed. And I would say also one of the really head-scratching things as we talk about, a democracy crisis is on the Democratic Party side. There is basically no one who supports this war in the base. But among the elected officials, it's a little bit of a different story. And we've seen, not just with this war, but with others, how there oftentimes is a bipartisan pro-war consensus. So what is going on with that? Well, there are a number of things, but one of them is certainly the influence of big money in politics. And in particular, the influence of AIPAC, which has come under incredible scrutiny, and a lot of people have gotten
Yes! Let's start this off by both sidesing it. Yes, true. Yeah, it's both parties. Both parties are the same. Yes.
And how how important and significant this one source of funding has been, thanks to the work of Casey Kennedy, who joins us, who's one of the co-founders of Track AIPAC. We also have with us Lily Greenberg Call. She is an organizer, she's an activist, she's a spokesperson. She became the first Jewish political appointee to resign in protest from the Biden administration over their support for genocide in Gaza. Incredibly courageous person. So grateful to you, Lily, for standing up and also for being here. We have Nida Alam, who just ran an incredible race down.
Well, what?
In North Carolina, and her perspective, she can speak to what it's like to have this flood of cash, not only from AIPAC aligned sources, but other big money, for example, AI aligned sources as well, coming into her race. And then, of course, my dear friend, Joy Reid, both fellow MSNBC refugees, and of course, Joy now has an extraordinary channel herself where she tracks all of the news of the day, but certainly has a particular focus on money in politics. So with that, Joy, I'll give you the first word here about, the impact of AIPAC and big money overall.
Finally.
Absolutely. Well, this is my first time on Discord, so I'm going to welcome myself to the platform as the auntie in the room here. I'm excited
feel the same way. I'm sorry.
I still can't figure it out.
I mean, we got on thanks to my husband. And I also want to say I always love being anywhere where Krystal is. This is my homie from the old school back in the old days of the artist formerly known as MSNBC. And we're gonna have to work on Kyle coming out of his shell. We're gonna have to get him to tell us how he really feels and stop being so shy and retiring and talking about the things he believes.
Very diplomatic in the way he communicates.
But I mean, I like that he laid out the causes for the war in the way that he did. Because I think it really gets to something that I believe, and it's not just my opinion, because, as journalists, we're here to give analysis and context, not our just sort of unschooled opinion. You don't want to hear my opinions about Donald Trump. It would be full of curse words, and you would probably not be able to let your aunties and grannies hear this Discord. But my analysis is very similar to Kyle's, in that as I've observed Donald Trump, and I've observed a lot of presidents, Donald Trump is not so much a president as he is a means to an end. And if you just observe the right over the past 150 years, really from the end of the Civil War on, the conservative movement, whether it's called itself the Democratic Party, the Dixiecrats, or the Republican Party, wherever that conservative wealth core has existed, it's always really had like one or two specific purposes. Their main purpose is to get back to a status quo ante sort of pristine capitalism, which is what the country started out as. If you think about enslavement, it's pristine capitalism, very low cost of labor, almost zero cost of labor, no unions, no pushback. And even white people who were not enslaved were dirt poor. There was barely any middle class. There was really nothing other than the elite, the wealthy white Christian men, and everybody else. And everybody else was chattel or a little better than chattel. That system, which we think of as a horrible era in American history, for a certain type of person was the best of times.
Okay, okay.
Was when America was great. The Gilded Age, similarly to them, a time when you really didn't have any thought that labor would ever stand up to you, when you could do to your workers whatever you wanted. It's better than slavery, but by degree, right? Trying to get back to that is hard because the things that you would have to propose to get
that's a wild statement, but okay, true. Barely better than slavery, true.
Back to that kind of pristine capitalism would be deeply unpopular with everybody who's gained, particularly since the 20th century. Well, who gained? Women, minorities, unions, children who were no longer used to child labor, women who were able to get, healthcare, abortion care, access to birth control. All the people who gained in the 20th century are a threat to you if you're trying to get back to that status quo ante. Well, what do you need to try to force a public that doesn't want to go back to the horrible times when most people were in economic misery? You have to give them a trinket. And Donald Trump is more a trinket than a president. Donald Trump is sort of this avatar for every elite, economic and financial elite person that wants something. He's the perfect way to get it because he bedazzles about 30% of the adults in this country, mainly white, but even increasingly some people of color. He bedazzles them. He dazzles them so much that he, in his presence alone, as the leader of a religious cult, can let you get almost anything. So if you are one of the big, Northrop Grumman or one of these big military companies that wants forever war because it's so profitable, he's your guy. He's going to do forever war for you. If you are a big AI company that wants to despoil the air and water in poor communities and build your AI infrastructure in their neighborhoods, he's your guy. If you're the prison industrial complex, he's going to create for you not mass deportation, but mass detention. It's even better. You can build concentration camps, private prisons. He's perfect for you. If you're on Wall Street, perfect for you. He's going to make you rich even as he makes your employees poor. You name it. Every economic elite loves Donald Trump. And you ask yourself sometimes why so many people, who you and I both know, Krystal, behind the scenes will tell you how much they hate Donald Trump. Republicans who despise him will stick with him to the bitter end because he's a means to an end. The Supreme Court, that are monarchists, about 5 of them who believe we should have what amounts to a king. Well, Donald Trump is perfect. He's the vehicle through which you can create the unitary executive theory. Even George W. Bush, not a bright man, stood in the way of a full unitary executive. We got a certain degree of surveillance and et cetera, but they didn't get to go all the way. Palantir, which came after 9/11, which has taken full advantage of the terror of 9/11 to build this massive surveillance state, they can go all the way with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a means to the end of everything horrible and rotten. If you're a religious fundamentalist Christian nationalist and you want to create a white Christian nationalist hellhole that's something like Gilead,
who's timing?
He's
Stop.
let you do that too. Project 2025 never would have passed, other than the beguiling sort of presence of Donald Trump. So I think Kyle has it right, and I think what the media is failing to do is making the linkages. They're treating each of these horrors as a separate story.
Wow.
For Israel, I'll close by
Rude.
saying this. For Israel, Donald Trump is the perfect president. Because Bibi Netanyahu has been trying to get an American president to use our blood and treasure to fight a war for him on 7 fronts in the Middle East so that he can at least promise his insane far-right base that keeps him in power, Eretz Israel. And Eretz Israel would require Israel to expand, quintuple its size by eating up half of Lebanon, parts of Iraq, parts of Egypt, most of Jordan, parts of Iran. They want to expand all the way from the Tigris and the Euphrates all the way to the Nile. And they can't do that without a failed state in Iran. And they can't be the hegemon in the region, a sort of European outpost hegemon in the region without a failed Iran. Same with Saudi Arabia. Works for them. If Iran fails and the whole region is destabilized, that's good for them too. So I think every bad guy on earth, and particularly as you said, the Epstein class, what do you call them? The Epstein cadre or whatever they are.
Axis of Epstein.
The axis of Epstein. Donald Trump, if you are a serial pedo that's in the Epstein files, you can guarantee that as long as Donald Trump is the president of the United States and Pamela Joe Bondi is running the Justice Department, you will never go to prison. So he serves every nefarious, wicked purpose on earth, just as one single president. It's why they will never let him go. And if he says he wants to stay in office until he dies, the Republican infrastructure, and unfortunately, some Democrats won't really stand in the way of letting him stay there forever.
Yeah, well, that's part of what we got to do tonight is to lift up some Democrats who will stand in the way of those things. Casey, I wonder if you could jump in because you and Corey did something that turned out to be very controversial, which was just to put out publicly available information in a digestible format about one of the more significant sources of funding in politics, which is AIPAC. And I'll tell you, I was at the little local King George County No Kings protest today, and there were people there with anti-AIPAC signs, which I never in my life would have thought would be possible. And it's not all you, but you guys had a lot to do with that. Just talk a little bit about why you thought this was important to shine a light on.
Yeah, so this was something I started learning about several years ago, but once it came really more into the public consciousness following October 7th and then the unfolding live stream genocide that we could all see, it was the lobby is something that I knew about, had some background information on that I'd just been doing in my own independent research, but a lot of people I knew didn't. And if I ever brought it up with anybody, they kind of looked at me like crazy-eyed, like, what are you talking about? There's no way there's this huge entity that has that much control. And the more you try to explain it and explain how deep-rooted it is and how widespread it is, it's just a lot for people to digest all at once. So that was really the root of me trying to figure out what is the best way for me to highlight what's going on in a way that's really tangible for people. So obviously everybody knows how corrupt our government is. Money in politics is a huge issue that is really at the forefront of why our elected officials are acting the way they are in an array of sort of things. So all the different issues, not just on Palestine. And so doing that research, I was just like, all right, let's highlight the money they take from the lobby. I haven't seen anybody really just highlight that in itself. So we started making the receipts and people just took off with it and it caught on like wildfire. One of the early criticisms that we got was like, why are you going after AIPAC? Like nobody knows what that is. And we were like, that is the point. This is one of the biggest players in American politics, electoral politics, particularly in the last couple election cycles, becoming like one of the biggest spenders in the entire country. So that was just something that we felt was, we really need to highlight where is the source of this, what's the driving force of this entity, and how can we kind of use that, make them as politically toxic as the NRA, basically. We just want to make them a political liability for anybody who works with them. And the more that they are known, the more people find out about them, the less popular they are and the less sway that they're able to hold.
And Nita, you have seen so AIPAC has kind of realized that they've got a branding problem, and especially with the Democratic Party base. So they have gotten more strategic and sort of savvier in the way that they mask their money. And so perhaps you could speak to that, because I think it's really important for people to understand. It's not enough anymore just to ask politicians if they won't take AIPAC money, because there's a variety of strategies that they're deploying.
Dude, I feel like neo-Nazis didn't even talk about Jews this much. Is this whole thing just going to be about Israel and AIPAC and wars related to Israel? Is that our whole political identity for these new weirdos that are popping up?
To make it so that it isn't technically AIPAC money, even though it's coming from the same set of donors. And you saw that directly in your race.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I saw it when I first ran for this seat in 2022, when it became the most expensive primary in North Carolina's history, with AIPAC coming in with
it's an AIPAC impact panel. My bad. True. Okay.
$1 million, and crypto billionaire Sam Bankman-Fried, who's now in jail for fraud, came in with another $2 million. And then in 2026, this election, we saw that shift from a lot of the work that Casey and Track AIPAC has done of educating folks, and just the local grassroots pressure that we were able to put on Representative Voosh, that at the end of 2025, she finally said she was no longer going to take support from AIPAC, even though it took 3 years into the genocide. It took her flying on an AIPAC-sponsored trip to Israel to take pictures with Netanyahu, sending billions of our taxpayer dollars to fund a genocide, for her to even take that stance. But it wouldn't have happened if it weren't for this education piece. And since she'd taken that pledge, and we had been able to outraise her, out-organize her in every way, that in the last week before the primary, that was when the establishment was kind of like, oh shit, like we're about to lose this seat. And we saw over $2 million dumped in the last 5 days of this race from the AI lobby of Anthropic, whose technology has been used in the strikes on Iran, whose technology was used in the illegal invasion of Venezuela to kidnap their president, as well as through these shadow PACs, where essentially AIPAC is setting up, or AIPAC-aligned donors are setting up these PACs to funnel in their donors into races that the candidate has said disavowed AIPAC, or that they know that it's going to cause backlash. And we saw what they did in Illinois with the Elect Women, the progressive.
Wasn't Act Blue like $1 billion, while AIPAC was around 50 million? I think Act Blue is just a fundraising platform, so anybody can donate through Act Blue. I think AIPAC is one of the largest lobbyist groups in the U.S., is my understanding? Somebody can confirm around that.
Change PACs, the way that they were spending on behalf of another candidate to take votes away from Kat Abu Ghazali. The way that they were working, but also it backfired for them there, because we saw that their preferred candidate of Fine didn't.
No, they're not. Aren't they one of the largest individual lobbyist groups? I don't know. Link me the list.
Make it through. We saw the same PAC that was used in my race. It's called Article 1 PAC. It's the same group that was spent against Ana Lilia Mejia. And what's unfortunate is that within our Democratic Party, is that our establishment doesn't seem to realize that.
Do you think conceding to these people that AIPAC is a problem is worth or not? I mean, my issue wouldn't necessarily be with AIPAC. My issue would be if you want to talk about like particular issues, like if you don't support Israel's whatever bullshit. I think that's fine to talk about. I think you can talk about AIPAC, but I don't know if it's necessarily AIPAC is the problem, or if the issue is just how we do political lobbying and stuff in the United States. That maybe there should be, different types of organizations shouldn't be allowed to like the setup that we have right now with our like the Super PAC C4 shit, where you can donate infinite amounts of money to an org that just doesn't have to announce itself as a political cause or whatever. It's not good. I don't think it's a good setup for the United States. Like, I think that's worth talking about, but I think the hyperfixation on AIPAC is probably coming from another place, would be my guess.
The base is just against war in general. Like the narratives that we hear from folks are like, oh, well, we're against Trump's war. We're against Trump's invasion. And it's like, yes, we're against that, but we're against any war. Just if the president was a Democrat, we wouldn't be for the war then either. We wouldn't be for us using our taxpayer dollars to bomb children. And unfortunately, and this is one of the reasons I run, is that there's such a deep disconnect between our elected leaders at the federal level to the people and the human beings of the West. And that's why they're able to just send these billions of dollars, write these blank checks to send bombs, to destroy hospitals, destroy schools, tear apart families, and then turn a blind eye. You know, my opponent, Representative Voosh, and there were several forums when she was asked about her funding and support from AIPAC. And in one of the forums, she was questioned about why did you take this money? And her response was, well, I didn't know who they were. How do you take over $2 million from an organization and not know who they are?
That is so incredibly dishonest.
Yes. And then on top of that, she was later then, it was at another forum. And I said that I'm proud to be the only candidate in this race that has not accepted.
Oh man, dude. At some point, if I give a fuck, we'll really study like the structure of these orgs. Like when they say take $2 million from AIPAC and didn't know much about the org, like you can't take $2 million from AIPAC if you have if you're a candidate, you can't accept more than $5,000 from any individual. And then if you have a PAC that works alongside the candidate to win an election, they can't take more than, I think, is it $3,000 from any individual. So when they say AIPAC gave $2 million, do they mean AIPAC donated $2 million to some like a super PAC or a C4 in the area, and then that thing was kind of campaigning alongside her issues? Or because you might not know every org that donates to like neighboring super PACs or whatever, but I mean, I don't know if any of these people have any fucking idea about how the structures of anything work either. I don't know.
Dissent from corporate PACs, the pro-war lobby, and I have not spent billions of our dollars to fund the killing of over 70,000 Palestinians. And her response was, I haven't funded the killing of anyone. What do those billions of dollars towards bombs go to?
Yeah.
They're not building homes. They're not building communities.
I was telling you, you ran 2 incredible races, came this close, and you forced her to take new positions. So incredibly, incredibly important there. We've got some new folks, some young up-and-comer you may have heard a little bit about, especially recently in the news, the extremely controversial Hassan Piker. Hassan, great to see you.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I hope that we can start off with 10 condemnations and disavowals before we continue.
Let me just go through the panel here and ask everyone if they could just real quick condemn Hassan Piker, please.
Major back to order? Like, how are we doing this?
Condemn.
Mayo.
Leah, I'm going to get to you in just a second, but Hassan, I know that you have kind of limited time, and I saw you're on at the No Kings rally today. What was that? What was that experience like? Are people upset? Like, what's the vibe after all of this news coverage about you?
Are people upset at me? No, obviously, if that's what you're asking. But the vibe is always the same at these.
What exactly is the problem with what they're talking about? The issue is that these progressives and tankies are hyper-fixated on one issue, which is Israel. And then 2, they always attack the left on it because they say that the Democrats aren't left enough. So most of the damage these guys are doing are from inside the Democratic Party, and they're doing it by hyperfixating on an issue that Americans just don't care that much about. Like, Israel is not going to be a driver for the Democrats winning elections. They might be a driver to get some Democrats to lose by turning out or by discouraging enough of possibly the base in close elections, maybe. But they just hyperfixate on one issue that's not really that important, and that's not. And the way that they do it is just literally by just attacking the Democratic Party. There's a reason why when these guys are championing candidates, they're almost always in deep blue districts. They're not trying to compete with Republicans for seats. They're just fighting other Democrats for seats. It's just fucking annoying.
Rallies, there's a lot of kind-hearted liberals, like self-identifying liberals that unfortunately don't have the language to like adequately communicate exactly what their frustrations are. Because there's a limitation there where I think that's part of the reason why they express like no kings, right? It's all encompassing. But they're very clearly agitated with not only the Republican Party, not only with Trumpism, MAGA, but they're also somewhat frustrated with the Democratic Party due to the Democratic Party's feckless indifference to all of these problems that are taking place from the domestic issues, the issues around the economy, but certainly the endless wars that we are waging for no discernible reason. But yeah, what's always interesting to me is the demographics. It's always like older, somewhat well-to-do white liberals that are primarily attending these sorts of movements. It's very diverse. It's much more diverse this time around, and there were a lot of people.
I noticed that too.
But I do see it as somewhat of a pressure valve where like clearly people are frustrated and they just don't really know what to do. And that is that is born out of the fact that the options, the more productive, historically, the more productive forces of pressure have been totally eradicated in this country. And I'm of course talking about like labor militancy. So that's why there's no political education to be able to properly express these desires, and there's no real like pressure point that they can lean into that revolves around organizing. So we just kind of walk around the street a little bit, bang some drums, and feel a little bit better about ourselves. Now, to say all of that doesn't mean that this is utterly unproductive. I'm not criticizing it at all. I think it's always great when people go outside and show that they have the numbers and show this administration that is somewhat responsive to big crowd sizes, as we know, that there are a lot of people who hate them. So it's good.
I think it's also just like gives people some courage to see the numbers out in the streets too. And hello also to Oliver and Hartzell here, two fantastic candidates who've stepped up to run. And Hassan, I don't know if you know Lily Greenberg Call. You probably remember she resigned from the Biden administration over their policy of pursuing genocide. So Lily, maybe you can speak to some of what it looks like from the inside and some of the the reasons why the Democratic Party did fund a genocide and didn't refuse to put Palestinian American on the stage at the DNC, and why the leaders have been very tepid in particular. And they'll say, oh well, Trump isn't consulting with us about the war or isn't planning the war properly, but to get just a full-throated condemnation seems to be pulling teeth.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think folks at this point are really, like everything that Joy said, everything that Kyle said, I think the public is really aware of the reasons why Democrats are unable to truly condemn the war and also, truly condemn and then use their power and leverage as, representatives of the U.S. Congress or folks in the administration, leadership, American government officials to actually try and change anything on the ground in Palestine. I mean, one of the reasons why I think my story made the splash that it did was unfortunately that I was the only Jewish official to publicly leave. There were some folks who left privately, and I wish that they had shared why they left and used what felt like an important role that Jewish Americans have to play, and especially Jewish Americans in government, but also because that I grew up very pro-Israel, and I used to be involved with AIPAC when I was young, because that was just what my community did. If you cared about politics, which I did, because I was a nerd, and if you cared about Jews, in particular, you were pro-Israel. It was whether you were a Democrat or Republican, it didn't matter. And for me, also growing up I grew up in San Diego in a more conservative community with a lot of Republicans, Israel was kind of the one thing that we could agree on. And so I spent a lot of time in that space and started to change my mind as I got to college and got to actually meet Palestinians and be confronted with the reality of the history of the state of Israel that I was only told very propagandized, very whitewashed history of. But also as Trump was elected and it became very clear to me, I was like, why am I sharing space with white nationalists and with Christian evangelical right wingers who and why do these people feel empowered to tell me what to do, right? To tell me not to walk out of an AIPAC conference where Trump is speaking, which is something that really happened. This guy with a giant wooden cross looked at me and said, "This is really not polite of y'all." And I was like, hold on, I thought people were here because they cared about Jews and American Jews. And again, I was like 20 or 18, but all of that, that kind of like ugliness rising to the surface is what helped to break a lot of the cracks for me. And then working in the administration, even when I went in, was already moving to the left in a lot of ways and was very clear-eyed about the role of AIPAC and the role that corporate interests play. But it was another thing then to see the genocide unfold and to see that, I was organizing massive dissent throughout the government, Capitol Hill staffers, administration, people across ages, rank, folks at the State Department, folks where I worked at Interior, it didn't matter. It felt like pretty much everyone around me, for varying reasons, thought that we weren't doing enough and thought that our policy of unconditional support for war crimes that was in violation of our own laws and was also going against both the expertise of people in government and the majority of opinion of American voters. We were all on the same page, but our bosses wouldn't listen, and people just were incredibly boxed out.
I don't think it's anti-Semitism for most people. I think it's a genuine belief that Israel's doing a Holocaust right now, literally the same as evil as a Nazi state. So anything that's remotely associated with Israel is viewed as the same lens as collaborating with the actual Third Reich. It's almost impossible to be rational with this mindset. I think I half agree with you, but the problem is that it cashes out and basically, it's more anti-Semitic than the Republican Party was racist, because you end up with statements where it's every single person who's a Zionist is evil and terrible, and which is 90% of Jews, or every single person in Israel is actually an evil, terrible person, which is half the Jewish people on the planet, right? It's the statements become so broad and sweeping that it's at the end of the day, you're effectively at a position where you hate more Jewish people than conservatives would even hate for black people. It's just a crazy position in my opinion.
And I've had Palestinian friends of mine get told to their face by members of Congress, we sympathize with you, you have the moral argument, but until you bring us money or votes, nothing is going to change. And I think that it's clear to, incredibly, that's how if you want people to care about government or care about democracy, like that's a really good way to do it. But I think it's very clear to everyone now that AIPAC functions as like a right-wing organization, and that it's a combination of industries, as y'all were saying. Like it's tech, it's AI, it's defense contractors, but it's also just the corporate powers that be, and it has nothing to do with protecting Jewish safety, of course, and nothing to do with protecting the interests of the American people. And it's not even just about foreign policy, because all of these things are connected. Our war economy lines the pockets of billionaires here. Tech makes a lot of money, in the ICE and deportation and incarceration system. Like all these industries profit from forever war and incarceration and deportation, and those are the people who give the most money to our representatives. And because of the way our political system is set up, which needs to be fundamentally changed, the people who give that kind of money are the ones that people in power listen to. And yeah, I mean that is unfortunately the reality. I think that there is a shift in terms of being able to buy. It is harder now, and it will continue to get harder to buy people's votes because we have access to internet and social media and the kind of platforms like the one we're on right now that help people break through some of the mainstream media and just the lack of education and lack of political education in this country. But that's also why these mass mergers of all these media companies are going through, and why someone like Jeff Bezos even wants a newspaper in the first place, because they want to control the flow of information that reaches voters. And that's one of the reasons why I don't know how familiar people are on this call with the organization called The New Policy that was founded by two of the other folks who resigned from the administration. But I'm doing some work with them and supporting them because I do think it's going to take a combination of outside pressure and people who know how to play the inside game, and to really change the politics around Israel Palestine and create those new incentive structures within Washington.
Well, we really admire you for the journey that you took and also the courage that you showed to come forward. It was incredibly important, and for the work that you're doing. And Lily, Casey, Joy, Nida, thank you guys so much. I could talk to any one of you guys for the whole night, but we have a million guests in the lineup. So thank you all so much. Love you guys. Great to see you. And Hassan, I think one of the strategies, in terms of you have these mainstream politicians who realize now that they are wildly at odds with the base of the party, is now, I mean, I think this is part of what's happening with the whole decision to demonize you, even after Cuomo tried this and it didn't work too well in the mayor's race, is they also don't want to have to talk to you because they know they're going to have to answer questions that are going to make them look really bad. So I think.
Oh my God, give me a fucking break. One of the things that I hate the most, I've complained about this a lot, is that everybody now, Trump, Hassan, all these tanky loser fucks, everybody lives in these worlds where they're too afraid to talk to anyone. Oh, Constantine did it with me afterwards. They will not talk to people that will challenge them on issues. But then they turn around and they get ass pain when other people won't have critical conversations with them that they think they can roast on a particular issue. It's so fucking cowardly.
I think that's part of what's going on here too. Alyssa Slotkin, I think, was one who was that's out of bounds, Well, she doesn't want to have to answer the questions that you would put to her.
Shitting on Slotkin again. That was the senator from from Michigan, right? The senator from Michigan that Krystal brought on to fucking roast about Israel-Palestine. Okay, good one. Good one.
Yeah, I find it really funny because I never invited them onto my show. They're just saying that they refuse to talk to me ahead of time, and it's very funny because
it's because they were asked by the Politico or New York Times or whatever, right? What do you mean? What?
There are some establishment liberals that have wanted to come on the show, and I've kept it private in the past, but one of them actually happened. My refusal happened in front of a New Yorker journalist, and I didn't realize that wasn't off the record. So that's. If you want to find a name, I'm not going to say it, but it's on a New Yorker magazine article. Now, what's interesting is, you nailed it. These guys don't want to have that conversation at all, and I think what they are trying to do, what they think is they're operating with the old guard mentality, where they think it's very prestigious for a random Twitch streamer to appear alongside a politician. It's giving them credibility. It's very prestigious for a random Twitch streamer to get favorable media coverage from legacy publishers, like the New York Times. We went to the Vanity Fair's Oscar party. We have to do something about this. And what they don't understand is that in the new media environment that we exist in. I get a lot more real, broad awareness out there when I appear on Theo Von's show. That's just the reality. The eyeballs and the attention are, maybe fortunately or maybe unfortunately, in the hands of people who are in new media, which don't have these similar attitudes, don't have this kind of a gatekeeping perspective. And it's not necessarily good for me when a politician comes on my show. As a matter of fact, I get inundated with smears. It's good for them. I do it because...
Wait, it's not good for me when a politician comes on my show because they get inundated with smears. Wait, what?
Really good for me when a politician don't have this kind of a gatekeeping perspective. And it's not necessarily good for me when a politician comes on my show. As a matter of fact, I get inundated with smears.
I get? Oh, maybe he's saying I get, not they get. I misheard him, I think.
And it's not necessarily good for me when a politician comes on my show. As a matter of fact, I get inundated.
I get. Oh, he says I get around.
With smears. It's good for them. I do it because there are politicians that I want to hype up. I mean, Oliver's in here right now. He was one of the people that we both fundraised for and also had on and interviewed. So I think a lot of people
know
understand it.
Oliver's running against Jared Moskowitz in Florida in a Democratic primary, and very important race there.
Moskowitz is the awesome guy, right? This guy, damn. What do we not? Is he Jewish? Moskovitz? Is that a Jewish name? This is, or is it a German name? I don't fucking know. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess rip that guy. No, I'm just kidding. Primary all the Dems. Yes. Primary them. Yes.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, most people understand that, and that's precisely the reason why they are hearing, you know, Third Way make a big fuss about this issue and demanding that Democrats draw a line in the sand, and maybe even getting a little bit of help from some of the other advocacy groups and lobbying arms that we have heard from earlier. I'm of course referencing Israel. That politicians do these sorts of call-out posts.
Israel or AIPAC? Those are two different things, but okay.
It is really remarkable that they've chosen a 90 to 10 issue in the Democratic Party's base to like draw a line in the sand over, because most people understand that this is not about perceived anti-Semitism or anything like that. It's absolutely about genocide. It's absolutely about apartheid, and it's absolutely about denying aid to Israel, like conditioning aid to all countries, but certainly denying aid to Israel for its crimes. It's illegal in our laws for us to give a single dime to Israel, because they're very clearly using it to violate our laws and violate international human rights laws.
Yeah. I also want to welcome in Qasim Rashid. He is a human rights lawyer, author, former congressional district candidate out my way in Virginia, and very courageous person as well. And mentioned before Hartzell Gray, but just to give people the details there, he's a Democratic Socialist. He's a former NPR host. He's running for Congress in Missouri's 4th Congressional. Is that Kansas City, Hartzell?
Yep, KC. That's us.
Very nice.
It's a Super Bowl district. I don't know if you knew that.
Gotcha. Hartzell, what are you seeing in your race in terms of how animated people are about the war right now?
Yeah, and if I can start real quick, just to kind of piggyback on the AIPAC conversation. So before we had even announced our race, so we were actually running in the 5th against.
What was AIPAC doing before you even announced?
Democrat. This is before the gerrymandering assaults, right? And so at the time, we hadn't gone public with our race at all. We had done some preliminary paperwork and things like that. But I'm on Insta. It's a Sunday night, and I get a random DM, and the person says that, "Hey, congrats on your race," and she has it all laid out for me. And she says, "I'm with one of the biggest lobbying firms in the country. Would love to reach out and have a conversation." Like literally says lobby in the email. Like it's crazy, right? So
why is that crazy? The lobby firms usually identify themselves as such, no? What?
To my campaign manager, and like no ifs, ands, or buts, like masked all the way off. It literally said her name at AIPAC.com. And
what? Oh my! What? Oh my God, that's crazy.
So what we did immediately was go hit up our friends at Track AIPAC. So shout out Casey one more time. But it is just another example of trying to buy off another black face to shill and stump for a genocide and an apartheid and an ethno-national state. And so this is the kind of game, and to them this is a game, but it is a real life, it is our lived experience for us. But to them it is just a pawn, a chess piece. And at the time, by the way, Cleaver is an AIPAC candidate, the 20-year, 80-plus-year-old incumbent. So they are still going to hedge their bets for the young black dude as opposed to shilling for Israel with the old black dude, right? And so that is just right off the bat. I wanted to say how much like this is this is an assault on democracy in the guise of human rights for a marginalized group, and I just think that that is disgusting, to be honest with you. So what I'm seeing on the ground, I am seeing people who have worn the Trump hat 3 times, will vote for him another 3 times, which I think is probably their plan, I think, at this point. And what they know about Trump, to quote some of the evangelical words, it's like they know Trump is an imperfect vessel, right? But it is the MAGA Republican congressman they have, who I'm going up against, Mark Alford, who is supposed to soothe Trump's worst angels. So I can't get them to say that Trump sold them down the river to Israel. But what they are telling me when I knock those doors, they're saying, hey, Mark Alford sold us down the river to Israel. Because our folks understand that, private equity who are taking up our apartments in downtown Kansas City are also taking up the apartments in rural America, but also their farms, right? So why are we sending bombs to blow up babies in schools when we could be, funding rural hospitals here, or just making sure we guarantee universal health care, housing, a guaranteed job? Like, our folks are feeling this. Missouri is the show me state, and these folks are showing their asses. And so what we are doing is we are coming after theirs. And that is a populist strain. Like, this is a red state that also voted to raise the minimum wage. This is a red state that voted to get rid of right to work. They gave paid time off. Now, the Republicans, they of course have fought us at every turn. We codified abortion. Now it's back on the ballot. Make that make sense. So again, like, this gerrymandering fight is happening now, but it's something that us working people, we have been under the thumb of the empire. We understand what this is. Our folks who are profiting off of our pain, right? Profiting off of genocide. What we should be doing when it comes to domestic security, or whatever we want to call it, let's actually make sure that the global south is going to be around for a while. How about we make sure that we fund UNRWA? How about we make sure that we do peace through peace, because peace through strength doesn't make any sense.
Well, Hartzell, that's a great way for us to kind of turn our conversation to Qasim here. You're a human rights lawyer, obviously. There's like this kind of, I would say, ignorant understanding within some Democratic Party consultants that nobody votes on foreign policy, and then if it doesn't affect their pocketbook immediately, that it's not going to be a motivating issue at the polls. What has your experience been in relation to that kind of theory?
Well, the short answer is that it's a crappy theory that's been disproven repeatedly. But before I even dive into that aspect of it, that theory could have some merit, some legitimate merit, if the Democratic Party had been a party that championed working people, if it worked on getting corporate money out of politics, if it worked on raising the living wage when they had the trifecta, and not letting the Jim Crow filibuster prevent them from doing something as basic as that. If Biden and Harris had fought to extend the child tax credit, which once it expired because they capitulated to Manchin and Sinema, childhood poverty raised by 33% literally overnight. If they had canceled student debt, if they passed universal health care.
Odds on them thinking USAID is American imperialism. All of these people think USAID is imperialism. When you guys, I see sometimes you guys tweet out things, either you don't understand or maybe people are trying to prove a point. But when people are like, if the genocide in Gaza is so bad, you know, well, the USAID thing must be really bad too. Why is nobody talking about that? Because the guys that think that the Gaza stuff is 100% a genocide and Israel is a Nazi nation think that USAID was just an imperialist project by the US and it was also evil, so they'll never support that. I would be surprised if anybody here mentions USAID positively, but we'll see.
So they make this stupid argument, but then in the meantime, when you ask them about working families issues, they're abysmal. People forget that under Biden and Harris, forget the inflation part of it, that was tied to COVID, and the US did actually better than most of the developed world on the inflation side. But on the sheer wealth and income inequality, the United States continued to be the worst in wealth and income inequality in the developed world. 60% of Americans can't even make ends meet. So this argument that they vote with their paycheck, if the Democratic Party, if the establishment actually believed that, then have some goddamn policies that reflect that. But beyond that, what we know from more than 30 surveys conducted during the 2024 election was that the number one issue, and IMU did a poll right after the election as well, the number one issue was, why are we funding a genocide in Palestine right now? Why are we sending 30...
In what? Wait, for what polling?
No, for more than 30 surveys conducted during the 2024 election, was that the number one issue, and IMU did a poll right after the election as well, the number one issue was, why are we funding a genocide?
I don't know where that came from, but okay.
In Palestine right now. Why are we sending $38 billion to a regime that's being credibly accused of war crimes and genocide when my kid can't get enough to buy school lunch or I can't afford basic daycare? And so I think this is the disconnect of the domestic policy that isn't serving working people and then not recognizing that people aren't stupid and they see that Israel has universal health care, we don't. They have free college tuition, we don't. They have abortion access, we don't. You're not inspiring people to come out and vote for you. You're simply pointing out your own hypocrisy and not realizing it. The last thing I'll point out is that Biden ran on Build Back Better. That was his shtick, right? That you elect me, I will save the soul of America, I will restore order, I will restore a sense of decency. And then the second they ran into a tiny bit of opposition from within their own party, they just dropped it completely. And we saw Harris do the same thing as well. Ran a strong campaign at the start, and the second her brother-in-law said, hey, maybe lay off on the attacks on the corporate executives, we saw that whole thing shift again. And I think until the Democratic Party establishment recognizes that we need more than...
He said IMU poll, Institute for Middle East Understanding. Oh, that's what he's referring to. Oh, gotcha.
And just slogans. It can't be just, that meme of the difference between Republicans and Democrats is Republicans will bomb a brown country and Democrats will put a pride flag on a plane and bomb a brown country. Like, the difference cannot just be that. It has to be substantive. And until that happens, we're going to keep losing elections.
True.
So Hassan, you raised money for Oliver. You did some. Yeah. You guys streamed together. So Oliver,
yeah,
was that,
we raised
how did that go for you guys?
Materially.
You guys streamed together. So Oliver,
yeah,
was that,
we raised
how did that go for you guys?
Did you say $6,000 or 60 grand?
For Oliver, you did some. Yeah. You guys streamed together. So Oliver, was that
we raised
how did that go for you
60.
guys?
Okay, it's better.
Materially changed the course of our campaign, and I think that was really just a flashpoint in what so many people across the country have been feeling, and honestly why Hartzell and I came together to help organize this event, which with such an incredible lineup, I can hardly believe how many people are participating. But it makes an awful lot of sense, because when Jared Moskowitz came out against the Rokon and Thomas Massey War Powers resolution, Jared Moskowitz went so far as to call it the Ayatollah Protection Act. That was just an insult. It was a slap in the face to his colleagues, and that was really the first moment. I've been running against Moskowitz since last year, and he's been awful on many different issues preceding this, but this was a flashpoint because he was giving Donald Trump a blank check to take us into war, when my generation, Hartzell's generation, our communities have been completely divested from to spend trillions and trillions of dollars overseas. And so it occurred to me that, yes, I need to elevate this fight against Jared Moskowitz, but there are candidates waging this fight all across the country against AIPAC Democrats, against AIPAC Republicans, and so that we needed to organize. And that's my background is as an organizer, but going on Hassan's stream, and I find it really irritating, but also a little bit humorous, because not to compare Hassan at all to Joe Rogan, but I do remember a discourse around a certain Democratic candidate for president, an independent from Vermont, going on Joe Rogan in 2019, and people lost their freaking minds that Bernie Sanders went on Joe Rogan's show. And then fast forward 4 years, why didn't Kamala Harris go on Joe Rogan's show? So I can see a scenario where people are scolding Democrats for going on Hassan's stream now, but this is a platform that is going to be decisive in 2028. The online space, Hassan's speaking truth to power, like calling out the genocide, calling out the neo-colonial apartheid state of Israel. This is becoming a bipartisan
neo-colonial apartheid state. God damn.
Partisan issue. I mean, we ran a poll in our district.
By the way, that's also a thing. This is like 12 layers deep, but calling Israel a colony state is technically anti-Semitic. I don't know if this guy is even aware of that, but the talking point is always that Jews were, at least the Jews that are there today, never came from the Middle East, so therefore it is a colony or project of Europe or some other place. And so when the Jews are leaving Israel, what they would want to happen, the Jews need to go back somewhere else. So when you call, because that's always, that should be the question you ask, like colonial, colony, what is Israel a colony of? They'll give some other place a colony of Brooklyn or of Europe, and they need to go back there or whatever. But I don't even know if this guy's aware of how deep that goes. I don't know.
Earlier this month, and for those who aren't aware, I'm running in sunny South Florida, one of the hotbeds of AIPAC candidates. I'm running against Jared Moskowitz. We've got Debbie Wasserman Schultz right next door. There's this perception that South Florida is uniquely different or uniquely less caring about sending U.S. taxpayer dollars to bomb children overseas and to perpetuate a genocide. We ran a poll, and by a 2-to-1 margin, people want to condition, reduce, or completely eliminate military aid to Israel relative to those who want to continue funding this genocide as Donald Trump drags us into war, as Israel invades Lebanon and creates 1 million refugees. And my perspective is we just have to be open and honest. We need to have a family conversation about AIPAC's influence in our democracy. AIPAC endorsed 109 insurrectionist Republicans after the 2021 attack on the Capitol. In that very next midterm, AIPAC doesn't care about democracy. AIPAC cares about what AIPAC cares about, which is the corporate interests, the billionaire class, and perpetuating this U.S. colony in the Middle East that is only able to exist with our taxpayer support. Well,
oh, maybe he does know. Okay, the U.S. colony based. All right, Jesus.
We're getting affordable housing divested from. When we got $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts, they're asking for $200 billion for this war with Iran. Where do you think that money came from? It's coming from the $1.1 trillion in Medicaid cuts. Meanwhile, we can't have public transportation or affordable housing. So I was more than glad to go on Hassan's stream. This is, we need, as Democrats, we need to go into these spaces. As a democratic socialist, there's a lot about our campaign that is challenging assumptions about South Florida. But what I can tell you is that at the No Kings protest in Fort Lauderdale today, I was standing on the beach speaking to a few thousand people. And when I said South Florida deserves our Zoran Mamdani too, we deserve democratic socialism in our community too, because the working class is all across the country. The working class exists in blue districts, in purple districts like ours, and in red districts.
Why do they have a problem with Zionism, which is just someone thinking Israel's right to exist as a Jewish majority state and not just anti-Netanyahu? Does Zionism equal world over them? Well, because in their mind, Jewish people weren't really in Israel until they started to come over prior to World War I. And so the whole Zionist project necessitates the removal of Arab people. So that's why it's a bad, they view all Zionism as being a bad thing, basically.
And if we just speak to that, if we speak honestly and authentically about our experience as working people, I'm 33 years old. I never even ran for student council, but I'm doing this because our country needs to change. We need to change, and this Democratic Party needs to change.
I guess that temple just appeared out of thin air. Wonder who built that. I don't know if you're memeing when you say that, but that's one of the reasons actually why any type of digging or any type of land excavation or whatever near the old temple or whatever near the Temple Mount is so insanely contentious. It's because a lot of the Palestinian mythos kind of relies on the fact that there were no Jews there ever, and if the Israelis were to dig something up and find some evidence of some temple or whatever, they would all collectively kill themselves, unironically.
And so that's maybe putting a pin on it, but I would very much encourage any candidate that is curious about going into these spaces, do it, because this is a community, the online space, this is decisive in our elections now. This is where people intake information, they build community, they process information, they disseminate it. And if we're not engaging in these spaces, then Qasim's right. Democrats will continue to lose. We have to be honest, and we have to be bold and unafraid of the attacks of anti-Semitism when we know we're just standing up for human rights.
It's also just, it does remind me of Zoran's election, because right after Trump wins, all these Democratic strategists are like, we've got to win back the young men. How can we do that? And then here's this candidate who is, phenomenally popular with young men, and they're like, no, not like that. And same thing, Hassan, you speak to a lot of young men who really look up to you, who could easily be, if they got on the wrong algorithm and were swayed in a different direction, you could imagine them in, a right-wing.
Reminder, Hassan was probably the best person in terms of like physical appearance and everything else that could have gone and done all the anti-red pill shit, and he avoided all those people like the plague because he was too afraid to go on other platforms, by the way.
Nick Fuentes or whatever audience. So quite to the contrary of you being some raging anti-Semite, I would be hard-pressed to think of someone who has done more to combat anti-Semitism than you.
These are some of the... I don't know who you're trying to pretend this is the case here. Like Hassan actually combats anti-Semitism more than anyone else, as he calls every single Jew a bloodthirsty dog, rat, whatever other comments he makes. Like, okay, dude.
Of you being some raging anti-Semite, I would be hard-pressed to think of someone who has done more to combat anti-Semitism than you, because you're always extraordinarily careful to say, I'm not talking about all Jewish people the way that...
Oh, they're careful to say... They also do the same conservative dog whistle stuff, right? I'm not racist. Fuck, what was that one? Is it Jordan or Lucas? My edgelord rapper? Some people call it cringe rap. I'm not racist. I'm not racist.
That Zionists want to, like Netanyahu, want to conflate all Jewish people with the genocidal actions of this, apartheid state.
Isn't it just a matter of fact that Jews predated Muslims? How would digging around the Temple Mount change that? I don't know how they rationalize it. There's different ideas, I think. Some is that there might be Jews that predated Muslims, but all the Jews that predated the Muslims are only the Jews that stayed there in Israel and eventually became Muslims once it was conquered by the caliphates, basically. Yeah, so the Jews that showed up afterwards, the Ashkenazi ones who are of European descent, are strictly Europeans that are coming in that have no ties at all to that land historically whatsoever. loser.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do my very best to such a degree that people sometimes can get annoyed. I mean, even Kyle was like saying you have to do so much throat clearing every single time you talk about Israel. Like, we get it. It's just, unfortunately, the media environment that we're in. And I will say,
it's so AIDS too, because there are, like, I've seen these people. We call them out and I see them on stream, but there are Jews who will like say any criticism of Israel is fucking anti-Semitism. It's like, oh my god, bro, get the fuck out of here. But then you've got people like Hassan who are legitimately insanely fucking anti-Semitic who will say like, oh, so why can't you criticize Israel without you saying anti-Semitism? God, it's so boring. Holy shit.
A big part of this is actually Islamophobia too. The idea that like any Muslim, no matter how white they are, like me, is automatically anti-Semitic. The suspicion that they're always, of course, going to be anti-Semitic is totally ridiculous. And we saw this with Zoran. Not only just like my association being used or being weaponized against him in some way, even though it was a spectacular failure, obviously, but also tying Zoran back to like religious extremism, tying myself back to religious extremism. And we're now seeing that happen with Abdullah Sayed in his race in the Democratic primaries in Michigan. It's very cynical. But I think people are recognizing exactly what the issue is about. They just don't want to have a conversation around Israel because you can't have a real conversation around Israel on moral terms.
True.
They've lost that argument. So they try to say anyone who speaks out against
just,
Israel is an anti-Semite. And in this circumstance, they're heavily leaning into the Islamophobic associations by claiming, you know, Abdullah Sayed, he's a Muslim guy. What does that mean for you? How does that make you feel? And what's really remarkable about that race is that this is the exact same issue that took place in the 2024 election. This was the exact same problem, that they chose not to associate with the Palestinian cause. They did not recognize that this wasn't simply some sort of ethnic or sectarian tension, that there were people of good conscience that came from every different background that understandably saw the horrifying violence that was unfolding on our timelines and wanted the Democrats to put an end to it because they still had this notion that the Democrats actually do represent humanitarian values in the way that they claim that they do. And they lost that election because they didn't want that tent to be so wide that anti-Zionists could be a part of it. They wanted to expand that tent, as they always do, to the Liz Cheneys of the world, to Bill Clinton, to bring Bill Clinton and Richie Torres to Michigan only a month out from the general election. What a spectacular failure that was. So it's remarkable to see Haley Stevens, who's already an AIPAC stooge, obviously, but then also Mallory McMorrow now trying to like move into that lane in this like very not so subtle way by drawing a line in the sand on a 90-10 issue.
I said this to you yesterday, Hassan, but
Donations.
I don't, donate if you guys can to combat some of this money that's flooding in. But I think that was McMorrow auditioning for the Zionist money that Haley Stevens had previously been getting. So, like, she doesn't want to go after Abdul in an openly Islamophobic way. So, like,
when
we
she
can
says
go after
Zionist
Hassan.
money, does she just mean Jew, or is she actually saying
is what they're talking about. Yeah.
Is that Zionist?
AIPAC is... It's like, what is it? The Americans for Israel Political... I should know what it stands for. Hold on. American Israel Public Affairs Committee is what it stands for. I actually don't know what their main issues are that they lobby for. I know that like strong American-Israeli things, like relationship is one of the big things that they push for. I don't know what their other policy issues are or if there are other big policy issues, but that's usually what they're talking about when they say Israeli money. Although AIPAC is not supposed to coordinate with, like, they're not ran by Israel. They don't have any official ties with Israel because they would have to declare that via the Foreign Agents Registration Act or whatever.
Just a bunch of people who like the stock, basically. Like, we like Israel, so
well, yeah, but a lot of them are going to be Jewish, of course.
Yeah, for sure.
Or people who think that the relationship is beneficial to America. People will claim
people
otherwise, but there's no...
like,
yes,
Israel is
100%.
involved.
Every single one of the people on this panel, 100%. And then every neo-Nazi person as well. And then some people just will because they don't know the difference between whatever. But there's never been any proof of like any coordination between them or anything like that.
So then when they say like, oh, AIPAC's giving money, what they're trying to say, and they believe, is like, oh,
Israel.
Okay, this money is literally from Israel
Yes.
/ Benjamin Netanyahu.
Or at the very least, the guidance is coming directly from Israel, yes.
From Israel, got it.
The boomer donors that may or may not be Zionists, but like they're rich, so more than, again, you know, wealthy donors and the Zionist project do overlap. But like they're also basically saying like, hey, you know, this is an alternative to Abdullah Sayed, the scary Muslim guy that we don't want to have in office. I'm attacking Hassan. Look, you can trust me. You know, J Street or AIPAC.
I'll add to that really important point about, because we just had the Illinois primaries here and we saw the way they functioned. $22 million AIPAC spent in this primary. 22 million. The number of times they mentioned Israel, 0. The number of times they mentioned AIPAC, 0. They know that they are so toxic and disliked by everyone across the board that they actually set up 2 PACs, one called Elect Chicago Women, and then while slamming Kat Abu Ghazaleh as a progressive, Chicago Progressive Caucus. Just a complete fabrication. And so when you see these dog whistles of attacking Hassan, it's actually, I mean, Hassan said it perfectly, it is pure Islamophobia. And Mehdi Hassan just put out this really important point on his social media that, you know, people like Booker and Slack.
Like, it's so, like, Hassan is the whitest, like, there's nothing Muslim about Hassan Piker. I'm so sorry. Like,
is he even Muslim?
I don't know. They all say they're culturally Muslim, but they don't do any culturally Muslim things. Saying you're culturally Muslim is like a way to get out of ever having to pray, but it like gives you some credit. But they don't do anything. He's like he's the whitest fucking non-Muslim like secular Western dude in the world. It's so cringe.
Hotkin
and then what happened with like Progressive Victory? I know you used to like do canvassing and work with them, etc.
Once the last election cycle finished, I think most of the DGG people that were working with them, I think ended up just kind of like leaving because there was nothing else going on, and then they became taken over basically by all like tanky people.
Got it.
While ago talking about how they would never go on Hassan's show, but they've been on Maher's show, who drops the N-word like it's no problem at all. He's, had the most grotesque compared to all Muslims to ISIS. Says, I don't want that desert culture here, but they have no problem going on his show. So it is a grotesque double standard. It is Islamophobia, and it's important that we lean in at this point. Instead of shying away, lean in, because they're already on their back foot. They're not even able or have the confidence to mention AIPAC or mention Israel, because they know that people are associating the Israeli government with genocide, rightly so. For us to back off now, I think would be a disservice, and it would enable them to win elections that they should win otherwise.
Can I say real quick? I mean, in what world does a Democrat ever allow themselves to take any NRA money or any kind of gun lobbyist money, right? Like, why is there some kind of exemption when it comes to not just AIPAC, but again, like this is a broader conversation now, right? It is the entire Israel lobby, and again, like especially with this $200 billion ask, I especially in like rural America, even they're like, wait a minute, like hold on a second, like. Number one, this don't make sense. Also, does this have something to do with Epstein? I mean, our folks, the amount of insulting of intelligence, but like what I'm also learning is they don't want to be educated. But what we can do as folks of the left is to just kind of help point out the direction.
What does AIPAC have to
right?
do with
Like,
Epstein?
yes, no.
Well, people think that Epstein was Mossad affiliated. So one of the reasons why the United States or Acosta gave Epstein such a sweetheart deal on his child pedophilia sex ring was because the Mossad was using Epstein as an asset to ensnare a bunch of U.S. politicians or wealthy people into the pedophile
Is there any
blackmail
evidence
ring.
for this, or is this just like Pizzagate kind of conspiracy?
I think all of the, I would have to dig deeper into this, but I think all of the evidence I think for this comes down to, I think it was Acosta saying, I don't know if it was a leaked text or email saying something like, the FBI told me to back off because he's affiliated with Israeli intelligence or something. There was like one text or thing. I don't know the truthfulness of that or why he said that or where the origination of that is from, but I think it's all based on that one thing. I don't think anything else is ever pointed out.
This is absolutely part of the Epstein class, that axis of Epstein, right? But it's also a 40-year project of a bunch of neocons and warmongers. And so I'm not saying that I'm going to draw a line for you because I'm not going to insult your intelligence. But I'm saying, like, if you just look like you look that way, like you see all this checks, right? And I think that this moment the window's open.
Absolutely. I think
there's no evidence Acosta ever said that. It's just hearsay. Was there not a leaked email or text or anything? Is it really just hearsay? Because I think that's the singular piece of evidence given for that Mossad claim. No.
that we might be bumping up against the this segment. Krystal, are you there? I can't see you for some reason.
Click on try again.
Try
on
again.
your screen. If you have an issue with seeing Chris, yeah, it'll fix it. That's what I
Okay.
did.
All right. Well, I think with that.
I can see you.
Oh, I cannot hear Krystal for some reason.
That's on the
I
tech
don't want to talk
guru.
over her. So,
True.
Krystal, take the lead. I don't know.
Yeah, pretty soon it's going to be like, yeah, you know, I usually go on streams and I've got to troubleshoot people's audio all the time. It's kind of a meme on my stream.
So that's a great question. I've been tracking Tucker Carlson's activities quite closely since 2016. I've often said he's one of the most dangerous propagandists because he has a
tracking his activities.
His
Jesus
activities
Christ.
quite closely. That means he watches a
Very
fucking
good way.
clip every now and then.
Of making white nationalist talking points incredibly palatable. And even back in 2016, people used to associate the stuff that he was saying with like very prominent white supremacists and white nationalists, like the Great Replacement theory that he routinely brought in to mainstream conversations. And now that's actually become a mainstream fixture of the Republican Party. And as trend lines go, maybe it'll be the Democratic Party's main talking point as well in the next 4 years or so, the way that they've been approaching things and following the Republican lead. Having said that, one of the things that I am very frustrated with Tucker Carlson is that
what?
He says like that's going to be like maybe in 4 years it's going to be the Democratic talking point of the Great Replacement theory.
Oh, because they both sides everything. It's just fucking retarded.
Let's go. Maybe it'll be the Democratic Party's main talking point as well in the next 4 years or so, the way that they've been approaching things and following the Republican lead. Having said that, one of the things that I am very frustrated with Tucker Carlson is that he's a very skilled communicator. He's also fairly good at reading the room, even though he's a propagandist. He's very good at reading the room, and he has recognized, and I don't know if he's genuine about this or not, but it doesn't really matter. He's recognized that this issue, Israel's genocide of the Palestinians, is one where he can lead, right?
I want to. He's going to use the phrase, "This is where the Republicans could attack the Democrats from the left, from the left, from the left, from the left."
Here's is that for the time being, it's great. You know, maybe he's able to bring some Republicans to a more humane position on this issue alone, but that's not being reflected in the poll results, right? Republicans seemingly are operating like a cult. They don't really care Tucker Carlson says he's against the war in Iran. Well, 100% of MAGA says they're for it. And overall, I believe, what is it, like 85% of Republicans are approving of this this bombing campaign that's destabilized the entire world. So my frustration and fear is that if Democrats don't lead on this issue and lean into their base on this issue, because that's, like I said, a 90-10 issue where 90% are in support of decoupling from Israel and only 10% want more support for Israel, that Tucker Carlson is either going to utilize the existing leadership role that he's had in 2028 to prop up a candidate, maybe J.D. Vance potentially, or even run himself. And if the Democrats don't spend the next couple of years also leaning into their base and advocating for this issue, advocating for freedom for Palestinians, sovereignty and dignity for them, advocating to end these wars that we are waging this time directly because of Israel with Iran, they're going to lose. It's that simple. They're going to lose because Tucker Carlson will have had tremendous credibility on this side. And what are the Democrats doing? They're actively trying to attack me and perhaps maybe you guys as well eventually, that because we're unapologetic with our anti-Zionism, we're unapologetically anti-genocide, and they're so scared of facing their base that they don't even want to recognize that someone like myself, I'm just a megaphone. I'm just a platform for the masses. That's the reason why I'm popular, because I have the same frustrations that many Americans do, and I'm just simply able to communicate it to this audience. You're not going to be able to recreate something like this. You're not going to be able to make like a pro-DNC version of this, right? Not in independent media. Most people are going to recognize that this is like indecent, and they're going to want someone to reflect their values. We're seeing a version of that on the Republican side. Look at Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro was very popular. Ben Shapiro is funded by the same people, the same institutional donors that have funded the Republican Party, the Wilkes brothers, for example. And now look at Ben Shapiro's popularity, because he's so demonstrably Israel first that his audience perished. They left. They looked for alternatives that actually don't put Israel first in their conversations. And now he has no relevancy whatsoever. But what are the Democrats doing? What is liberal media doing? What is Jake Tapper doing? These are people that will now try to elevate Ben Shapiro's platform. So they keep showing us over and over again that they would rather coalesce around people who are pro-Israel, even if they're reactionary in every other way, including on Israel, than to expand the tent to people that recognize that the moral center of the party, within the base of support, is on the side of the Palestinians.
Wow.
Yep, it's absolutely right. Hassan, thank you so much for coming on, and all the other candidates here. You can Oliver Larkin, Hartzell Gray, and Qasim Rashid, obviously all phenomenal anti-war voices. And I do want to say that we're about to hit 10K raise. So, so if people want to contribute, progress.win/rally is the place to go. Progress.win/rally. You can help contribute there. Thanks to all the phenomenal candidates, and of course the #1 terrorist supporter in the country, Hassan Piker. I condemn you once again. Everybody, leave me off your terrorist watch list.
LeMayo.
So see you later, buddy. All right.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you, Qasim. Thank you so much. And Oliver and Hartzell, we'll see you guys.
Brought
we'll
a
see you guys
Houthi terrorist on his stream.
True, LeMayo.
In the stream, I believe. And by the way, shout out to both you guys, because you guys really were, the initial spark, the idea here. And Oliver reached out to me, and I was like, I think it's fantastic. I was hoping, because there's this kind of Dem Tea Party wave that's going on, and so I was hoping that a lot of the candidates who share similar ideology would kind of get together and and do something like this, coordinate on messaging, just support one another and help each other out. As a former congressional candidate myself, I know that it's a very hard thing to do. It was, to me, I was young and really stupid and naive, and you guys are way better at this than I ever was, but I found it quite scary and quite difficult and quite stressful. So thank you guys for pulling this together.
Well, I want to say this. I mean, we have to understand on the left, like, we do have to come from a movement. Like, one of the reasons why it is so difficult, and I know you know this, Krystal, like, you're on an island, especially when you have the moral clarity that we have. I mean, it is lonely, it is debilitating, but also it is, the cause is right, and so if we come with a movement, if we co-govern with our folks, it's not so isolating, right? And I think that in this time where so many worldviews are being questioned, not just the Israel question, but also this question now, the reevaluation of
the Israel question.
Yeah. He's getting close there, Steve.
Sheesh.
Horseshoe.
That in this time where so many worldviews are being questioned, not just the Israel question, but also this question now, the reevaluation of what is America first, right? And I think that, right, is really challenging for our folks, but it is, again, why we gather now, because it is our window, and the chasm between pop culture and popular action is like it's like the Grand Canyon, right? And so I hope that it is moments and opportunities and events like this where we bring those realities together so we can build power, we can win this.
Awesome. Well, we've got a bunch of candidates popping in for our next panel. Again, I want to shout out the progress.win/rally fundraising link. Of Jack Pastorella, who's joined, of course, a very significant creator that I'm sure many of you guys know. In any case, I was wondering for the candidates, do you guys just want to do like a 1-minute quick introduction, where you're running, who you're, like a little background, like very short, because I want to be able to get through to everyone. Guys. Shoykat, you want to start?
Sure. Hey, I'm Troy Chakrabarty. I'm running in California's 11th district, which Nancy Pelosi was our congressperson. She's not running again. But in the past, I worked on Bernie's campaign. I started a group Justice Democrats to recruit people to run against not just Republicans, but also primary corporate Democrats. I ran AOC's first race, and I was her chief of staff and led the work on the Green New Deal. And yeah, I'm running because of stuff like this. I mean, there's a real wave happening. The stuff we saw in 2018, where there was this change moment, it is nothing like what I'm seeing right now. So I'm so excited to be here with all the candidates.
So you led the fight to occupy Pelosi's office, and now you want to take her actual seat. I'm just throwing that out there. But
yeah,
that's freaking awesome, dude. That's freaking epic. Freaking epic.
we can maybe go in order. Claire Valdez, running just a few miles away from me. Tell us a little bit about you.
Yikes.
Claire?
Hello? Claire, hello?
Too retarded to get a mic to work, too dumb to be in office.
Whoa, that's
Amazing stuff. We also have Melat
woman.
Kiros, who is
Stop.
running in Denver. Melat, tell us a little bit about your campaign.
Yeah, we're running here in the 1st District. We are challenging Diana DeGette, who has been in office for 30 years, longer than I've been alive, taking millions of dollars from Big Pharma, Big Energy and Oil, defense contractors. And the 1st District is one of the most progressive districts in the country. It's also the 5th least affordable city in the country, and it's the youngest district in the country. So we deserve to have a representative who actually reflects our values, where we already have things like term limits and universal pre-K and publicly financed elections. We need someone who's going to bring that over to the federal level. So.
And you should probably plug
Frickin'
that you
epic.
started your kind of political advocacy by losing your job over your advocacy for the Palestinian cause.
Wow.
Yeah. I wrote an article defending the students that were protesting for Palestine in New York City, where I was practicing at the time. My firm asked me to take it down. I said no. I got fired the next day. And I moved back home because that's where I wanted to be anyways. And it's probably the best thing that ever happened to me. Would do it all over again.
Salam Bati.
What?
Just yelling about Palestine.
Oh, I wonder what our article was. It wouldn't surprise me if you are working at a law firm that they probably wouldn't want the lawyers there to be writing public advocacy articles on highly divisive political issues. That seems pretty normal to me, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
Probably.
Tell us about your campaign in Virginia.
Hey, we are standing on the shoulders of giants. We're running in the 1st District. Krystal was our predecessor. Qasim, who was just on, is our predecessor as well. And now, based on that fertile ground they've tilled, we're going to finish the job. My name is Salam Bati. I'm a public interest lawyer. I used to work at the Virginia Poverty Law Center, where I worked with and against the state assembly. Ultimately, for 25,000 families.
Did anybody run the analysis? Are any of these people from like red districts, or are these guys all trying to primary Dems into the bluest districts? Like that person said the most progressive district in the country. Are any of these people in contested
What was his
districts?
name?
I don't remember.
With a unification between Republicans and Democrats. We got every single Republican to vote to expand a welfare program. We expanded free school meals for tens of thousands of kids. The grandfather of SnapScreener.com, which has helped over 2.5 million families unlock over $100 million in SNAP and WIC benefits. And that's the energy we're going to take into Congress. We're fighting for the ABCs, Medicare for all, tax the billionaires, and campaign finance reform.
Oh my God, babe. Oh, the Moskowitz district. Okay, that's good.
Claire, really quick, we had you, I think you were muted during your first introduction, so if you don't mind, we liked it so much, we want to hear it again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I think so,
Good.
everybody. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Hey, Claire Valdez, running in New York 7, that's Western Queens, and Northern Brooklyn in New York City.
Moskowitz is a Dem. Yeah, but I think he's in a, somebody said he was only in that district is like +1 for Dems or something.
I'm a former union member, proud union member of UAW. Local
Somebody said I'm in Salam Bodi's district and it is currently +15 red. Okay, well, that's good at least.
2110. We need more unionists in the halls of power to fight against this fascist administration and build on the momentum of the Zoran Mamdani election last year to fight for universal childcare, to taxing the rich, winning Medicare for all, and unions for all, putting workers back at the heart of our agenda.
Amazing. Daria Lisa?
Hi, thanks for hosting. This is an incredible panel of people. I'm so excited to be here with all of you. Daria Lisa, running in New York 13, uptown in the Bronx, and I'm challenging Adriano Spayat, who has been in Congress for almost 10 years, but he's been in office for 30, beat out the state assembly, the Senate, now obviously Congress. But things have not gotten better here for New Yorkers, and I was actually recruited to run by the Justice Democrats because of my history as an immigration justice organizer and also as a Palestine organizer. I was actually organizing with a lot of the students who you were supporting, and at the Columbia encampments, but elsewhere. And yeah, I'm just really excited about the race that we're building because this is the second poorest congressional district in the country, and our current representative is bought by AIPAC, by the landlords that are pricing us out of the city, by the corporations that are making life harder on all of us. And as a working class person who organizes here, like I have felt these things myself, had to worry about like whether or not I can stay in the city I love because of these corporate landlords, right? And so running to invest in our babies, not bombs, making sure that we're actually addressing childhood poverty here instead of funding this genocidal war machine, making sure that we're fighting for housing for all and that we're abolishing ICE.
Chris Rabb, you want to go ahead? I saw your interview with my friends over on Breaking Points, and very impressive. So very excited about your campaign.
Oh, thank you so much. I am Chris Rabb. I'm currently a state representative representing the bluest legislative district in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania here in Philly. I'm running to succeed someone who's been in public office for 50 years. It's the first time in 35 years that this district, this ballot will not have an incumbent on it. And so this is a real opportunity for a Democratic Socialist to represent the bluest dot in the entire nation. It is a majority Black district. It is an ethnically diverse district. It is an aggressively young district, maybe not like in Denver, but pretty young. And it's the left side of Philly. And I'm running as an unapologetic troublemaker for transformational change, for collective liberation. And I'm running against two opponents who are supported by AIPAC. And I've never taken corporate PAC money in the 10 years I've served in the largest state legislature in the country. And this is a people-powered grassroots campaign. I'm really looking forward to a collective victory on May 19th.
Katie Bansal of New Jersey's own, not too far from where I grew up. Tell us a bit about your race and why you want to take on Frank Pallone.
Yeah, absolutely. Why shouldn't I take on Frank Pallone? Is a better question. But I'm Katie Bansal, proud to run for New Jersey 6th Congressional District. It is where I grew up, and I moved here from the Philippines when I was 15, and I was proudly admitted to Rutgers the same year. And I saw the very effects of the illegal U.S. intervention firsthand when I first moved here, and I watched my parents struggle to pay for housing and healthcare, all while navigating this country's very broken immigration system. So politics was never really part of my plan. Then I started attacking my community, and I just had to step up. And in the middle of a nationwide affordability crisis, elected officials like Frank Pallone sided with AIPAC and their billionaire donors instead of their constituents. So when they say we have no money for healthcare, for childcare, or a living wage, right before they start sending tens of billions of our tax dollars on unjust and unprovoked foreign wars, I can't stay silent. So yeah, I'm very happy to run this race and looking forward to spend the next hour with wonderful progressive people. Thank you for having me.
Oh, of course. Rose Penelope Yee, tell us about your race in California's 2nd District.
Hey, Emma. So I am so happy, Kate, to find out another Filipino American on this race. So I'm also from the Philippines, and I am in California in the newly redrawn District 2, which is a huge geographic area, which includes like the Marin County, which is like a wealthy suburb of the Bay Area, and then all the way to where I am, which is Shasta County, which Jacat, you might know, is very much MAGA Republican. And with Prop 50, I thought that we would have now a Democratic representative in Congress, only to find out that he is actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. I was dismayed to hear that, to learn rather, that he voted for the Israel Supplemental Appropriations Bill, which, as you all know, gave $26 billion in military funding to Israel. Not only that, it also prohibited any appropriations of that money towards UNRWA. So not only is it greenlighting the the genocide in Gaza.
Hasn't UNRWA been completely evacuated from Gaza at this point, or no? Are they still there? I thought Israel kicked them out.
Also, in effect, greenlighting the use of famine as a weapon of war. I grew up in the Philippines under the martial law dictatorship, so I'm much older than Katie, and and it is to me just like almost like having PTSD going through what we're going right now with the war in Iran. And I am so happy and so excited to be with this group of change makers and really progressive leaders, because we are needed right now. I know what it's like to live in a fascist dictatorship, and we need to stand up. It is only people power that will change our country, and so we're the ones that we need to take it back, with the support of everyone who's here, who's listening. So thank you, Emma.
Absolutely. Let's turn to Effie Phillips Daly, running in New York 17 on human rights, healthcare, childcare, and housing.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here with everyone. Really grateful for this. I'm Effie Phillips Daly, running in New York 17. It's just north of New York City. It's if you know it, it's Westchester County and sort of surrounding. And it's currently held by Republican Mike Lawler.
Republican.
So this race is actually a battle on two fronts. One is in this Democratic primary, where we have establishment Democrats running on the same old thing that lost the last two times. And then it's the battle against Mike Lawler. And it's an interesting district in the sense that somehow this guy won twice in a district that's usually blue. And I think it says a lot about the frustration with the Democratic Party when we have very centrist candidates who pay more attention to the donor class than they actually pay to the people. And so I decided to run in large part to sort of counter that. I'm a local elected official. I know how the Democratic Party fails to respond to its base. It's led to arguments between me and them in terms of how we run races. And so I believe to win, like, we don't have to go to the right. I think this is a critical mistake. I think right now we have to be true to the needs of people and really listen. And so that's about, of course, it's about housing. It's about affordable, in my proposal, universal childcare. It's about Medicare for all. It's about immigration rights, because we all know what is happening right now with ICE is appalling, and the other candidates won't say abolish ICE, and it's of course what we must do. And then it's also about justice at home. This is a key point, but justice abroad. We cannot have our tax dollars go to fund apartheid-based or genocide. We simply cannot. And it's not just me saying that. When I am out in the community, people demand it. People want it, and they see that as a litmus test for honesty. And it's not something that the political establishment has caught up with yet. And again, I fear that because of that, we're going to continue losing. So that's the race in New York 17. I'm glad to be in it, and I'm thankful to be in this with all of you.
And this might be our last candidate intro for now, but Jerome Whalen, you're running for Congress in Massachusetts' 1st District. Tell us about your race.
So I can't actually hear you, Emma. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
Well,
But,
it's you.
I think I'm looking at the chat, and I think I was introduced. But thank you. I'll solve that thing. But my name's Jeremy Whalen, running for United States Congress in the Massachusetts 1st Congressional District. And for the last 11 years, I was a high school teacher, and I'm coming from outside of politics. And so, how does a no-name teacher with no networking of politics take on a 37-year incumbent and percentage-wise the #1 recipient of corporate money in all of Congress? Well, you get your ass out there with a whole bunch of people, and you knock
Talk about the
doors.
Jews.
And from the get-go, we built this on
AIPAC.
relationships. And I thank PV Mass, and showing up and standing up for what we really need in Massachusetts and beyond. And what is that? It's Medicare for all. I can say that. My opponent is taking hundreds of thousands of dollars from the healthcare lobbyists and pharmaceutical industries. It is looking at education comprehensively, from universal pre-K to paying teachers and paraprofessionals more, tuition-free community college and vocational trainings. And in Massachusetts, we have the Fair Share Amendment, which is a 4% surtax on incomes over $1 million. And so we have this example that we can extrapolate to the national level, and we can get the job done by actually taxing billionaires and breaking up the oligarchy. And so we have the messaging, we have the branding. We're a scrappy young bunch that is intergenerational, taking a lot of people from an older generation that has been here from the civil rights movement to now, and coupling them up with PV and the likes. And we're making waves over here, and we're going to continue to do that. And again, can't thank PV enough. They've been showing up en masse, and we are just doing a great thing together. So appreciate to be here.
Yes, progress.win/rally if you want to contribute. Our last candidate will be William Lawrence, who I think we have here, and then we will throw to our two.
Yes, hi. I'm happy to be appearing as Walter Benjamin's Angel of History here. I'm running Michigan 7th District. I'm a founder of the Sunrise Movement and the Michigan Rent is Too Damn High Coalition. I worked with Shoykot on the Green New Deal, and I'm running in a swing district to unseat first-term Republican Representative Tom Barrett. You haven't heard of him because he hasn't done anything in office. He hasn't held a single public town hall or unscripted event. He's very vulnerable. This is a true swing district, and it's one of the seats that's going to flip the House this November. I'm running against two other Democrats in this primary, neither of whom have ever lived in this district before and are moving in for the sake of running, and both of them have ties to the national security establishment that has been fighting these forever wars for just about my whole lifetime. And this was formerly a Slotkin's district, and so there's an idea from the Democrats in D.C. that this is a district that likes to elect hawks, but what I'm hearing on the ground is that people are sick of these wars, and so we're saying yes to housing and healthcare, no to bombs and billionaires, and we're building an amazing campaign here. I'm an organizer at heart. I didn't set out to run for office, but I'm tired of the worst people in the world having the most power, and so I'm running to get a little bit more of it so that I can be a better friend to my friends and a better enemy to my enemies, who are very few, but they have names and addresses and billions of dollars, and I want to take some of that away from them.
Jesus Christ.
Good face.
Today with so many folks out and about.
Yeah, one of my volunteers is our neighbor from across the street.
Just an open question to everyone. So I guess whoever has the best story from today, if anyone has been out in their district during No Kings, what have you been seeing on the ground? I know there are people who have kind of qualms with the, if Kamala was president, we'd be at brunch nature of some of the protests that we've seen in the Trump era. But what have you seen from folks on the ground who are energized in your districts that has gotten you excited today with so many folks out and about?
Was it a Kamala dig?
Yeah, one of my volunteers is our neighbor from across the street. And, he's been a supporter from day one. But he was tabling at one of the No Kings rallies with me. And he's like, Salam, I had no idea you were so active. So many people came by to say they want to sign your petition because I heard you speak at this event, or I saw you on Reddit, or I saw you do this or do that. So when he shared that with me, I honestly got emotional because these are emotional times, and I miss my wife and kids who are away for spring break. But this is like, people are inspired. People are fed up with what we have right now. They're ready for this progressive victory. And just stay out there, y'all. Just keep getting out there, be annoyingly present every single day in every way you can, and you'll move mountains.
So I thought the direction you're going was... So I thought the direction you're going was someone's out there just petitions collecting for you, and they didn't realize there's no king. They thought I even showed up just for you.
Awesome.
Like, I didn't realize this campaign blew up. But
I thought that's what today was, right?
Yeah, it's just a campaign rally for all of us. But I mean, it's been amazing. I'm in San Francisco, and it's pretty amazing because it's the third one, and every single one just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's like the thing that's exciting to me is this is creating the infrastructure for to turn this into a real political movement that gains political power. That's what I really hope this heads into. And also, I know it should be like the infrastructure for when we do a general strike or when we really use this power to like hold this administration back. It could be that, but yeah, it's been exciting to see on the ground. Sorry, Jeremy.
Sure, right there. If you can hold a sign out at a protest, you can mobilize and knock doors and hold palm cards. And we need to translate all of that energy into translation into the ballot box come September, or for me, September 2026 midterms. But today, we went to 9 of these fucking things today.
9.
We were at 25. We had 25 going throughout the district. We had people at each one of them collecting signatures, handing out palm cards, doing all of that. And that is the power of what we're seeing. Because the story that sticks out is guy comes up to me and he goes, thank you. I was speaking at one. He goes, that really moved me. He goes, this is the first one I've ever been to. And at the first one, I saw people out there and I drove by. And at the second one, I was like, that's interesting. And I thought about it, but I didn't. And on the third one, what we see going on in the world, he goes, I couldn't stay home anymore. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing average people who never thought they were politically, they were going to be political in any situation coming up and getting together. And that's how we win this.
I want to give some credit to, the people with those signs, because I saw those signs, the brunch signs. API brunch right now.
No shade to the brunch people.
No shade, but
it's an important funnel. You're right. Yes.
It's an important funnel, but I will say I watched someone literally walking with that sign past a group of people that were actually having brunch on Saturday this morning. And so there are people that are coming in and this is their introduction. And I think the most important thing that I've seen from our experience with No Kings is that we're having conversations with folks to make sure that they understand that this is not just about Trump, right? Like Trump is not the cause. He's a symptom of this greater problem. And we have to be having a conversation about the billionaires and the corporations and the influence that they have in our governments and giving them permission to actually kind of join some of these other movements that we have here on the left to realize that there's so many other things that we need to be focused on to get to the structural mess of this right now, so that we can get some real progress done.
Yeah, I just want to jump in because you never really forget your first rally, and then it ramps up from there, right? And we were at Highland Park today. We also have a bunch, and while we were out there, we got this really hard question, like, why challenge Frank Pallone? Like, why are you going after an experienced Democrat when you should be focusing on Trump? And like, I like what Millet said, because this is not just about Trump. But when I asked them, what does that experience really look like? What has he done for you? Can you tell me a couple of things that you can think on top of your head that he has done? We explained the influence of AIPAC and how it has led to our financial and military support of genocide and war. And when we told them that Frank Pallone was just named to the House AI committee, but he's never heard of Palantir, then they start thinking like, oh, okay, let's think about this guy a little more. Then they were willing to listen, and we continue the conversation from Gaza to universal healthcare and childcare, and progressive viewpoints are going very mainstream. And now they're more pumped to go to more rallies.
Hey,
What's
how are
up?
you all doing?
Good. How are you, man?
You excited over this Iran war? Trump pummeling some Persian ass?
I mean, not really, but.
Well, how come?
Because same reason I wasn't okay with the Maduro thing. It's gonna be the exact same argument. I don't think this administration has a good vision for the Middle East. It has the potential to have huge downstream bad ramifications, and I'm not confident that this administration can control for it.
So, like, what bad ramifications?
Failed state that resembles what Syria looked like after it was collapsing for the past decade, and a massive refugee crisis that's going to spill into Europe again.
Maybe constant terrorism in the Strait.
Yeah.
Refugee crisis.
What?
You mentioned a refugee crisis?
Yeah, I said potential refugee crisis if it like turns into another kind of collapsed state, like Syria did.
You could just not let any refugees in.
Okay. Well, I'm not an actual fucking monster, so that wouldn't be my position. But I mean, I guess that is a position that some people could try and take. Yeah.
Well,
I ask, Vegan, you really seem to fucking hate Venezuelans.
No.
You sure? This has been like a big issue for you.
What? He's talking about Iran right now.
Yeah. But I remember that last comment.
I don't hate Venezuelans. I hated Maduro, the Maduro regime. And Venezuelans hate the Maduro regime. They were glad Trump got rid of him. Can you, like literally, can you show me one single Venezuelan who wasn't happy to see Maduro gone? Like, literally one?
I can't.
Couldn't you say that about, like, Democrats for Trump?
How is that related?
Just because everybody in a fucking area is happy that somebody's gone doesn't mean it was done the right way. If somebody went and just fucking murdered Donald Trump, I might be happy, but
whoa, in a video
think
game.
It was done the right way.
In a video game.
So, what was done the wrong way when it came to Maduro?
I don't think that he had congressional approval just to go fucking grab him. I don't think
you
should
don't
be
need
going
congressional
and just
approval.
Okay, you should. I don't think you should just be going. Okay,
What's the argument for needing that?
Well, you should.
Well, the president shouldn't be able to unilaterally conduct wars. We would probably want this to be at
That's
the
not a
approval
war.
of.
But on what basis is grabbing Maduro a war?
Because you're deposing the leader of another sovereign state.
Sovereign
Steven,
state.
it's a military operation, idiot.
So a guy who illegally stole an election is acting as a fascist dictator, is the leader of a sovereign state. That's how you define it?
Yep.
Okay, so we shouldn't. Okay, would you take that same position if it were Hitler? Like Hitler had more legitimacy to be in power than Maduro.
Okay. Hitler was invading other countries around him. That's
well,
probably why he went to war with
so
Hitler.
Let's say,
no, so what do you mean?
Let's say Hitler stopped with Poland. He didn't invade any other countries, but he was doing the same exact like other shit. So like killing all the Jews. you'd be against invading.
I think there's a sufficient
Germany,
argument to
overthrowing.
go to war with a country if they were like literally concentration camp Holocaust.
Well, we're not talking about going. We're not talking about going to war with Germany. We're doing a like for like comparison. So we're not going to war with Germany.
Okay, I have zero desire. This is the most semantically retarded conversation in the universe. Can you give me like a strict definition of what it means to go to war? This is a retarded argument. What is it? When you say
you're the one who's making the claim that it's an act of war,
because
so
it is
a
obviously an
definition.
act of war. When you threaten the sovereignty of another country with your military, I don't know. That's one definition I would throw out.
What do
there.
you mean sovereignty of another country
Sovereignty,
with your
as in
military?
you have a right to your own leaders, your own laws, your own borders. And if somebody comes in and they want to forcibly
Okay,
change a
cool.
law, abduct your
Good,
people,
good.
or depose
Okay,
your
so then
leader,
you
that's
should
an
be
act of
in
war.
favor of the Venezuela. Then you should be in favor of what Trump did because he was illegally elected.
You can be in favor or against it. We're not talking about that. We're just talking about whether or not it counted
You-
as an
you
act of
literally
war.
just made an
But we're
argument
not there
in
yet because you don't
favor
even
of the
agree.
idea of arresting Maduro.
No, we're arguing right now over whether or not it
Yes,
counted
you
as an
did.
act of war.
You just said
it doesn't
that
matter.
people
You're not
have a
there
right
yet.
to
You're
their
not there
elected
yet.
leaders.
You're not
He
there
was
yet.
not an elected
You're not
leader.
there yet. You're not there yet. We're having a conversation on whether or not it counted as an act of war, and you didn't seem to agree with that.
Okay, so define how it's an define.
I
act
already
of war,
said that.
and
I
then
said if you're
define
doing
how-
a military action to threaten the sovereignty of another country, I would say that's probably an act of war.
Okay, well, it doesn't threaten the sovereignty of that country.
Okay, well, I disagree.
How does it threaten the sovereignty of that country
By
when you
forcibly
literally
deposing
admitted
their
Maduro's
leader with your military? You're saying
that wasn't their leader. Nobody wanted him.
Doesn't
Nobody
matter.
voted
That's not
for
on
him.
that's
They
not for
wanted
us
him
to choose.
gone.
That's not for us to choose. It's the other. That's their country.
Vegan, the one that's in place is his vice president.
Yeah.
You didn't change the regime.
Sorry. So you want to have somebody in who's going to get killed by the cartels?
What?
She worked with. So
He's arguing for why. At first, he argued for why the leadership regime change had to happen. But now he's arguing why it's actually really important for the current regime to stay there, completely defeating the first argument. It makes the second argument hilarious.
It's not the same regime. It's not the same regime.
It's literally the same.
It's the vice president. She's willing to play friendly with the United States from now on. And the issue with getting some other elected leaders, the cartels, would probably just kill them.
Yeah. Obviously, that's the issue with getting another elected leader. So
I'm sorry. How is this? So I prefer having a set of circumstances that are more beneficial overall. So
That's fine, but we're not at this. We're not at that level yet. We're just trying to argue. We're just trying to say. We're just trying to have a discussion on what it means for things to be acts of war. What is an act of war? That's what we were at. We still haven't agreed on what that means.
You are the one who claimed what Trump did in Venezuela is an act of war.
Yeah, of course.
So you're the one making the claim. You're the one who has to explain what an act of war is and how the Trump thing fits that definition.
I did both of those things already.
they literally sent the military there.
You said threaten the sovereignty of the nation,
Correct.
so it doesn't threaten the sovereignty of the nation. You literally made the argument for it not threatening the sovereignty of the nation.
We're deposing the leader of another country.
Okay, so if the leader got into power by stealing an election and used like some of the most horrific ways to quash protesters or political dissidents, you define that as a leader.
Yes. It might be a good reason to go to war with the country if you want, but it would still be an act of war against that regime, against that country, yes.
Okay, so
it defeats the argument if you leave that regime.
So you want to keep a fascist dictator in power?
Did I say that?
Because it would threaten the sovereignty of that nation. That's your whole argument.
It's not our country.
But
hold on, wait. I'm not arguing. We haven't even gotten to the point yet. We haven't even gotten to the point yet. We haven't even gotten to the point yet. We haven't even gotten to the point yet for arguing whether or not we would justify it or not justify it. It's whether or not we agree that it's an act of war. It's whether or not that we agree it's an act of war. It's whether or not we agree that it's an act of war. My position is that we haven't even gotten to discussing whether or not it's justified or not.
I just want to
understand. I just want to make sure I understand your
position.
My position right now is just arguing that this is an act of war. My position right now is just saying that this is an act of war. That's all I'm saying.
So your position is Venezuela was run by a fascist dictator, and arresting him would harm the sovereignty of that country. Does that not sound fucking retarded to you?
If you don't understand anything about international law and your concept of how that, yes, you cannot arrest other nations' leaders.
Threaten the sovereignty
arresting
of North
other
Korea?
nations, yes, it would. Yes,
yes,
it would. Yes, it would.
The sovereignty of North Korea?
Yes, it would. Yes,
it would.
It would.
That's a concern for you for arresting Kim Jong Un.
It would
North
be threatening.
Koreans
You can
would
argue
have
that it is
sovereignty.
It is a sovereign state, yes.
Buddy, give me a fucking break. Is this like some fucking drug-induced psychosis from the Vyvanse you're on or some shit?
No, this is you who is incapable of separating normativity from certain terms because you don't like the way that a certain thing works.
Kim Jong-un would harm the sovereignty of North Koreans. That
harm the sovereignty of North Koreans is kind of that's a different. You're kind of making a different statement there, so it's not surprising that doesn't make sense to you. The country of North Korea, their leader right now is Kim Jong-un. Now, you can argue that he should be deposed for some number of reasons. That would be an act of war. Everybody would see it as such.
Well, it entirely depends.
No, it doesn't.
It probably would end up being an act of war because the only way to do that would be to go to war with North Korea and China. But
there you go. Correct.
But again,
that's good. That's fine. But you can argue that it's justified. But it's
I'm just curious. Let's say North Korea wasn't next to China. China had no interest in defending North Korea, and let's say arresting Kim Jong-un and maybe putting in some kind of replacement that would be more friendly to American interests and maybe also South Korean interests. You would be against that? So if the geopolitical situation were the same as Venezuela, where we could just arrest Kim Jong-un and put in like some other puppet dictator or puppet politician that would hopefully be more kind to the people and also listen to the U.S. and they'd be able to get rid of some of these like insane prison camps. Like you'd be against that because it would threaten the sovereignty of North Koreans?
I never said
like,
I would
what
be
sovereignty
against
do they have when
I don't think I
you're
would
talking about
when I'm talking about
like
doing an act of war.
dictatorship?
When you're talking about doing an act of war, you're not generally considering the sovereignty of that country. An act of war would be a violation of the sovereignty of that country. But that's you accept that.
What sovereignty do you have when you're under the thumb of a fascist dictatorship?
You can argue that the people of the country don't have a democratic country, or they don't have good representation, or they feel like they, whatever. Those people are
again,
able to have those feelings. But that's different. But you would be doing an act of war. You would be engaged in an act of war if you went and you invaded that country.
I'm
not dodging anything.
You keep dodging the question. I'm just asking you if the overall geopolitical situation with going into North Korea and kidnapping Kim Jong-un, arresting him for like war crimes and crimes against humanity, stuff like that, you would be against that for the same reason as you're against the thing in Venezuela.
Do you think I'm against all wars?
It harms the sovereignty of North Koreans?
Do you think I'm against all war? Have I ever given that as a position ever?
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you,
No, why would you assume that I would be against
Donald Trump doing the same thing in North Korea, assuming the geopolitical consequences would be exactly the same?
Yes,
so
I would be opposed to
I would be opposed war with China or North Korea.
I don't know why you're rambling when it's not relevant to me answering the question.
Military operation.
Oh, it's 'cause you really want to talk. Okay, keep going. Okay. I would be opposed to Donald Trump doing it. Yes, I don't think Donald Trump is the man that we would need to lead us into a world where we are invading North Korea. Correct.
Okay, so the Venezuelan operation went down without a hitch. They had no U.S. casualties. They completely defeated all the Chinese, Russian radar and air defense systems. It was in and out, quick and easy, captured Maduro, put in, the puppet president, and the U.S. is in control of Venezuelan oil right now. The entire operation, as far as completing objectives, all that, went down without a hitch. So clearly, whatever Trump's doing with his leadership and everything, it worked.
I mean, we have yet to see.
Again, you can talk about him being incompetent and all that.
We have yet to see that. We just
the Venezuelan operation went down without a hitch.
The analysis is too naive to seriously engage with, so I don't know what to say. Yeah.
So assuming the same thing would happen with North Korea, we could depose the North Korean dictator, Kim Jong-un, arrest him for war crimes and crimes against humanity. We could install some sort of puppet regime president that will be more friendly to the people, not be this crazy fascist dictatorship torturing people, and there will be some geopolitical benefits for us. You'd be against doing that on the basis of it would harm North Korean sovereignty?
No, I never said that at all.
Okay, so then why would you be against doing that?
I don't know. You should try listening to some of the things that I've said, and then maybe you can figure it out.
Okay, so now you're right. So you changed your stance.
No, I don't think I have.
You first argued the reason it's bad is because because of North Korean sovereignty or Venezuelan sovereignty. I think I pointed out how stupid that was. Right. And then you talked about like Donald Trump being incompetent or the wrong person to do the job. Well, again, the Venezuelan operation went down without a hitch.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing went wrong whatsoever.
No deaths. Perfect. In and out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Vegan, they didn't install
Can I
a new
ask-
regime. They just left the one that's already there in power.
It's not okay. So again,
to get oil.
it's not the exact same regime. It's the vice president.
literally
The
the
vice
exact
president
Yes, it
is
is.
working. The
It's
vice
all the same
president is
people.
working with the United States. The
doesn't make it
vice
not the same
president is
regime.
working with the United States. The U.S. has control of the Venezuelan oil
That doesn't
fields
make
and
it not the
oil
same regime.
refineries.
Actually, Marco Rubio is running it right now.
Why do you think? Hold on. Can I just ask, Vegan? I'm just curious. Like, all of the arguments that you're making about how Maduro's an evil fascist dictator and shit, all of that shit just as easily applies to Delcy Rodriguez. Why do you think that it wouldn't? It feels like you're just okay with the U.S. going in there and taking out these people because you just want Big Daddy Trump to
I'm
come
sorry.
in. All the
Okay,
arguments
so
about democracy
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
fucking
I'm sorry.
matter.
Delcy Rodriguez?
Yes, the vice president of Venezuela.
That's a woman's name.
Yes. She's the president now, is she not? What, did they get a new leader, or is Marco Rubio running it? Am I out of the loop?
Little
Or
Marco
do you not-
running it, yes.
So
No,
you
it's
understand? You understand? Maduro was basically just a drug cartel leader.
You
So again,
understand
it becomes a
Vice
complicated
President-
issue.
Vice President.
It becomes a complicated issue to just establish a completely new democratic regime when the drug cartels have so much fucking power. They'll probably kill them and
So?
try to establish like the same status quo.
So
So
it's
again,
complicated.
this is just part of a long game. It's not a perfect situation.
Can I, Vegan, I feel like you know how people say that Russia is a gas station masquerading as a country? Would you say that Venezuela is like a bunch of drug dealers masquerading as a country?
Very much so.
Okay, that makes sense.
Vegan, if I can find you a Venezuelan who didn't want Trump to invade Venezuela, would that change anything for you?
Depends if they're a member of Code Pink or not.
Probably wouldn't.
What is that? Okay. Well, I'm Venezuelan.
Yeah, so...
I
Oh,
didn't
you're
want Trump to do it.
Venezuelan? So are you actually from Venezuela?
Well, I was born in the U.S., but my family.
Okay, right. Okay, so you never lived there. You have
Classic.
no idea what it's actually like to live there. You've
Well, I
never
have-
experienced any of the drug cartels targeting political dissidents
from the
that
US,
are
Vegan
controlled by
Games?
Maduro. Right, okay.
He's Canadian.
Wait, are you from
like
the U.S.?
me.
I'm Canadian.
Oh, so you've never lived in America. You don't know anything about our politics, etc., right?
I'm sorry, like, this is a fucking guy who grew up in the United States. He's not Venezuelan.
Okay, you're a
what
guy
the
who
fuck
grew up
does
in
that have to
Canada
do with
talking
anything?
about the United States elections. What the
Okay,
fuck do you have to say about it?
Vegan, you're
We're
gonna
not
have to
talking about the United States elections. We're talking about the fucking military actions that Trump has
Sure,
done in
I
Venezuela
misspoke.
and Iran.
United States politics, my bad.
Okay, but how would you know anything about that, Vegan Gains? You're literally Canadian.
They're gaslighting you, Vegan. Don't
Yeah,
fall
yeah,
for
they
it.
are.
Vegan, you're going to have to show us evidence that anything has changed on the ground materially in terms of human rights in Venezuela, because that I have not seen anything about that. And unless you can produce something that says that, then I
Okay,
don't
so
really think
make
that
make
what
a
you're
single
saying
argument for
fucking
why
matters.
getting rid of Maduro is a bad thing. Name one
I
thing
think
that has gotten worse.
I think that if you're going to get rid of Maduro,
Name one-
then
right.
Hold on, listen. I think that if you're going to get rid of Maduro and you're going to make a bunch of arguments about how he's an evil fascist dictator, then getting rid of him shouldn't basically just be, oh, we're just going to replace him with his vice president and like keep
Okay,
the
so you don't
exact
have
same
an
fucking
argument,
regime
right? So
in power.
you don't have a single argument for why.
Yeah,
it's a
that's
problem
my
getting rid of
argument. My
Maduro.
argument is you need to stop talking about the fascist.
Right. Your
dictatorship.
argument is, oh, I don't like war. Ooh, big scary noises. It's bad.
No,
right. So you
I
don't have an
literally
argument.
support
Right. So you don't have an
Ukraine.
argument.
Fuck you. And I'm
You
like
literally
pretty
don't have an
pro-Israel.
Right. So you literally do not have an argument.
Yeah, I don't
So
have an
it was a
argument
military
against
operation
doing
that went
dumb
down without a
shit
hitch.
where
It's
you
geopolitically
swap one
advantageous for
leader
the
in
United
favor
States,
of
and
another.
they got rid of a horrible fucking dictator. Not one single fucking thing for either Venezuelans or the United States got worse. And your
Vegan Gains, I
only
have a
fucking argument is, I don't like bang bang loud noises. So you don't have an
Vegan Gains, I have
argument.
a question for you.
Wow,
Let's say
nice
that
assumptions, bro.
Let's say Trump decides tomorrow that he wants to kill.
What's the argument?
every single
What
Canadian.
assumption am I making? You literally just said what you said. What is the argument?
Hold on. Is this guy unable to listen to anything that anybody said? Like, I feel like you didn't listen to Destiny, and now you're not
understand the own
listening to
thoughts that are
what
in
I
your head?
was saying.
Name one fucking argument for why it was a bad thing to fucking
Because
get rid
it
of
doesn't
Maduro.
change anything. They literally still
if
have
it
a
doesn't
fucking
change anything, that's
dictator.
not neutral. If it doesn't change anything, then it's neutral. That's not a bad thing. So I asked you one negative, and the only thing you could say it didn't change anything.
So well, it
You
sets
can't
a
even
really
name one negative. You admitted you can't even
shitty
name one negative.
precedent too. To like that, you can just say, "Oh, okay, well, you know what? America's just going to be able to go in and kidnap people's leaders now, regardless of
Goddamn
whether
right.
they're
Because
illegitimately
America,
elected."
it's because America's the worldwide fucking police. If you don't play fucking ball, you get fucked over.
But they're not.
Thing. That's a good geopolitical strategy. It
Yeah,
makes
but they're
sure
not.
the bad actors have to stay on their toes, and they have to be worried of threat of military action from the United
Right?
States.
When's it going to happen to
thing.
Putin? When's it going to happen to
It's a
Putin?
good thing.
Is Putin
What do you mean?
next?
I'm sorry. Billions of dollars have been sent to Ukraine. The idea that the United States has not material helped you.
I'm not saying that they haven't, although
ridiculous.
I don't think that everyone has done enough. But like,
Vigeland, is it good if the good actors are also afraid of the U.S.?
Yeah.
Like
if like France and shit have to send,
Oh, France, merci beaucoup. I'm going to eat my croissant. America's so bad. I'm so worried about what French people think. Yeah, oui, 69.
Baguettes.
Damn, Canadians really do hate.
Oh, man, the French people are upset. Oh, no.
France actually has a pretty capable military.
How do you feel about Indians, Vegans?
Yeah, they send military to Greenland to protect against U.S. invasion because that was a worry. Because of
right. Sure. So okay. So let's have this debate in like 4 years when Trump's out of office. Let's see if there's a fucking U.S. invasion of France. Give me a fucking break.
I'm not talking about against the U.S.
About a U.S. invasion of France.
That's not what I was saying.
France. Okay, sorry. If that's not what you're saying, then what the fuck? Why the fuck are you even bothering opening up your mouth?
France and Denmark
I was
sent
just
military
saying.
to Greenland to defend
France has
against
a
a U.S.
capable
invasion.
military.
Yeah, right. Sure. So again, let's have this conversation in another few years. Let's see if the U.S. invades Greenland. Like again, you're fucking.
It's ridiculous. There's zero chance, by the way.
Oh my! Hold on? Do you actually think that? Hold on. Do you actually think that that the United States right now is acting as the world's policeman? Do you think that Trump cares about that? Did you not hear him say all that dumb shit about fucking about the bullshit with like how this is our sphere of influence and the Don Roe doctrine and all that garbage? That's why he did it. It's because he wants
Trump can
South
say
America,
all sorts of
America's
shit. Guess
sphere of
what?
influence.
Venezuela got fucking clapped. Iran's getting fucking clapped. The Houthis are getting clapped. All the Iranian proxies are getting clapped.
Is it always good or best to take like the stat bonuses for breeding, or
dares invade Taiwan? So look, America is in fact acting as the world's police. They are getting rid of bad actors. I do agree Trump should have committed to more military aid for Ukraine. The one upside to this like slow fight though is that Russia's military and economy are just they're getting more depleted than they otherwise would be.
I'm sure the Ukrainians are real happy about
that's great.
That part.
That's great.
Do you think for
that's great. Wait. So Venezuela got fucking clapped. They were accepting help from.
Can you have multiple aspects?
Absolutely annihilated. Iran got fucking clapped again. They were receiving support from China and Russia with some of their military technology.
Smoked.
Absolutely getting annihilated, smoked. And again, it knocks down all the necessary dominoes where China is going to have a much fucking harder time invading Taiwan. And in fact, U.S. assesses China not planning to invade Taiwan in 2027. That's a Reuters article. China was planning on invading Taiwan in 2027, and they're realizing the U.S. military is way too much of a fucking problem.
Sorry,
for
you're
them.
just gonna keep filibustering? Okay, good.
Do you think it's not filibustering?
Do you think the United States is at war with Iran right now? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so should they talk to Congress and get approval for that?
They only need to do that after 60 days.
Okay.
90 days.
So after the 90 days, do you think that
90 days.
do you think Trump's gonna do that?
Probably.
Okay. And do you think the United States should have worked
They
with their
informed
European
members
allies?
of
Do you
Congress.
think the United States should have worked with their European allies while they're invading Iran?
As far as I understand, they did. It's just that they're a bunch of fucking weak cowards.
Okay. What do you mean they did?
Yeah, as far as I understand, they informed European leaders that they were going to attack Iran. They were looking for
Can you
support.
link me an article of that?
I don't know, maybe.
Before the invasion?
I don't
Maybe?
know. You could do a little Google search from the
I've
media
already
I've
done.
seen. It
Yeah,
looks
I'm
like
trying
they
to
were
find
trying
something
to
that's
coordinate
impossible to
with.
find
They
because
were
you're
trying to
you're talking
coordinate
about
with the
something that's
European
never
leaders,
happened before.
including the UK. But
Yeah,
when
they
you
were trying to
see-
coordinate
when-
after they were already invaded.
Yeah, well, great. That's great. So, in either case, they're weak fucking cowards. And again, you can look at some of the
Okay, so you're accepting
bullshit.
that they
You can
didn't
look
try
at
to
some of
work
the
with them
bullshit
before
You can look
they
at some of the
were
bullshit.
invaded.
Great. Well, guess what? Guess what? If that's the case, I don't see what fucking argument they have after the fact to not help.
Okay, but
So-
that's not the point. The point is
The-
you're
the-
spreading
if you look
lies.
at
You
Keir
didn't
Starmer,
know.
if
You
you
had
look
no
at Keir
idea
Starmer,
that they didn't even talk to the
if you
European
look
Union
at Keir Starmer,
before they invaded Iran.
Yeah,
And you were
so
saying
if you
that
look
they
at
did.
Keir Starmer, the whole fucking reason they're apprehensive with aiding the U.S. With the invasion or attack or invasion of Iran is just because they have too many fucking Muslims in their country and they're worried about getting votes for the next election.
Okay, why
That's
do you think that?
literally all it
It
is.
might have something to do. Do they think their hesitance might have something to do with France and Denmark having to send troops to Greenland to prepare for a U.S. invasion of Greenland? And that might have something to do
Oh
with it.
yeah, the imminent U.S. invasion of Greenland. I'm sure. Care to show me any
are
fucking?
you aware that they had to
care
send
to
aid
show
to
me any
Greenland?
intelligence? Yeah, cool. Care to show me any fucking intelligence data indicating that the U.S. is about to invade Greenland? Care to show me? No, don't have that.
Maybe
It's
the
just
fact that
Donald
they
Trump saying
sent
things.
troops?
No,
Maybe the
it's
fact-
just
Yes,
right.
I
right.
actually can. The United States
Right,
literally made
okay,
battle plans to go and invade
The
Greenland.
imminent invasion of Greenland. So
They
you
literally,
want
they
to
literally
you want to put some money on it?
literally drew
Cool.
plans
You want to
for it?
put some money on it? You want to put some money on it?
What are we putting money
You
on?
want to put some money
If
on
they're
it? How
going to, or if
confident
they
are
drew
you?
up
How much
battle
fucking
plans?
cash do you want to throw down?
It had already
How
been
much cash
leaked
do you want
last
to throw
time we
down?
talked that
So
they
when's
made battle
when's
plans
the
to do
invasion
this.
going to happen? So when's the invasion going to happen?
Being games.
Okay,
The
you
last time
asked
they
for
were
that they were
month?
they were planning
What
it.
year? What month is the Greenland invasion going to happen?
It's probably not going to happen, but you were asking.
Oh,
You're coming up with two different
it's
things
probably
now.
not going to happen.
You're
It's just
being-
something
you're
I
being
say so people
Weasley.
get mad at Trump.
No, that's not
the
what's
last time
happening.
you
You're being a fucking
bad.
weasel.
That had already been
I
leaked.
just bring up the Greenland thing to make people hate Trump.
I
That's
don't know.
all I
I
can
don't know
do.
why Zipzip brought up the Greenland thing. He was
Uh-huh.
retarded for bringing it up because I was
Well,
literally
because he got
cooking
triggered
you.
last time from it.
Right,
He
so
was literally crying after
I'm
that
not interested in like arguing with like fucking retarded children over whether the tooth fairy exists, buddy. So like, shut up with the fucking Greenland thing. It's stupid.
The Greenland thing is pretty stupid.
literally
But
crying over
Trump's
after
generals
the keyboard
did
last time.
go and make
Buddy,
battle
shut
plans.
up. You're a fucking idiot, and even your buddy here calls you a fucking idiot. So shut the fuck up about the fucking Greenland thing.
I actually, the Greenland, just so everybody knows, the United States military like has plans to invade like everyone. They even have
everybody.
plans.
Yeah, everybody.
No,
They're gonna invade Canada
Bro!
and the UK and
Holy
France.
shit! I'm trying to help you here. Shut the fuck up.
You just gotta
Jesus,
talk
this
over
is
him.
this is not for. I'm not saying that just because they have
Women are to
invasion
be
plans,
seen,
it
not heard.
means-
Shut up.
Just because they have invasion plans doesn't mean they're going to do it. I'm saying the United States military has plans to invade like everyone.
Right, just like
it's a
Batman.
thing that
just
they
like
do.
Batman. Right,
It
just like
doesn't-
Batman. Batman plans to has plans to take out the whole Justice League.
You
America's just like
legitimately
Batman.
have. You just don't know.
Right, America's
That's
like
not what I'm
Batman.
saying,
He has
you
a plan to take out
dumb fuck.
Superman. He has a plan to take out Martian Manhunter. He has plans to take out the Flash. America's like Batman.
Do you actually not believe me? Like, do you think that what I'm saying isn't true? Do you want it?
No, America's Batman. No, America's
No,
Batman.
I'm not saying that. The United States
No,
just has
America's
like battle
Batman.
plans.
Vegan, that's literally an argument in your favor.
I'm trying to help you here, dude. The U.S. has plans for every country. Okay, it's just a thing that they do.
America
the United
Batman.
States. The United States has plans to fight like fucking zombies or whatever because they just like making
the
up
thing
war
is, Kalinda,
plans.
though, is they made new plans after Trump started fucking talking about the invasion of Greenland.
Yeah,
I'm not talking
I
about
know.
fucking
It's
old
'cause
plans that they were talking about.
He asked them to. Yeah,
yes,
because I
correct.
think because he asked them to update it or whatever.
Well, yeah, because he was interested in invading Greenland. He's interested in what he could do there.
Yeah. By the way, do you guys know why he cared about that? I'm just curious. Does anyone know?
So it's because Greenland is going to be a very important strategical location for defending against China. China, because of new shipping routes that are opening up due to global warming. Somebody told, oh my God, are you black? Donald Trump was told this by some of his military advisors, and then he just basically just said some silly horse shit.
Yeah, that's part of it. The other part of it is that Europe.
That's literally it.
That's not the only thing.
That's literally it. European leaders have treated Donald Trump like he's a fucking joke. He's kind of like salty about it, and again, this is just his way of getting back like a child.
Reason. By the way, I'm trying to help you again, but you just don't want to listen because you're a fucking child. No, it's also
You're the one talking about Batman.
You're helping.
Were you the one talking about
I
Batman?
cannot tell you're helping. He's that.
You brought up Batman.
You know what? All right, that's fine. I'm not going to help you. Fuck it. I was going to, I wanted to come in and explain to Destiny at some point why Trump actually cared about Greenland, because Trump's an idiot and people tell him things and then he computes that as, oh, well, let's just invade because he's a retard. But anyway, whatever. Go on.
You're repeating what I said.
That Trump's retarded?
That's not all that you said, though.
That's
there was
all
more
I said.
to it. There
You
was
should
more
just
to
engage
it.
honestly with what he's saying instead of like straw manning him.
What, you mean like when he said like the European Union was informed prior? Yeah, okay. I mean, how do I engage with somebody who's just in here lying?
What do you mean?
I said, to the best of my knowledge, they were informed about. But by the way, the idea that they'd even have to be informed, I was telling everybody that they were going to fucking invade Iran. What?
Should be
like
informed and they
anybody
should-
can see
Trump
this
should work
horseshit
with
coming
them.
from a fucking billion
They're your
miles away.
allies. They're your
You don't
fucking
think they were
allies.
consulting? Sorry, you don't think they were consulting with each other? And again, you can look at after the fact how all these European leaders, including UK leaders, responded after Donald Trump was asking for help in the Strait of Hormuz and shit. Oh, we're not going to do that. We have too many Muslims in our country, and they're going to get mad at us
Not
if
what
we
they
take down a huge
said.
terror regime. So it's going to be a trouble for us in the next election. Same with fucking Canada. Like, our fucking prime minister came out and said Islam is... what is it? Muslim culture is Canadian culture. Like, they're all fucking whores.
Who's all whores?
Liberal governments.
Where Carney is based.
No, he's a pathetic fucking weak coward. And he's clearly a fucking anti-Semite.
Sorry.
Oh, come on, bro. Really?
He's a fucking anti-Semite. He recognized the state of Palestine while they still had fucking Jewish hostages. Guy's a fucking pathetic anti-Semite.
True.
Guess you don't support Palestinians getting their own state ever, do you?
No, they're pieces of shit. Fuck them.
Oh my god. Damn, I didn't know you were so fucking right.
They never had a fucking state. They can eat shit.
Does vegan like Jews because at least they don't eat pork?
I like Jews because they're not fucking retarded. And they're also not fucking pussies. Sovereign nation, Iran. Oh, it's wrong to attack Iran without notification from Congress. And the way Jews think, fucking fascist Islamic dictatorship. Fuck you, get fucked. So yeah, I totally support Israel and the Jews. They're not fucking Weasley little fucking pussies who have these stupid little fucking debates of, you didn't inform Congress and you're attacking another nation's sovereignty.
Yeah, fuck fuck the law, fuck the norms.
The
Fuck all
law.
that
If we care so much about the law, then why the fuck aren't we all concerned about Iran supporting fucking terrorism worldwide? They're the biggest worldwide sponsor of terrorism. They've killed fucking hundreds of American troops over the last few decades. Like none of that matters, right? But Iranian sovereignty, like again, I came in here to fucking debate this shit, and then all fucking Destiny can do is just weasel his way out of the own arguments he fucking.
Wait, these don't count as base stats when it comes to breeding, really?
famously love terrorism here. Yes.
True.
So, the moral of the story is don't listen to pencil neck fucking weaklings, okay? If you can't bench at least fucking 2 plates aside, I don't think you should be taking anybody seriously. So, fuck Maduro. Glad that fucker's arrested. And fuck Iran. They're gonna get fucking bombed. And
Wait a second. Does this mean that we shouldn't take Trump seriously because Trump doesn't bench 2 plates?
Too.
Doesn't that mean we're not trusting Trump anymore? Doesn't that undermine your whole argument?
Well, people around him can bench 2 plates.
Really? Who?
Yeah, I'm sure Pete Hegseth. I think the 315 was faked, but I'm sure he could bench 2 plates.
Wow.
You think the cartels in Venezuela can bench 2 plates?
Probably. There's probably,
Should we
like, you know, a lot of gang members do lift weights.
Should we listen to those people?
Oh, they're bad. At least they're not pussies, though.
Oh, and they eat meat too, I think so. Yeah, true.
And Netanyahu benched 2 plates.
Oh, there's plenty of people in the IDF who can bench 2 plates. And
Yeah,
there's
of
some
course,
sexy-ass
but
IDF babes, too.
I'm talking specifically about BB here.
Well, I know his brother probably could. He was in the Defense Forces.
Yeah, I
so-
know. He was in the Entebbe raid, which, by the way,
Yeah.
was fucking based. That
Yeah.
was some badass Israeli
Oh,
ops there.
but the UN, piracy, you fucking invaded a sovereign nation. What do you think about that, Destiny? Was that an invasion of a sovereign nation? Did that hurt the nation's sovereignty?
Which, what?
Are we supposed to listen to dictators?
Are you okay, buddy?
Can you seriously engage with this question, Steve? Like,
No,
it's
I'm
being,
epic, Dan.
you're being
Very
dismissive.
epic, Dan. Very epic, Dan.
I'm not trying to
It
just answer
violates
him.
their sovereignty. We need to listen to dictators and do whatever they say because it would violate sovereignty. It's wrong to arrest Kim Jong-un because North Korean sovereignty. Like, again, this is just fucking horseshit. So
Wasn't his whole
I don't know
point
why
that it was a
like,
warlike action and that we were? at
Yeah, I
war
never
for
said
the
anything
time?
about it being good or bad, but that's okay. Let him, you know.
Look, I think Steve is a bit of a grifter. I think he knows a lot of the left wing is being infiltrated by fucking communist pieces of shit, like Hassan. I think his own audience is turning into like gay beta male fucking simp dipshits who are just listening to commie propaganda where, the war with Iran is illegal, deposing Maduro was illegal, why are we using the military for what the military does, war bad. And then I think Steve's just
famously love
grifting,
commies
and
here.
he's holding positions that he doesn't really hold. Like, again, this is just fucking retarded. Like, he's literally telling me, under the same geopolitical circumstances, he would be wrong, he would think it would be wrong to arrest Kim Jong-un and put in place some friendlier dictator because it would violate North Korean sovereignty. And then, again, after we talked about this for a little bit, he realized he was being a fucking retard, and then he didn't even hold that position anymore. And then he just stopped engaging with me. Like again, Steve's a smart guy. Like, not that smart, but, like, not retarded like Hassan. So I think he's kind of grifting, and he's playing a bit to his audience, where this is just the popular narrative among left-wing progressives, just being a fucking pussy and acting like, oh, everything has to be legal, and what about Congress? And really all they're doing is listening to Chinese communist brain rot propaganda. And again, this is all priming everybody to be against U.S. military intervention when China tries to invade Taiwan. That's all this fucking is. All this bullshit about, oh, it's wrong to invade fucking Venezuela. Oh, it's wrong to invade Iran. Why is the U.S. meddling in all these foreign politics? That's exactly what fucking China wants you to think, because they don't want a U.S. intervention in fucking Taiwan. So all this is Chinese brain rot fucking propaganda. It's the right fucking thing to do. There was a time when America stood up for, values, right and wrong. And when there's a fucking fascist dictatorship being abusive to his own fucking people, murdering political dissidents, and fucking over America geopolitically, we'd have no fucking problem invading Venezuela and arresting the dictator. But now we have all this communist brain rot fucking horse shit where we have fucking weak little pencil neck pussies on the fucking internet peddling this bullshit. War is bad. It's illegal. Well, you know what? You don't have to fucking worry about any of this because you wouldn't fucking even, pass the fucking physical to join the military. So if you're so fucking worried about the U.S. going to war, don't worry, you're not gonna go to war, okay? You're too fucking weak and scrawny, and you're probably gay, too.
Vegan gains. So the Iraq War was based, right?
I think it was a good thing to take out Saddam Hussein. I think just after that, there was a lot of mistakes that the U.S. military made when it came to trying to stabilize the region, create a new government there, and just staying in for too long, stuff like that.
Couldn't that happen right now with Iran?
I have a question. What do you think if I think that China should just use their military? Like, what's the problem with China just using their military, in Taiwan? Like, they have a fascist dictator, so you know, why would that be bad if they invaded Taiwan?
So I don't respond to stupid fucking idiotic children. So have fun playing with your little fucking Tinker Toys there, dipshit.
Hold on, Destiny just asked you
Wait,
a
can you
good
smash your
question.
keyboard again? Can you smash your keyboard again, Vegan Gains?
Couldn't the same thing happen in
Play with
that
your
happened
fucking
in
Hot
Iraq?
Wheels, retard.
Couldn't the same thing that happened in Iraq happen in Iran? What's preventing that? Why not?
No, it's a totally different set of like geopolitical circumstances. Look, this is just fucking retarded. Okay, again, this is Chinese communist brain rot fucking propaganda. You'll hear this narrative all the time. When fucking the Venezuela thing happened, oh, what about Iraq? When the Iran thing happened, what about Iraq? Like, people are just going to keep bringing up Iraq. Well, how about you go fuck yourself? I don't fucking care.
not
The
really-
idea that the U.S. military and, all the bureaucracies within the U.S. government can't fucking figure out some of the fucking mistakes they made in Iraq, and just correct those mistakes for the future and do things differently. And the fact that this is a completely different set of geopolitical circumstances as well. Like,
It's not-
I don't
I'm not
take I
saying
don't take
it's
this
the
seriously.
same,
Like,
but-
look, I don't take this seriously.
Okay, I brought up Iraq because I wanted to test your consistency, but I'm not saying that it's the same shit. But what I am saying is that if the U.S. wanted to do this and they wanted to invade and then like install a different regime and shit, it would take a few years. It's not something you could do in 5 minutes, and I don't think the American public has the stomach for that. And
So,
I don't,
first of
that's why
all-
I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, so first of all, this doesn't seem like something that's going to take several years. I know one of the big military objectives is to basically cause a regime change. I don't think that's as difficult as people are kind of making it out to be.
I don't think that that's going to be what's
just because
necessarily going to happen.
That's
They've
also
kinda
never been their
walked back
objective
on
that they've said.
Yeah, they've walked back on that like a whole bunch. Now it's just
well,
Israel's
that
objective,
was an
not the United
objective.
States.
They're kind of walking back and talking about negotiation, but all the negotiations are completely failing. And I was never thinking that they would do this and not make efforts to do a regime change. I think some of these negotiations are just kind of like a PR kind of stunt. I don't think they're serious about negotiations.
By the way, you can't do regime change from the air. Like that's not a thing that has ever really.
Well, they're
happened.
sending in the Marines, and the Marines fuck shit up. So
Yeah, we still don't know how they're going to do that, but all right, we'll see.
well, yeah, it's called fucking machine gun.
No, I mean we don't know what those Marines are even going to do or whatever. I feel like you have. way
Yeah,
more
they
information
they
than
kill
Trump.
bad people. That's what they're paid to do.
No, I mean we don't know what the strategy or have any kind of. For all we know, they could just be going there to
Yeah,
take
the
Carg
strategy
Island,
is
and that
see
could
bad
be it.
person, shoot them, fuck eye sockets.
You have a very simplistic way of looking at all of this. but
Well, yeah, it
okay.
is simple. That's how guns work. You point, you shoot, you fucking kill the bad people.
Anything else?
Yeah, I think the point was made pretty clear. This whole Iran thing is extremely important for the overall American geopolitical strategy. It has clearly been a benefit with delaying China's invasion of Taiwan, if they ever plan on invading. Xi is so old right now, and he clearly has had some health issues that China, like he may die before they ever plan on invading, and whoever replaces them, who knows how committed they're going to be with an invasion of Taiwan. Who knows how the CCP is going to be moving forward. So this is a good thing. It's clearly delayed a Chinese invasion of Taiwan.
Do you have hold on? Do you have any evidence that that's the reason why they delayed it, or are you just making that assumption because, like, I guess America is the center of the universe? Are you sure that it's not because that China feels that they just aren't ready yet because they've been building up their military in order to get ready to invade?
Well,
Like, I don't
again, Xi has tried to ready their military for a 2027 invasion, and according
Yeah, maybe
to
they just
U.S.
weren't ready.
assessments, yeah. So according to U.S. assessments, that's not the case, and this has happened before. China probably would have invaded Taiwan earlier if the Iraq War didn't happen. But China, seeing how easily the Iraqi
no
military was
way
defeated
that
in Iraq, that delayed their plans.
There's no way that they were ready, like in 2003.
Well, yeah,
to
they
invade
realized
Taiwan.
they sure as fuck weren't ready with how advanced the U.S. military was and how easily they defeated the Iraqi military. So yeah, they got taught a lesson. They were
No,
in
you're
all
assuming
planning,
that that's the only reason. Why do
they
you think,
were
like,
in
you think-
all likelihood planning an invasion of Taiwan. Then they realized how fucking badly they'd get stomped by the U.S. military, and then they didn't. So again, these actions, like what happened in Venezuela, where the U.S. easily defeated Chinese and Russian radar and missile defense systems, that sends a message to China that your technology sucks, it's Chinese trash, and we can fuck you over. Same with what's going on in Iran. Annihilating fucking Iran, taking out all their fucking leadership, and completely, like, just being in control of the fucking country fundamentally within a matter of days. That just shows China that if they want to fuck with the United States, they're gonna have to they're gonna have to have a lot more firepower and a lot more smart, competent people.
Okay, you don't actually have any evidence that that's what delayed it. You're just making that assumption because you think America's the center of the universe.
No, so I'm not a retard, okay? So when China wants to invade Taiwan to get control of the silicon fab facilities there, and they realize there's a big bad motherfucker who could stomp them, I can put 2 and 2 together. So no, these military actions put China in their fucking place, and they teach them, you're fucking inferior to America. Your technology sucks. Your GDP is at best 1/10 of that of the United States per capita. You're all poor, broke, fucking gutter-sucking pieces of trash.
Canada?
They literally eat fucking gutter oil. They're so fucking broken, poor, and stupid. So if they're serious about this Taiwanese invasion thing, they better be fucking ready for it. Because again, all of these military actions that the U.S. has committed, you may disagree with it. You might not think it's the nicest thing that some innocent people get killed or you have to crack a few eggs. But from an overall geopolitical strategy, it scares our enemies. And that's probably a more important fucking thing, keeping some of these big bad actors in check.
Hey, Vegan, I have a question. I think you know this better than me. Was your ex-wife Chinese or Iranian? I need to understand if that's...
No.
Having any influence on that? No? Okay. Just thinking, okay. Wait, was she Venezuelan?
No.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. French?
No.
A little confused, but okay.
Okay, anything else?
No, the only other thing is stop being a fucking pussy. So again, all this bullshit about, you didn't inform Congress, it's illegal. Guess what? That's all Chinese brain rat propaganda. So the informing Congress thing, that's just a load of fucking horseshit. That's Chinese communist propaganda that the liberal, especially the progressive left, is just spewing. So you people really need to stop just guzzling down fucking Chinese brain rot horseshit.
Wait, can I ask a question? So are you saying, like, if there is a country or basically like a group of people, and there are other people who are like oppressively leading those people, such that if they step out of line, they can either be abandoned, starved, or killed, that we would be right to go in and kill the leadership of that country?
What do you like?
Like, let's say that there is a group. Let's say there is a group of people, and let's say that they had like leaders in that society, and those leaders would murder members of their society. They have no rights whatsoever. There's no trials. There's no elections. There's nothing like else. Maybe it's done by birth. Maybe the leaders just kill the prior leaders. You'd say that like it's okay for us to step in and like kill those people.
Yeah.
Why can't we eat animals then? Because don't they kind of do that sometimes in their societies? Like, would we be right to like go and like abduct tigers and lions and eat them since they kind of like rule oppressively over there?
I don't have a problem with killing carnivorous animals.
Oh, okay, based. All right, just checking.
That's why I wouldn't have a problem with taking you out, motherfucker. Better go vegan. Got my sights on you.
Okay.
Would you eat a cat?
Huh?
Would you eat a cat?
Of course, he said yeah.
No.
He would. What do you mean? They're
I didn't
carnivores.
say I'd eat a cat.
They're carnivores. They're
My cat's
obligate
vegan.
carnivores.
Your cat's
Yeah, my cat
vegan?
eats a vegan
Poor
diet.
cat.
Well, you can take a look at my Instagram. My cat could probably beat your ass.
Wait, how many
Is your cat on roids too, or?
No, he's just a big motherfucker.
How many plates does he bench?
Probably like 3.
Is that 3 on each
Shit, we
side,
gotta
or is that
look
1 on each side and 1 in the middle?
No, 3 on each side.
Okay.
Damn.
All right, well,
That's
take
pretty
care.
big, too.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
Tell your keyboard I said hi.
All right, take care.
Is he always like that?
I think the Broid stuff, I think, is actually having a significant impact on him because he wasn't in the past. He wasn't that bad, but
I didn't realize he was that right wing or that like crazily hawkish. I could have swore he was like a soy progressive dude before, and now he's like gone full.
I don't think he was ever like a progressive guy. He was just a vegan, but.
Well, you see, his wife left him, so.
Oh,
Jesus, chill. Well, we don't know how much that we could be putting the cart before the horse. Who knows?
Didn't he used to come in here and yell at you about platforming Nazis?
Yeah, but he's never been right wing or left wing. I think he's always had kind of his own take on things.
Oh, okay. By the way, Dylan's going to be on there at 6 o'clock. All right, sorry, at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
EST.
Well,
and he's going to be talking with an old
Mike.
like someone familiar to you, Destiny, the Josie Rose person.
Oh, I don't even remember this person, but.
Wait, you don't remember them?
Nope. But if we're gonna get the Dylan part, I have to listen to this. So if you guys don't have anything to say, get the fuck out.
Oh,
Bye-bye.
all right.
Okay.
All right.
I love you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay.
It's because they start realizing that this is very, very prominent.
Seeing is that people are now connected.
We have so many ways for you to help and be a part of this movement, but donating to this fundraiser is phenomenal because here's the thing. We all have to spend 5 to 7 hours calling donors a day. And this is like 100 voicemails. And
Make this happen.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you also,
you
Jack
all.
and Mr. Beat. Mr. Beat, my son loves your
Thank you,
videos, and I love watching them
that's
with him.
amazing.
So, yeah.
I watch Breaking Points, so.
Oh, awesome. There you go. Because for various reasons, she didn't end up part of the group link, so make sure that you...
I'm
Great
going
to
to
see
bed.
you
Good night.
always.
Be careful.
Community organizer, former Buffalo mayoral nominee, known for democratic socialist policies, including housing, public safety reform, and economic equity. We have Benjamin Gilbert Leaf. I asked him if it was Gilbert because I was trying to break out a little bit of my high school friends, but sadly it's not. Anyway, Benjamin has been such an incredible part of the organizing team here. He is deputy executive director of Progressive Victory. He's a community manager, political strategist, and organizer. He's also a prominent member of Voosh and TYT communities. We've got Alexandra Rojas in the house as well. She's executive director of Justice Democrats. Has you guys probably see her all over the place doing political commentary and repping her values. And who else? We've got Mike from PA, who's going to handle this, moderating this conversation. He's a progressive live streamer, commentator, known as Mike from PA. Covers U.S. politics, policy analysis, and progressive electoral strategy. You can find him on Central_Committee. And we also have Howard Chu joining, who was a founding member of the Working Families Party. Did I get everybody here? Did I miss anyone? I don't think so.
I think that's everyone.
I think we got it all. All right, I'm going to step back and hand it over to you, Mike, to lead this conversation. Can't wait.
Ben donates huge amounts of money to Voosh every stream, by the way. Wait, which one's Ben again? The guy who leads the PV people? Why would he donate to Voosh? Or who's Ben? Or another Ben? What are you talking about?
To listen.
All right, well, welcome to everybody. I'm so pleased to be here with so many great organizers. If you're a longtime viewer of my stream, you've seen some of these faces before, and there's some new faces. So thank you guys so much for coming on. I think, I think I would love to start with, do we have Ashik on here? All right, because this is. Oh,
I think Ashik is broken.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, well, we're gonna.
Quite literally, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Wow. Yes. Well, geez. I would say that. Okay, Ashik, do we have you? Okay, Megan. I'll throw it to Megan. Basically, one of the things that I've really been excited about this cycle is the fact that so many people are feeling ambitious about what we can accomplish in politics. And I think the thing that has been missing for the left is like actionable campaigns that we actually are working on where we are challenging for power. And the big elephant in the room right now is Hassan Piker is currently being attacked by the mainstream Democratic Party, especially those that are associated with Israel. And there's an attempt to kind of tamp down on this kind of progressive grassroots energy because it's starting to bear fruit in actual political races, the formation of groups like ESA and the increase of our importance in the political space. And places like my live stream or Hassan's live stream or other live streams, we are creating our own media apparatus, our own way of going around the traditional media gatekeepers. Wow. There's an old organizer saying that, the Republican Party fears their base and the Democratic Party hates their base. And you can kind of see that and feel it right now, which is they've lost the ability to control the conversation.
Wait, who's
Access
this?
politics as far as media is no longer dictating what people watch. And the Democratic Party is no longer able to kind of control and manufacture consent because they've lost the legitimacy and the trust of the American people. So that's why I'm so excited to have so many of you guys, gals, non-binary pals with us because we are organized. This is the creation of the 21st century left-wing organizing space. And it has to be, we have to work in complete solidarity between our online or our media spaces, our political campaigns, our fundraising, and then our in-community action. So that's what we are here to explain. And I think I'm going to start by throwing it over to Megan, who is one of the amazing DSA chairs. And Megan, could you explain why everyone should join DSA right now?
Yeah, I mean, the big frustration, I think, and an extremely reasonable frustration that people have with the Democratic Party is you can't really set the tone of how things are run. You can't set policy. You can't. There's no democracy in the Democratic Party. What the decisions that are made by a handful of
Israelites,
large donors, and patronage networks. And for a regular person, that's extremely discouraging, right? Like, these are supposed to be our fighters, and I can't even participate. I can't even move anything. So what DSA does is real democracy on the ground. The way we make our decisions, the way we organize, we do it democratically. What campaigns we decide to fight, where we decide to show up to organize, those decisions are made collectively and with a bunch of people. And we are explicitly socialist. We're not shy about it. We're not the Democrats. We're like, no, we're not. Right. Stop calling us that. No, you can call us that. It's fine. We're socialists. It's cool. Really kind of fighting against. We're not fighting for a kinder, gentler capitalism. We're not fighting to soften the edges. We're fighting to have worker control of every aspect of our lives, of our housing, of our workplace, of our communities. So get involved because you can. You literally can, right. Which is such a different thing to just sort of, to get involved in the Democratic Party means to vote in a primary, which obviously you should do. But that's the pushing you're going to do because, clearly they don't listen, right? Like if we've ever learned that before, we definitely learned it this November. They do not listen to their constituents. They're still, we've got all those leaked documents that people are like, we had no idea they were mad about Palestine. Like, what are you talking about? We were at your house with a megaphone. What do you mean you didn't know? Who are you lying to? It's not going to be me. So, yeah.
One of the things that I've had I was radicalized through my contact with the Democratic Party, which I feel like a lot of the people here are the same way, right? Because, India Walton, your race is one of the perfect examples of what I'm talking about, right? Which is you did everything the right way. You joined the Democratic Party, you organized locally, you fought in a primary, you won, and then all of the institutional power of the Democratic Party went against their nominee. And that is kind of the reality I think all of us need to face and be prepared for. We have experienced that, and we have seen that the Democratic Party establishment that we have has to be ripped out. And it's one of those things that, I'm glad we have spaces to talk about this openly, where the idea that we're going to play it the right way, go by the rules, win, and then the Democrats are going to say vote blue no matter who, or a progressive or a socialist, is just not the case. We now saw that in New York City again. So they did a test run in Buffalo against India, and they were able to, unfortunately, prevail through allying with the Republicans. They tried it again in New York. They ran another sore loser campaign with Andrew Cuomo, and who did he get endorsed by? Donald Trump. Who did he get money from? Republican billionaires. And so the reality is that we have one party. It is the billionaire capitalist party. True. And if we are going to fix this country and steer the course in a different direction, which we desperately need, we're going to need to go into these battles bloody-minded and aware that the primary is not the end of the intra-party fight. They're going to immediately backstab these Democratic candidates. And so, India, would you kind of explain, your experience and what you're doing now to carry the fight forward, and what recommendations or advice do you have for all the bright-eyed, bushy-tailed young candidates running their first election?
Yeah, I think that you're exactly right. Is that in a city or a state that is solidly blue, the primary is the election in most cases, right. Unless you are a progressive. In which case, there is. I think that the lesson for me is don't let up. Keep your foot on the gas. Like, we don't have time to relax. And I think that in this country, in this climate, that we're fighting two battles, right? It's not about fighting Republicans like the Democrats say. We're fighting Democrats and Republicans. And I think that for me, the raising of class consciousness is the most important thing that we can do, is teach young people it doesn't matter what is on your voter reg card. The fight that we have is against racialized capital, is against genocide and perpetual war, is against exploitation of workers, of extraction, and the death of our planet. And our fight is just so much bigger than what is what we classify ourselves as. Our fight is about humanity, and our fight is about love and care, and how we're going to continue to live on the blue planet.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. And, obviously, this organizing panel is really about how do we take our principles and our ideals and the outrage and anger and frustration that we feel, and how do we turn that into actions that bear fruit in the real world? For some people, they think of their
man. I just want to say, if AIPAC had a political party in the United States, whoo, these guys would destroy them.
It's almost as like a consumption entertainment product, or like a sports team or something. And I think that what we need to do with this grassroots energy is tell people that there are no heroes coming to rescue you. You are the hero, or you are the victim, right? And so
you are the quarterback, and you have to throw the ball. We're all quarterbacks.
Right.
You like to yell at your football coaches and tell them what to do? Well, you actually get to be the quarterback if you participate.
Well, we also need some linemen. Can I say that? You know, I think all of us like to be calling plays, but sometimes we just have to stand in the trenches and knock doors and make phone calls and
And KC DSA is one of the fastest growing DSAs right now, from my understanding, in the nation. I want to say, Megan, please correct me if I'm wrong. I know they're going to yell at me later in the chat later. Oh my God, you didn't, But I mean, we need everybody and we need each other. We're at a critical time right now where we need all the volunteers in the world. We need all the organizations to back each other and support, the candidates. I know there may be one or two sentences we may disagree on, but the plan is for us to get our country back to where it needs
so they
to
do
be.
know what
And
that
I don't
means.
know if it's ever been where we envision it, right? But damn it, we're working towards that vision, right? And look, with the organization that me and, and India, you can speak to this as well, with Roots Action, where we build a lot of these anti-war, initiatives together. They're the ones that are carrying right now this social justice and the racial justice, in addition to the anti-war movement, on their backs, right, with very limited budget. So all of this, all of the organizing, whether it's the money, the volunteers, being able to get on podcasts to just showcase talent, movements, initiatives, all of this is not only a blessing.
Wait,
but
why
we just
isn't the
have to work
lightning
together,
hitting him?
united,
He's wet
right?
and he's
So I don't know,
one
India, if
off
you want to talk
water
maybe
tile
a little bit more
now.
also
Shouldn't it be?
about Roots Action and what we do with that as well.
Yeah, I think that in a time when we're seeing like this sort of like enclosure of information, right, and the merger of a lot of media companies, I think the independent media is super important. And one thing that Roots Action does for me is gives me a platform to say things that might be unpopular, like Chuck Schumer should retire. I think it's vitally important, though, like in all seriousness, that we have platforms to be able to talk about things that are important to us. And the interesting thing is that it's not things that are just important to us. It's actually the dominant thought, but not the dominant narrative. And I think that a part of our organizing effort has to be to turn our issues into not only the dominant thought, but also the dominant narrative, and have people talking about things that are important to us.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I feel like we already have that. I look at polling, or I look at the information that we have available on issue after issue. And then and they all seem to be aligning with the left of center position, whether it is anti-war movement or whether it is, Medicare for all, whether it is having a pathway for humane immigration policy. The masses are actually with us. They just don't have a mechanism to extract those demands from their politicians. And I feel like we are in a breaking point, or we are in an inflection point where we can actually start to grab hold of the ship of state and steer it in our direction. But it's going to be a violent process, a confrontational process, in my view. You guys are free to disagree with me, but and that is what I want to see. And organizations like PV, organizations like DSA, what I would like to see is almost like a group of specialists who recognize and can identify opportunities for us on the left to challenge politicians, who, especially those that are significantly out of touch with the base,
right?
And then kind of assist those people that are on the ground that want to take advantage of the opportunity, but maybe they don't have the skills or experience, and we can kind of bridge that gap. We can provide that backbone, that the bones and sinew, to help build up the structures that ultimately result in a politically active left that is a challenge and a threat.
Wait, what? This lady lost to a Democrat who ran as a write-in after she won the primary. Is that true? Is that I didn't know that was possible. Jesus.
To the Democratic Party establishment. And,
And that's the point. We talked about we need quarterbacks, we need linemen, we need coaches, right? We don't want to gatekeep the information we have. We want to teach people how to run for office. What we don't want is spectators. Like, this is not a spectator's 400.
That's why it's not working, actually, because he's using
I think that the ties to the community do it in reverse.
Talking about us, writing about it.
Emma, for inviting us on. Thank you all so much for coming on the stream tonight. I'm super
the
excited for
Vanguard
the conversation. And yeah, Zach said we're Zach and Gavin of the Vanguard podcast, aka Silly and Billy.
Yes, well-known Silly and Billy. Senator Nina Turner, can you reflect a little bit on the past maybe 10 years of the anti-war movement kind of being dissipated, really, I would say, or maybe not 8 years, 10
And
or
by
so years.
anti-war,
I remember
we mean
voting for Obama in 2008, or supporting
whatever
Obama
Israel's
in 2008, I
doing.
couldn't vote yet, because of his stance on the Iraq War. And it did feel like the Bernie Sanders movement was a big part of, co-opting that energy as well in 2016 and bringing young people into the fold. It feels like since the genocide in Gaza has begun, and since the Democrats were so complicit in it, that a lot of the energy on the anti-war left has been, I guess, undercut. I wonder what you think about what that means electorally for the party going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, I'm hoping that there will be an absolute rejection of any current elected official or anybody who is vying to be elected who does not declare in words and in deeds that they are pro-peace and anti-war. If they already have a record, then they need to be held accountable. If they're new to running, then we got to take them at their word and put them in. But it is just, it's immoral what is happening in this country and what is happening all across this world at the hands of countries like the United States of America, like the right-wing government of Israel. And it shouldn't take higher gas prices or higher food prices or tariffs to get the American people to understand very clearly that what happens over there, whether over there is Iran, whether over there is Iraq, whether over there is the Gaza, the Sudan, the Congo, Haiti, Lebanon, wherever over there is, it is happening over here. And you know, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was very clear when he said that what happens to one directly happens to us all indirectly. And certainly those of us who are alive today and get the benefit of technology, we understand that the world is a lot smaller than it was 10 years ago, Emma, 20 years ago, 50 years ago, even 100 years ago, that you do not have to have a PhD in geography or understand the mechanics of geopolitics to understand that we are all intricately connected, whether it is our oil supply, our food supply, air, water. And so it is going to be incumbent on a multi-generation coalition to stand up and say, we're not going to take it anymore, just like those brave souls during the Vietnam War, just like the people who had the vision before it became cool to be against a war when we're talking about what happened in Iraq, excuse me. So we really do need people to wake up, and it doesn't have to be whether or not it's happening on the soil. All wars are wrong, and we have enough firepower. The superpowers have enough firepower to end the world as we know it. So what else do we need? War should always be the last resort. And unfortunately, we have an administration. First of all, Congress has abdicated its responsibility. Present company excluded. They are weak as a group. They have abdicated their responsibility. They really don't exist. And then we have a president and a secretary of war who act as though they're playing a damn video game, and not understand that they're sending somebody's son, somebody's daughter, somebody's wife, somebody's husband, somebody's loved one into harm's way. And they have such a cavalier attitude. I think it was Hegseth who said that we negotiate through bombs. I think that's what he said, Congressman. We negotiate through bombs. Who says that? Who does that in the 21st century, knowing how delicate things are in the world and how much more firepower that we have? That if any of these powers step hard, this could be WW3. Who wants that?
WW3.
Yeah, Congressman Khan, could you respond to that? I mean, it must be a bit of a trip hearing some of your colleagues justify this war that has been known to be a absolute red line for almost every president prior to Donald Trump, because Iraq is 4 times smaller than Iran. Iran is infinitely more mountainous. Iran has a much more kind of ossified structure in the way that its government functions. So it must be really fascinating, I guess, from the perspective of having to deal with your colleagues when you hear them try to justify this.
Well, Emma, you're absolutely right about the strategic blunder and the fact that Iran is 90 million people, the fact that Iran has the capacity to hit the Strait of Hormuz as they have and had oil spike, the fact that we have basically taken out Khamenei Sr. and replaced him with Khamenei Jr. Khamenei Sr. had a fatwa on not developing nuclear weapons. Khamenei Jr. doesn't have that same view. And by the way, if we took out the regime, we may replace him with the military, the IRGC, that's even more hardline, and that was opposed to the JCPOA. But Emma, I want to talk also about the moral issue here. And I know you believe this because of all your excellent commentary. We can trace, in my view, Gaza, Cuba, and Iran to something very dangerous in American foreign policy, which is the dehumanization of how we see people in the non-Western world's human rights. The dehumanization of what happened with the genocide in Gaza, the dehumanization of the fuel blockade that is causing blackouts and hunger in Cuba, of the Cuban people, and the dehumanization of over 1,000 Iranian civilians killed, young girls killed at a school. And it's as if their lives don't have the same inherent dignity, human rights, as other lives. That is really the attitude, certainly pervasive in the administration, but more broadly problematic in the country. And we desperately need a new moral direction. These aren't isolated issues. Would say we actually believe in the human rights and the dignity and equal inherent human worth of every human being, whether they're in Cuba or in Gaza or in Iran.
It's incumbent upon the West. Yes, go ahead.
I know you're going to jump to my other colleagues, but something that the congressman said that is going to be important for people to put together. The same spirit that does not care about bombing other people's people is the same spirit that denies us universal health care, that denies us clean air, clean water, clean food, that has said that they're going to allow companies to pollute the water a little more. It is the same spirit, the same energy, the same power that won't cancel student debt, or that would allow a ruling class to run roughshod over the United States of America, which has practically become, not just since President Donald J. Trump, but it's really up in our face, the corporate states of America. These are not separate powers. It is the same callous indifference that at the UN, the United States, Israel, and Argentina had the pure unadulterated gall to vote against declaring slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, one of the most horrific, dehumanizing events. The corporate states of America. These are not separate powers. It is the same callous indifference that at the UN, the United States, Israel, and Argentina had the pure unadulterated gall to vote against declaring slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, one of the most horrific, dehumanizing events.
And I would just hold my grandmother's hand in my hands, and she would read the Quran, or
agree with Howard's point about the money in politics and the corruption of the money in politics. There's something.
So if you're local and you can knock doors, help us now.
28.
Yep. We're gonna need Cory Bush back in there. We need to get Nina Turner in there. We're gonna have Roe, of course.
Yeah, I think it's a relic, a little bit of a time when the channels of media were a little bit more
2024, they were able to cynically brand themselves as the pro-peace ticket, which is just like the most insane thing you could ever imagine. But here we are. And, you know, and I have no doubt that the Iran war and the already catastrophic fallout from it, not to mention the, you know, the ongoing genocide in Gaza and the wars that Israel is fighting on 7 different fronts, apparently. But in any case, the Iran war and the massive fallout, both economically and in terms of, you know, loss of lives and global chaos, that is going to overhang our politics for years, if not generations to come.
No other wars.
Yeah, I think it's a relic a little bit of a time when the channels of media were a little bit more controlled, and you had, you know, just a handful of television stations and a handful of newspapers. I mean, our information ecosystem right now appears to be one large funded PR project. When what gets pumped to the top of algorithms is certainly funded by donors and big finance. But at the very end, our newsrooms are being hollowed out. But at the very least, we have like first-person video that can be shared on the internet. And I think like that, what you're talking about, that dynamic where people think you don't vote on foreign policy, is a relic of the 90s. But here is the rest of the crew. So I will save these rantings for later.
I was enjoying them.
Oh yes, well,
we'll let you continue them, Voosh.
Good to see you.
Well, I'll be first to say that I too think the war with Iran is a bad idea. I don't know how many people here would agree with me on that.
Hot take. Controversial opinion. Hot take on the stream, yes.
Thank you for having us. Soypill, how you doing?
Thank you for doing it, Voosh. I'll just go quickly through the introductions here, and Voosh and Soypill let you guys take it over and sort of handle the overall moderation. But this panel, we've got a whole bunch of fantastic candidates for Senate. So I'll start with our 2 moderators here. Voosh, you guys probably already know him, but he's a YouTube political streamer known for, it says, debate-centered content. I like the way that's described, covering political philosophy, internet culture, and progressive policy issues. Soypill is here as well, online political commentator associated with live stream discussion, communities, and internet political analysis. Abdel Al-Sayed is going to be joining us here just momentarily, but we also have Karishma Mansour. She's a medical scientist, progressive activist. She is running for Senate in New Hampshire. We have Julie Gonzalez. She's a Colorado State Senator representing Denver, who has worked on immigration reform and workers' rights legislation, now running for U.S. Senate. And Angie Nixon, who is a Florida State representative and labor organizer advocating for voting rights, education, funding, and economic justice policies, running for Senate in Florida. And I'll go ahead. Abdul looks like he might be having a little bit of trouble with his camera, but he is a public health expert, former Michigan gubernatorial candidate who is running for U.S. Senate, championing a progressive platform with a spotlight on Medicare for all, and is also at the center of a major AstroTurf controvery around affiliating with Hassan Piker. So with all of that being said, Voosh and Soypill, I'll let you guys take it away with this conversation. And one more time, I will plug progress.win/rally. I know we've raised already $22,000 plus for the candidates on this stream. So thank you to everybody out there who has donated. If you can give, I'm telling you, it makes a huge difference, because these are all candidates who are not going to have the multi-million dollar, you know, AI packs and APACs and crypto packs and all of that behind them. So they really, really count on you if you can give it. So.
And remember, none of the money goes to me or Voosh. It's all for the candidates. If that makes you want to donate more.
Don't make people suspicious of that claim. No, it's true. To my knowledge, AIPAC is funding none of the people here. So, you know, we have to make sure that somehow.
But AIPAC, if you're listening, I can't promise I'll change any opinions, but you know, my email's open.
Yeah, we're open to a bid. No, it's incredible. I mean, Emma just filled us in on the way out there. I mean, apparently we're preparing for limited ground operations over there in Iran. I'd like to open, if I may, you know, because she talks for a little bit about the myth that Americans don't vote on foreign policy. Some foreign policy touches on our lives more concretely than others, right? America felt the Iraq War. There's plenty of things that America's done in the past 30 years, abroad, that the average American hasn't felt. Israel and its relationship to the United States has been a deeply felt element of American government for the past couple of years. This is just a fact. I think that a careful examination of Israel and their behavior and their relationship to their neighboring states would give one plenty of reasons to disagree with them on moral grounds, but I want to speak only politically for just a moment. Every American now is aware of this dynamic, this idea that we are unnecessarily beholden to Israel, to its weapons, to its funding, to its relationship with its neighbors, that we have to fight its wars. It is at the very least a perception that at this point everyone has come across. It is a fact that more people over time have shifted, especially Democrats, especially young Democrats, have shifted towards an anti-Israel position. The shift from being tepidly supportive of Israel to being very against their behavior in the Middle East has happened so quickly that I think a lot of Democratic politicians haven't caught up to it. There's been a whiplash effect. They don't know what's going on. But it is a fact that there are many young people today for whom like Israeli or Netanyahu, they use them almost as synonyms for bad. This is just a fact. If you go online, you will see plenty of young people who say, oh, that's so Israeli, and they mean like a TV show they didn't like. That is the extent to which this discourse has permeated common culture. The fact that the Democratic Party hasn't woken up to this and addressed the fact that their constituency has shifted in its position is insane. It's not just politically unviable, it's madness. It's counterintuitive. You would expect at the very least some kind of tepid acknowledgement that a change in the relationship between us and Israel is needed, or at the very least a reconciliation with the party. But if anything, the past year has shown us the Democrats are not, in many cases, willing to budge. There is a conservative faction within the Democratic Party that is using this as a litmus test. Certainly Abdul, who's with us today, thank you very much for being here, has faced the blunt end of this just in the past week. The idea that criticism of Israel is something that can be used to castigate you, even when the majority of your constituents agree with it. I think that's insane. I think that any sensible politician should be able to agree it's insane, even without touching on the morals. And I really don't know how the Democratic Party can win in the future unless it's willing to reconcile with this. That's my opening bit. I just wanted to make it clear. I know that all of us agree, end the genocide, right, free the Palestinian people. I know that we're on board with that. But also, man, on a political level, we are off. It's crazy.
And Voosh, if I can jump in here, I'm sorry for the screen issues, but I think you hit the nail on the head. If this is not a legitimate space for conversation about where our tax dollars go in the aftermath of having subsidized the genocide and now getting pulled into an absolutely insane war in Iran because Netanyahu finally found an American president stupid enough to take us there, then I don't know what is. Now, it's absolutely critical for us to differentiate consistently, constantly, and clearly between Israel and AIPAC and the Jewish people and Judaism. Those are different things. And we need to, in the same breath, love and embrace the Jewish people and constantly decry anti-Semitism. And also, because of our love for people, recognize that we decry anti-Semitism and love the Jewish people, and also need to decry any form of genocide and apartheid being committed by a foreign government, particularly one that is taking our tax dollars. And so we can say all of those things in one breath. In fact, we have to if we're serious about our foundational ideals, and we lead with those. So, I just think it's important for us to hold space, to keep saying what we believe about the state of Israel and about AIPAC, which is a MAGA-funded super PAC set of super PACs trying to move our foreign policy in lockstep with Israel, and at the same time recognize that has nothing to do with loving and embracing Judaism and the Jewish people.
Yeah, Abdullah, I want to piggyback off of that because it's crazy that you and us
I don't
have
get to
make that
control
distinction,
him!
because the people that conflate anti-Zionism or Israel criticism are the ones who's actually spreading anti-Semitism in a way, the same phenomenon that Voosh was talking about, where you see all these people using Israel and Netanyahu as bad. Those people don't see that distinction, and those people hear the people defending Israel and saying, oh, you're anti-Semitic if you criticize their policy, and they say, well, I guess I am anti-Semitic because I don't like what Israel's doing, I don't like what Netanyahu's doing. And this same phenomenon of anti-Israel, Instagram memes and TikToks and spreading throughout the youth, that's turning into anti-Semitism. And as a Jewish person, I'm getting a little nervous. I can't lie. I'm like, whoa, geez, some of these don't seem like jokes anymore. So it is important for us to make that distinction. It's insane that we are the ones who have to do that.
And I think, go ahead, jump in.
Go ahead. So Soypill, sorry, I just wanted to say that sort of distinction, it's being, let's see, my opponent is Chris Pappas, and he was asked recently, how come you've taken $2.7 million from AIPAC? And these were the town chairs here in New Hampshire. His answer was, these are not from AIPAC, these are from Jewish donors. So even these politicians are throwing Jewish people under the bus, because we know AIPAC donors are not necessarily Jewish folks. These might be weapons manufacturers, these might be Kufi. There's another organization that we actually don't mention enough, the Christians United for Israel. They're a really dangerous organization. Those are mostly evangelical Christians. So for them, when they see the death and destruction across the Middle East, they're not looking at it as something morally reprehensible. They're thinking of collateral damage, because this is where the rapture is going to happen and Jesus Christ is going to come back.
Yeah,
so Kufi is a really dangerous organization, but that sort of distinction between Jewish folks as well as AIPAC donors, that merger is being perpetrated by these politicians, these genocide enablers. So this is extremely dangerous. So thank you for Soy for mentioning it, and thank you for Abdul for bringing
The
this up.
genocide enablers.
Yeah, and I want to piggyback also, the thing I came here to say, you talk about witnessing the death and destruction, and I think often, this whole thing, it's anti-war. Everyone here is anti-war. Most people are anti-war. And the problem with that is you get kind of numb. You just hear war is bad. You hear a stat, 10,000 people died, 60,000 Palestinians dead, and you become very removed from what this is. And so maybe this is something that has worked for me. And I ask, if anyone supports the war, you have family members that support it, you have Trump, relatives or friends, show them the anecdotes. Because these stats sometimes are lost on people. Show them a mother watching her child be shredded by a bomb. And I know that's you're saying, hey, no one wants to see that. That's morbid. That's visceral. But that's what war is. And so there's a reason we oppose this. And we kind of get lost in the rhetoric of it before we see, oh, these are the direct consequences. Imagine you have a daughter that you raised for 12 years and that's erased in 10 seconds.
That's triggering. Be careful.
It's because of some stupid fucking policy from our current government. You really need to face that and realize that if you want to justify this, you need a damn good reason, because that is not something that is okay. And the second point that I wanted to bring up is there are wars in the past that we've justified. World War II is the one everyone always brings up, and you can make arguments for other ones. But there's a world in which you could say, hey, if there was a nuclear country that was willing to use that the instant it happened, you could potentially get someone like me to say, you know what, maybe we do need to start a war, face the awful consequences of that to stop something worse from happening. But the problem is, and Kyle was so kind as to make that list of 10 reasons maybe why Trump is doing this. Not a singular one of those was, hey, because they might nuclearize. It's insane because one, you have to look at Iraq and say, okay, they lied about this in the past. How are we supposed to trust you now? But two, there is a million things you can do in between bombing innocent people to stop a nuclear war or to stop a country from getting nukes.
There's
One
no
of
way
which
I'm gonna
was
hit
the
my friendly
nuclear deal,
cat.
which Republicans were so ready to completely dismantle, despite the international community saying, hey, this is good. They're following the regulations. They're following the check-ins. And so you look at this and they say, well, this is the only option. Well, it's not. There was negotiations. There were sanctions. There were so many things we could do in between here. And Republicans are so quick, as is their playbook, to tear this down completely and then say, well, you forced our hand. Now we have to go to war and kill innocent people. And that's just not the case. It's the same thing with U.S. aid. Well, maybe we'll need some leverage in Sudan. Well, guess what? Now they're not really so ready to have any leverage with us because we killed millions of their people. It's very frustrating to watch just how Republicans have handled this.
The reason that this is happening is because it's profitable. I think that's really important to just really highlight, is making folks money, the folks who are at the top, as well as Donald Trump and his family and his friends and his campaign donors and all those folks. And so war is profitable. And what we have to remind people of is that it doesn't have to be this way at all. We can actually start electing hardworking, everyday people, and things would change. I am a union organizer, I am a community organizer. I've been a state lawmaker here in the state of Florida.
And it is in this moment, for so many politicians, it is easier to say nothing than to put forward a critique of this administration, of Israel's policies of entering into this war. But when you look, I come at this work as an immigrant rights organizer, and when you look at what were the conditions of the United States intervention in so many countries across Latin America a generation ago, that then led to the destabilization that then created the conditions for immigration, and then you look at
they've never asked this, they're never asked this question. I'm so curious. Is if the United States were to stop supporting Israel and Israel were to just continue on its genocide, would they advocate for us to invade? Or would they say we should just chill? At least we don't support them anymore. Because they always say the reason why they talk about Israel and not Ukraine and Russia is because, well, we support Israel, we don't support Russia. Would they really say that we stop supporting Israel and then Israel like ups their genocide, that we don't intervene at all? Is that really what they would advocate for? I'm so curious if they would hold that position, but nobody ever asks them any of this.
Globalization, and I grew up in the border of Deep South Texas way back in 1993. 1994, NAFTA is enacted, and you then see that goods and services get to cross borders freely, but people did not get that same respect. And now when you look full circle a generation later, and who is profiting? Just as Andrew's saying, right? It is defense contractors, but who is going to pay the price? If not Americans with our lives, it will be us who pay the price at the gas pump, at the grocery store, and it begs the question, right? When we're in a moment where it becomes fraught to even just say anything, what are we doing as a society, right? And it's so lovely to be here in this room with y'all, to be able to have these conversations, because nobody ain't coming to save us but us. We're the ones that we've been waiting for.
If I can jump in on that, I really appreciate both of those points. You know, the other side of it is this. It's not like we don't have problems here, right? I've been up and down my state, 90 different cities now, and every room I walk into, people talking about, I can't afford to take my kid to a doctor. I can't afford to fill up my whole tank of gas. I don't know how I'm gonna pay my rent. I can't ever afford a home. I am stuck in debt after debt after debt, credit card debt on top of student loan debt, on top of housing debt, and I'm still trying to figure out what I'm gonna do next. And the reality of it is, every dollar that we spend dropping a bomb on somebody else, every dollar we spend destroying a hospital or destroying a school, is a dollar we're not spending actually solving problems here at home. And the thing about it is this, like, you don't have to go very far, and you don't have to say very much for people to understand that there's an opportunity cost for the dollars that we are wasting abroad. $22 billion to subsidize a genocide sent to a foreign military. You're talking about $1 billion a day in this war. I don't know anybody who pays their taxes in April and says, you know what, I can't wait to buy another country a tank or a bomb. And so we've got to remind people that really, at the end of the day, like, we are the actual America First Party, right? But we actually want you to benefit, not our corporations to benefit at the end of the day.
True.
Yeah. And so Soypill, you mentioned a good point. Like,
what's your least favorite part of the horrific progressive victory event?
Probably the obsessive fixation on AIPAC and Israel.
I was going to say, I've been watching it since 3, and they are bringing that up an awful lot. And I get why, because of especially some of the people around it. I mean, like, I'm not particularly happy with the fact that I'm sharing a stage with Hassan or Mike from PA. But, you know, how much has the actual like war with Iran been talked about? There's a lot of Israel posting right now.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what I would expect. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, what are your views on working with such a Operation Barbarossa coalition when you're anti-war, if the Democrats aren't really being the the tip of the spear in regards to an anti-war effort?
Well, I don't think the Democrats would be at war with Israel or with Iran right now with the way that Trump is.
Sure, but messaging-wise, I mean, like, you look at the leadership and they're like, oh, we are mad at Trump for doing something illegal. We are, wanting him to pass some sort of bill so that he has to go through Congress or at least discuss his strategy, right? And yet, what is, like, Gavin Newsom going out there right now and saying shit like, oh, like, I actually do respect certain, like, aspects of Trump's, like, regime changes. And, like, I want there to be more anti-war Democrats that are like, hey, this is just bad in general. There's not a good justification for this. And it, frankly, is a little disappointing that this is currently the biggest people are these candidates, some of which I like, some of which I don't, who are actually pushing back on it.
I mean, I guess I'm not 100% sure how important the anti-war stuff is right now for Americans. I know that with the Iran stuff in particular, I imagine there's probably quite a bit of it because people are worried, well, one, gas prices and everything else. But I don't know, I'd have to see where we're at in terms of polling stuff, but my understanding is that, like, affordability was king, and so anything related to housing and inflation and all of that are the things that are...
right after you said affordability is king, you cut out. What was
like
that?
Affordability related to, like, housing, inflation, and stuff like that, I guess. But
yeah, it's like the most important. A lot fewer people care about the war in Iran. That's probably true. Although I think that's going to shift majorly if Americans start dying in mass like they did in Iraq.
Yeah, but that might go the other way, unfortunately. I don't know how... There's always the horror that, like, if Americans start dying in a war, that all of a sudden all of America becomes fucking incensed and is ready to go super gung-ho about it, that's why this big deployment of people there is a really scary prospect. Because like if there's some attack from Iran and like 50 soldiers are killed, that's like one of the most radicalizing events for Americans in terms of how they view shit.
Maybe. I mean, you look at the people dying in Afghanistan withdrawal, and that was mostly just blamed on the administration and like not, hey, we need to.
Yeah, but do you know who definitely was not killing people on the way out of Afghanistan? It was the Taliban. It was ISIS doing it. The Taliban didn't want any American soldiers to die because they know that like if U.S. soldiers are dying there, it's like a huge impetus for the United States to remain in an area. It's like I think it's like the scariest thing. I think that's just an easy thing. They killed 50 of our soldiers. What are we going to do? Like walking away from that, it just becomes a very bad, or it becomes I don't know. That's just the thing that always scares me the most when it comes to Trump doing retarded shit around the world. Is if U.S. soldiers start dying, it just becomes so easy to rope in America to some really 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 retarded shit.
That's possible. Oh, I guess my question is, obviously on a national stage, if this isn't as important for electoral politics, that makes sense to me. But as someone, I mean, I don't know what your stance on war is in general. I'm pretty anti-war unless it's like the last possible option. If I want to support candidates that are going to push for that in Congress, what better options do I have than the current coalition that I'm putting myself in?
I mean, I don't think if we had Democrats in office, I don't think we would be in this. That's my feeling. I don't think we'd be in this current war.
Probably not.
So I feel like that's...
Which is better, I guess. Yeah, I guess. But I mean, like, I think you can still be doing better. I like of one of those, like, yeah, sure, if we elected Kamala, this wouldn't be happening. And that's why I think she was the better option, obviously. But if it's, hey, when we have a power structure that's allowing for war because Trump won the election and the opposition is not really pushing the public in a way that is making them more anti-war, it's just kind of like...
Do the Democrats need to push on that? I feel like there's a thing that's just going to happen. Like, I don't know if there's any more strong... Like, I feel like Americans have strong feelings about all of this, and I don't know if anybody needs to really say as much about it. I feel like there are other issues that might be more important.
If you can't get Americans to care, I would agree, and that might be the case. Maybe they've done internal polling or focus groups and all that. I'd like to think that leadership could push the public to be... I mean, already the polling's awful on this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the polling and all of it, this is like such an unpopular issue. Like, I don't know. I guess I could. But yeah, I guess I don't know. I guess it depends. Are you coming at this from like a political strategy or like a moral perspective? Like, I don't think we would be
moral perspective.
From a moral perspective, yeah, I think that the current war is terrible. But I don't think we need to message much on it because I think it's already like pretty unpopular to most Americans. Like even MAGA is like having to kind of hold their nose and look the other way a little bit at it. So it just wouldn't be a huge thing. Yeah.
My issue, I guess, on the political strategy side is because there isn't more fervent condemnation, this actually feeds into the like Hassan people's narrative of like, look how feckless Democrats are. This is like the not first, but this is like a prime example of like, oh, hey, broken clock. Like you can point to this and say, hey, yeah, like why the fuck are the Democrats not condemning this much more? Why is their like main opposition like, oh, you didn't discuss this with us and not war is bad and we shouldn't be doing this war? And I think this is like feeding into like voter disaffection that I don't want to happen, that I think people like Hassan feed, right?
I mean, I don't know how much Congress is privy to, but it might be a little bit concerning to just take a default war is bad position if like there were really compelling reasons to go to war. Like, I think that was one of the reasons why it's so important to inform Congress. Like, maybe they were on the verge of a fucking nuclear weapon or some bullshit, in which case you might have a certain perspective on it, and it would be probably kind of silly to take a strong position against war if Trump were to do some kind of informative
as a
thing.
last resort, right? I even say on the panel, like, yeah, if they were about to get a nuke tomorrow, like I might actually support it if they're saying I'm going to use it the instant it becomes active. But my issue is like if that's
that's why I'm saying it might be so important for the people in Congress to take the position of like, why you need to inform us first, and then once informed, they would still be opposed to it. Maybe.
I guess maybe I'm not hearing that as clearly from them, but if if their position is my position, which is I might be okay with the war if it's like the only thing.
I feel like that was that's kind of what came out when I think what is it Nancy Mace was one of the people, and I think others were saying when they finally started to get more information about it, they were like, the reasons why we're here have nothing to do with what's being told to the American public, and these hearings are ridiculous or whatever. Like I think that was the perspective that I think there were other people that were tweeting that, but I think Nancy Mace is the one who was kind of like saying that, but. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but I think you would agree that let's say there was some sort of intelligence that came from the Trump admin that was ordered to be acquired, and this was the justification of the war. Like in the same way that looking back in Iraq and seeing all the manufactured stuff from I don't know if you've ever read like Black Flags of ISIS, but essentially like how we manufactured all this shit. It's like, hey, go find us a reason to invade Iraq, essentially. Based on your trust of the current administration, you wouldn't particularly say, okay, well, you did say this, and you said this is what came from the intelligence community, and therefore this is justified now. Or like, even if they had a reason that they couldn't tell the public, but were disclosing privately to Congress, that still doesn't like necessarily let you go, okay, well, now it's all fine, right? Because of just how
theoretically.
easy these
Yeah, I
people
mean, like,
lie.
I don't think I would ever necessarily trust them. I'm just trying to give an explanation for why maybe somebody in Congress wouldn't be as gung-ho about saying, like, I'm ready to resist on all these points. I just need to, or why they might say, like, well, he should come to us first.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm just very passionate about it. And I want someone to say exactly what I'm thinking, but I can understand that there are, in the same way, you can't declare Taiwan a country just unilaterally as a fucking campaign statement without all the ramifications of everything that's going to come out of that, even if I agree with the ultimate sovereignty of Taiwan. Like, yeah, maybe you can't just say exactly what I'm thinking, but
Sure.
who knows?
I will say from some kind of a moral perspective, though, that, and I don't know, maybe we'll get into this in the next segment, I don't feel like most of the people here care much about necessarily war. I feel like it's kind of just spillover from the Israel obsession thing. So, because I haven't heard
Yeah,
I
I
don't know
didn't
if I've
have a
heard
lot
a
of
single
space to
person.
bring up Ukraine, but I'm curious what they would say. And I know Dylan's coming on.
I know Dylan's coming on
You'll
next,
see.
but I think this has like been
Let's see
4
if,
hours so far, and I don't think Ukraine Russia's been mentioned a single time. So it seems like for these people, that this is just an extension of the obsession with Israel.
Yeah. Well, also, Destiny, Ukraine's boring. It's been so long. I'm bored of Ukraine. Okay. We need
as
new
opposed
fun
to
topics.
Israel Palestine, which definitely is not something we've talked about for a fucking.
Don't worry, I'm getting bored of it too. Iran's the cool new hot war. Okay, you got to keep me. I got ADHD. Give me a new fun war.
All right. Well, have fun. I'll start listening
All right,
to Dylan.
have fun
soon.
shitting on the panel.
Always be careful.
How do you connect with folks? And so Abdul and Angie and Julie made all these great points, like talking about the economic costs. And this is sometimes, unfortunately, when people hear 300,000 Gazans died and you see you're not moving the needle, you're like, okay, let's try a different strategy, right?
I'm sorry, I haven't kept up with the numbers in a while. Did she say 300,000 Gazans? Is that what we're actually up to, or is that what the meme number is up to?
Unfortunately, when people hear 300,000 Gazans died and you see you're not moving the needle, you're like, okay, let's try a different strategy, right? And so, of course, the economic cost is really working with a lot of folks. People don't want to know that they're paying taxes and it's not coming back to their communities, it's going to war. The other is, unfortunately, which is terrible, is the fact that 13 service members were killed in the last 4 weeks. So a lot of times I lead with that. If I say 1,000 Iranians died, it might just be another number. 1,000 Lebanese died, again, just another number. And given that we know that all these death and destruction of Gaza didn't move the needle, I always say 13 service members died. How many more service members are we willing to sacrifice at the altar of Netanyahu, a war criminal? And so that's exactly what we have to do. And also, like the other panelists mentioned, talk about the economic costs. And just like what we're seeing in Michigan, what Abdul just said, here in New Hampshire, homelessness crisis is really at an all-time high. And now, of course, it's been also criminalized to be homeless. So you can't even be in a camp. They're just shoving people around from one side to the other. A lot of these people have jobs. They just can't afford to rent an apartment.
Yeah, I want to say, the reason the whole troops as an effective strategy works is because for so long, the Trump admin's defense was no boots on the ground, it's only air. And now that they're apparently, as per this recent news, going to be sending thousands more people and we might be doing ground operations, it sucks that you can't say, hey, look, 1,000 brown people died, don't you care? And the answer sometimes is no, but these are, service members. It's very prevalent in the Republican Party to have family members in there, and you can weaponize their extreme dogmatic support of the military to say, hey, do you want your children dying for this senseless war where the administration can't even give a straight reason? That is a very effective strategy.
And also, let's look at what the numbers from the Iraq War. Again, the Iraq War, Iraq was a much smaller country, but just look at the numbers, and most probably all of you know about it. But over 500,000 Iraqis.
500,000? Oh, she believes every bullshit number that lefties make about, the 500,000 one was really, I think Chomsky even spread this number that it was 500,000 people ended up dying. We killed 500,000 civilians or children. I don't think they said children. 500,000 civilians were killed in the Iraq War.
And Syrians died in that Iraq War. Remember, it was going to be quick. We were going to be welcomed as liberators. It was going to be cheap. None of that happened. It lasted, 8 years? It resulted in the deaths of over 500,000 Iraqis and Syrians. That's a conservative estimate. Some people say it's over 1 million. And if you just look at the numbers of service members, 4,492 U.S. service members died in that war. And over 30,000 U.S. service members came home with either a mental trauma or physical trauma. And over the course of the last 25 years, over this whole war on terror, we have lost over 5,000 service members to suicide per year. So I always lead with, what are we doing to our own troops? You may not care about those brown people overseas, but do you at least care about our own troops? What did they sign up for? National security. They didn't sign up for Benjamin Netanyahu's wars. They didn't sign up to enrich another weapons manufacturers. So that's what I lead with. And
true. You should ask him, wait, what's the conservative? How many Jews died in the Holocaust? Oh, no.
And right now, because thank you, and I think Casey's here, I wanted to do a shout out to Track APAC. Amazing group. what you guys have done. People understand AIPAC now. I was at a
Some of the, they need some quality of life updates. Apparently some of these things are based, but they don't actually say it in the description. So like in the scattershot upgrade, apparently it doesn't target friendly units anymore. Like it won't hit any of your friendly units, which is pretty insane that they don't put that in the fucking description.
nursing home, and 60-year-olds or 70-year-olds, I don't know how old they were were like, and how, AIPAC, do you take money from AIPAC? I'm like, yes, we've done it. If nursing home folks are asking me about AIPAC money, then
he needs you to tell a friend and tell a friend and tell a friend.
So next up, we are going to bring on
Wait, where'd Voosh go?
progress.win
He didn't say much.
rally to support this general stream, but everybody check out all of the candidates and creators on this stream right now. I still don't know if I can hear Voosh, but gotta say goodbye to everybody at once. And then we'll bring on our next panelist for our final panel. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank y'all.
Sorry, Voosh, I couldn't hear you. I apparently cut you off, but that's one way for women to rise over men. We just cut you guys off. So anyways, bye guys. Bye.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, right. So Voosh is talking, you're talking. I can't figure it out. This must be a Discord problem.
Or to the stream, he's saying really nasty things but making a nice face. I don't know how to
okay. Or he's really doing a great job of faking me out. So next up, we are going to bring on our final panel. These are two different political, or this is a political commentator, Dylan Burns, who's running, who's an on-the-ground conflict reporter known for live stream journalism, including coverage from Ukraine and international political events. And then we also have Josie Caballero, a community organizer involved in progressive grassroots campaigns, running for Montgomery County Council in Maryland. Quick panel here, folks, I guess, or I mean, maybe don't have Dylan right now.
I think Dylan may be in the wrong chat.
Oh, okay.
So he's being moved. There he is.
Okay, great. Yeah. We have Dylan Burns here, political commentator and on-the-ground conflict reporter, known for live stream journalism. There you go, including coverage from Ukraine and international political events. I know that you guys are, well, perhaps I'll leave you guys to a discussion here about Ukraine. This will be a 15-minute panel, and then Krystal and I will be back to wrap up the stream.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Emma. So good to see you.
So great to see you too. I muted myself. Sorry about that.
Yes,
Go ahead.
No worries. Yeah. Absolutely. Great. So it's good to see you, Dylan. Yeah.
See you too. It's been a very long time, and I'm happy I'm on here, as I said beforehand, with a Marylander. So we're with some civilized parts of the country. We're talking to some real down home based Marylanders.
That's right.
Okay. I'm not trying to be transphobic, but like, if you are transitioning from one gender to the other, isn't it kind of weird to choose a name that's like almost the same as your dead name? Isn't that kind of a weird thing? Like, I feel like if I was trans and I felt like I was a woman and I wanted to transition from male to female, like I wouldn't go from Steven to like Steffi or something. Like, I don't think I would choose that. I feel like I need a name that's further away. No? Wouldn't that? I don't know. I interviewed this person when they were, I think it was pre-transition, and I think their name was Jose prior to transitioning, right? And now it's, did they say, is it Josie or Josie, or I don't know how to pronounce that. Oh, is that kind of weird maybe? I don't know.
So Dylan, you have been out and about for the last 5 years, in and out. You want to start with some of the things you've been seeing out there, going to Ukraine?
Yeah, I've been reporting on the front line in Ukraine now for going on 5 years. I've reported on just about every front line, from the Kharkiv front line, from the Konstantinivka front line. I filmed the Pokrovsk battle for over a year as that went going on for a long time. Documented the human safari, and it had a really transformational impact on my view of war. It's part of the reason why I felt it was necessary for me to speak at this event and to openly oppose the illegal war against Iran that was declared with a WMD-style threat, as if we've learned nothing in the last 20 years, before we immediately blew up 168 children and lied about it. And if you're going to lie about the children that we blow up with weapons of our own while saying that they use the weapons they don't have access to, it's very hard to trust this administration with any type of military action, especially when they're doing it above the heads of Congress. But it's not just procedural concerns, there's also moral concerns about exactly what the goals of this operation are. How you say you're going to fight for the Iranian people, then call for them to go on the streets and then do nothing for months before you take a campaign, a military attack, in order to gain control of their resources, of the government, but namely, not to prioritize the needs of the local people. If the needs of the local people were prioritized, then they would have been more honest about the children that they blew up. But I mean, I think a lot of it just comes from how horrific modern warfare is now. In Kherson, I've seen human beings hunted by the Russian army, grandmothers who have been blown up in the middle of the street while they're going on their morning walk, ambulance drivers who go through degloving head injuries of the head. And the ultimate goal of my work is to try to document these war crimes and give a voice to these people who are being attacked. And I want to make sure that when we're talking about the war in Iran, when we're talking about the attacks on Palestine, when we're talking about the war in Myanmar or the war in Ukraine, that we're prioritizing the people namely affected by the war, that we're prioritizing the self-determination of all of these peoples, which I think is a deeply American value, that the Ukrainians have a right to self-determination, that the Palestinians have a right to self-determination, the Syrians have a right to self-determination, all these people have a right to self-determination. And this moral center must guide the left forward as we go and talk to the rest of the country. This country, right now, really doesn't like what Israel's doing and supports Ukraine, almost as if the connecting dot between one movement and the other is the self-determination of these peoples, that we all believe, as Americans do in their hearts, that people have a right to rule themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for putting so many words, because as many may or may not know, I'm a Navy veteran. You know, I served in from 2004 to 2010 during Iraqi freedom and enduring freedom. And I remember when I was a young kid, and you know, and when I was a sophomore in high school, I saw the towers get hit with 9/11. I was born and raised in rural Texas, and the rally the flag effect was very real. And when you say the WMD type rhetoric of like, oh, they have these weapons, are gonna, it's the flashbacks are so real, because that's what convinced me to go to war. When I was 17 years old, I signed up ready to go and got into boot camp at 18 years old. And then 2 years later, go right onto an aircraft carrier in the Gulf, fighting for Iraqi freedom and enduring freedom. And now I see it all happening again, and it's happening even worse than ever before, because even in that war, there was somewhat of a semblance of an idea that maybe this was justified. But now sailors and military members across the United States, across the world, are all like, I don't believe in this war. So you have the George Washington, George Washington's headed out there. The Gerald Ford is out there currently. They've been out for 11 to 12 months out at sea. Their sewage is overflowing. They've had a laundry fire that burned 600 racks, and now they're sleeping on the floor and tabletops on a super carrier with 5,500 people on board. They are in a can, hot in the Persian Gulf, and their number one mission is launching missiles or launching planes with missiles off their flight deck day in, day out. Personnel comfort is not what they're caring about right now, and morale is incredibly low. And so I think about all of those young kids that are out there fighting for this war, suffering, because that's what you do when you're out there. You suffer and just are a cog in the machine, grind it up into something that you won't recognize when you get home. And here we are doing it again to another generation of people, because I've had friends who've lost their lives because of this. So it makes me so angry when I see this happening. But I, you know, like you saw it firsthand on this stuff with what's going on in Ukraine. And
$878. Is that how much an American soldier's life is worth? That's what Magyar, the leader of the 414, says, how much it costs to take one drone and throw it at a soldier and take them out. Drone warfare, FPV warfare, grenade dropping warfare, this is the future of 21st century warfare. And the United States is not prepared. The American public is not ready to see American boys in camouflage getting hit by FPV drones with their faces shown to the general public. This is something where in Ukraine, there's enough of these drones that targeting civilians is an everyday practice. My good friend Eugene, a week ago, he was hit. He was evacuating an 83-year-old and a 64-year-old. Both of them were smashed to bits. He got a concussion. Thankfully, he survived. This is his 6th or 7th aid mission where he has been bombed like this. And I've been with him on unsuccessful aid missions. It's horrific. If you can produce these at such a low rate, at $878, that you can expend them on civilian targets, it will not be difficult for terrorist organizations or for states where we overstretch ourselves with imperial arrogance and wars of choice, military adventurism. That's going to lead to American soldiers facing that consequence. And so when we go to war, it should not be a decision made solely by an imperial president that has been empowered after administration, Democrat and Republican. It should be something that is decided by Congress, that the country gets a discussion about, before the man who said he wanted to bomb women and children on the campaign trail gets to decide on his own what's an imminent threat.
Yeah, and that's why I'm happy to be able to sit here with you and talk about the actual horrors of what is happening right now, and why it's important to get members of Congress in office that are going to fight and oppose these wars with every ounce of their strength. That's why progressive victory candidates that are running for Congress, that are taking this pledge to make sure that they fight back, is so critical. That's why these donations matter so much. I mean, as somebody who's running for office myself currently in Montgomery County, like, the amount of money, like $10,000 is enough to like fuel an entire door campaign of literature. Like it is so critical, and that could be the margin of victory. So when you are here thinking, where does my donation go? It goes to funding campaigns of actual true champions, because we cannot do this anymore. Like you said, Dylan, what is it worth? What is it worth to save a human life? We already know what it's worth to kill them. It's time for us to actually put money down to save them. And that's
we don't need any more drum circles. We don't need any more flower crowns. What we need is action. We need to elect people who be willing to go after the power of the purse and say, you started this war, it's illegal, we're not going to fund it. We need people who are brave enough, progressive, centrist, any part of the party, to say that when the President of the United States tries to abandon our allies to a war of aggression after we told them to give up their atomic weapons so we would starve them during the Cold War, that we stand with them. And progressives that don't do that don't deserve a dime of your money, whether it be standing against this war in Iran or standing with those who were victimized by imperial wars of aggression and colonialism. So I'm so happy I have a lot of people here today that stand with that. A lot, at least.
Absolutely. And you know, one of the things I wanted to show is something that I thought was which is relevant to what the United States used to be when it came to military soft power. This is a photo from when I was on deployment in 2008, where we were giving USAID boxes to the people in the Philippines surviving and recovering from a monsoon. This doesn't exist anymore. We have a Department of War that doesn't think that this is...
Most trans people that I know use the same name but change it to the opposite version. Victor Victoria is a good example. Okay, I didn't know that. Usually online there's like a certain type of name. That sounds mean, but there's like names usually that they'll start with a vowel and they have lots of vowels in them, and they're like mystical names. I don't know why that's the case. Maybe that's not true for every... Well, actually, maybe if there are trans people that don't have names like that, and then I don't notice it, maybe. I don't know.
Is important. And if you want to see an actual United States that people bring smiles to their faces when they see us, we got to get good people in office that actually fight for what the values of what we stand for are, where our dollars actually save lives instead of kill them. I think about this a lot. It's been keeping me up at night, thinking about these folks out there.
We're both DC area people. You know, we know a lot of federal employees. I'm from Prince George's County. Over 20% of the people in our county are federal employees. I've heard so many stories of people who have worked tirelessly for years, have decades of experience working to get aid to people, working to get assistance to people. And these were the first programs that were targeted. In Ukraine, I've seen U.S. aid handed out to civilians who were fleeing the worst parts of the front line. The absolute worst parts, where it's literally hell on earth. They go to these places, try to get some food, some water, some assistance. Those programs have been shut down. I don't see it there anymore. It's no longer there. We're no longer known for either giving them the help they need to defend themselves or the help they need for the children to survive. I think it'd be a lot better for the United States if we were known for sticking by the people we make commitments to and not going and blowing up children's schools.
Yeah, I have a friend who was a Marine in the front lines in Fallujah when the war started back in 2001, 2002. And he talked about when he went to Fallujah the first time, it was one of the worst fighting of the war of that generation. And he said when he went back the second time, he was handing out soccer balls. And he will tell you that the time that he remembers fondly are the times that he was giving soccer balls out to the kids instead of actually patrolling their streets with ammunition. And it really touched me to know that that's what we should be doing. And every military general and everybody who's seen this war, not every one of them, but the good ones, will say the more aid you give, the less bullets you have to use. And we are in an administration that doesn't believe it that way. They want to use the bullets. They want to use the munitions. Pete Hegseth said it himself. He negotiates with bombs. And so this is where we are, and we have to do everything we can to fight back, because this isn't going to stop magically. This is going to take hard effort from all of us.
We have a Department of War that openly advertises its war crimes. There is no circumstance where the head of the Department of War or the Department of Defense, if you know, I don't mean to dead name it, but there is no circumstance where he should be saying we take no quarter. That's illegal under U.S. law and international law, but that's the standard that we have now.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, Krystal.
Hello, how are you guys doing? I just wanted to say, as someone who hasn't seen war up close, I think it was so important to get both of your perspectives. As you know, people who have seen the horror and the carnage up close, there's just no substitute for having that eyewitness testimony.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Krystal.
Yeah,
of course.
Krystal.
Of course.
Did you have a specific question for either of us?
Just last thoughts as I was saying earlier, we just learned that it's very likely that there are going to be ground troops. They're, putting plans forward, submitting them to the president. Obviously, we had additional Marines reach the region. So, Josie, maybe you could speak to, what that is likely to look like. What will that look like for those service members? What will that look like for their families?
Yeah, absolutely. We know that they're out because we see the troops, we saw the movements, and we know that they've already kissed their family and loved ones goodbye, hoping to come back home. It's incredibly horrific. And you also have to think about the sailors and all the people that are involved in this operation that will have to be there to support. Because you think, like, if you say, 10,000 troops, you have to have supplies and all of the things that are required. So it is a huge effort. Billions of dollars a day are going to be spent to resource these. And one of the things that I worry about deeply is what the enemy is going to do once we're in their territory. What we've seen so far with what's happening on bases in the United States is kind of just a taste of what's to come. And I hope that reliving and going back to the times that the wars started back in 2002, 2003, 2004, and when I got in 2004, knowing how many troops and lives we lost, to go back through that again makes me incredibly afraid, because as a young kid back then, you think about the fact that we had a whole generation for 20 years go and do this and put their lives on the line, coming back with scars they don't see. And now we're exposing a new generation to the same horrors that we had to experience, because we know no matter what, they're always going to come back wounded, either mentally or physically, or not make it back up. So my heart breaks, knowing that this is going to be happening. So that's my emotional reaction to it.
Well, thank you for that. And Josie, if you could tell people where they can support your campaign, and Dylan, let people know where they can find you and follow your work that you've been doing.
So josiefrommaryland.com. So that's Josie with the word for, maryland.com. It's a very important campaign. We've been endorsed by Progressive Victory, and but it's still going to take every dollar that we can to make it across the finish line. We're running to represent 1.1 million people right outside of DC. I always like to say, let's make a trans Latina veteran Trump's next door neighbor. Because we're going to be there, like right across the border. I can see DC outside my window. And
how Sarah Palin of you.
I know, right? That's why I say it. Like I literally think of that every time I say it. But yeah, so we have a real chance to win the seat and be the first openly trans woman elected in Maryland's history. And I will represent more representatives than any other trans person in the entire country as well, which is an honor to even have a shot at this seat.
Amazing stuff. Final closing remarks here from our other guest, Dylan.
Sure. I also just want to give a shout out again to Maryland. Love to see Marylanders getting the platform. I just think that the war is illegal. It's immoral. There's no defense for it. Any Democrat that's defending it should be removed from office. And any progressive that's not supporting aid to Ukraine shouldn't be given a dime. Besides that, I think if you want to see my work, you can see it at Dylan Burns TV on YouTube. We've documented the human safari. We're going back to Ukraine a little bit to cover the front line in Konstantinivka. There's been a lot of aid workers targeted in that direction, and we feel it's important to highlight that. We're going to be releasing a documentary on ice fishing in Minneapolis, as we caused some trouble for ice up in Minneapolis. So look for that at Dylan Burns TV.
Very nice to check that out. All right. Thank you both so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you both.
Yeah, of course.
And thank you to all of the panelists and politicians and just like, activists and good-hearted people that were on this stream today. It really was great to just see the litany of voices standing up against this criminal war.
Hartzell, your thoughts?
Before we start, I just want to say thank you to both of you. This has been so amazing. I really do think that this is one of the first times that something like this has been done, where like the online space really meets the electoral space. We're doing it streaming. I don't know. I feel like this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. So
You people made me learn Discord.
And it's really evil software, isn't it?
I hate it. So I just want to say thank you. Also, we broke through for breaking 26, the breaking points code, right? So it's freed, which is wonderful. And also, I really just want to say left is best. So
yeah, I should probably plug the majority report.
No, your presence plugs the majority report.
Sam actually actively tells me don't do promotion. I'm like, I don't understand what this is about, but sure.
This is one nice thing about working with a right winger is he's much more comfortable with promotion than I am. Tucker always handles the pitch. Like, go ahead, you capitalist friend.
I can see that.
What is this majority report you keep talking about?
We are a
I want to say this too, as we just, we all got that breaking news, right? We're all processing as we head out of here.
Yeah.
And what I was, I had something I was kind of prepared to talk about, but I'm still trying to, actually it does kind of still fit for what I want to say, because this war, this illegal, this barbaric, this disgusting, insert all the awful adjectives. It is the antithesis, right? It is the opposite of what I think is the American promise. And I think on the left we get made of, we get made fun of. Because I don't know, I think for some reason the idea of being a patriot is kind of a boogeyman, and I think actually
Patriots for progress.
Well, there you go. But I think that we need to reclaim what it means to be a patriot, right? Because when I think of the American promise, when I think about being a patriot, there's nothing that's more foundational, right, than the first thing you did. And the first thing we did was the Declaration of Independence, and this radical idea that we have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? It's a roadmap. It's not evolution. It's a struggle, but it also is a direction, right? We have life. Here we are. We got a bunch of woke folks. What are we going to do, right? And it's not a religious thing. It's like, here we are. There's been an awakening, right? We got a bunch of folks. What are we going to do? How are we going to get any of this done? That's the liberty, right? It's the fact that it's not profit that controls the power. It's the people that control the power. And so then we have a mandate to pursue our happiness. And what is our happiness if not guaranteed healthcare? If it's not guaranteed social housing? If it's not a guaranteed job that pays at least a living wage? I'm saying 25 in my district, but I think we need to make that go up higher and higher. And we can't do any of that because of wars and a foreign policy that is rooted in the war machine, that is rooted in our pain and suffering. Hakeem Jeffries takes money from Palantir, the same group that installed JD Vance, the same group that is using AI that's taking our jobs away, and he's making profits off of that AI that's used to kill children in Gaza, and children in the West Bank for that matter as well, children in Lebanon, all of our folks from Venezuela to Cuba, the list tragically.
Damn, they really hit Ukraine 15 minutes on this. Jesus.
It goes on and on and on. And so that's why we have to be anti-war, pro-peace. It cannot be pro-process argument. It cannot be pro-committee. It has to be anti-war, pro-peace, and we have to invest that money into our people. How can we expect the supposed opposition party? We know the Republicans aren't going to do anything, but how can we expect the opposition party to give a damn about our kids here in my district as we're blowing up kids in service to Israel's genocide, right? How can I expect to trust you with our public transit as we just demolish all the infrastructure in Lebanon, in Iran, in Palestine? How can I expect you to have my back when your back is actually in front of those who are paying you off? Like I said with my AIPAC story, they want to buy off a black face. And for too many folks, they think that that is being powerful, but you are just being an acceptable mouthpiece for power. And their version of that power is that of the oligarchs, that of the empire. So all that has to be said, like this moment that we are in, and even this breaking news that's happening second by second, let that be a grounding, because also that pursuit of happiness is making sure that our folks across the seas, no matter where they are, it's workers of the world unite. So we need to make sure that we take care of our working class folks all across the world. So again, I just so appreciate this, and I'll send it to whoever's next, but this has been really wonderful. And
But Hartzell, you forget, what if I'm a best friend of Jeffrey Epstein and I like the suffering and evil in the world today?
Yeah,
and profit off of it.
Do they have the same mannerisms, or like kind of speaking of like vegan gains? Am I crazy?
Okay, I'll send it to whoever's next, but this has been really wonderful. And
But Hartzell, you forget, what if I'm a best friend of Jeffrey Epstein and I like the suffering and evil in the world today?
Yeah,
and profit off of it.
A little bit.
Yeah, what if I profit millions and billions of dollars off of the genocide and suffering of everybody in the world?
It's great that we represent both sides on this stream, and I think that's responsible broadcasting here.
We need to aspire to the class solidarity of the Epstein class.
True,
I think they really
genuinely,
got it locked down. We need to learn some things from that. But I mean, Oliver,
because there's no infighting when you win. There's only infighting when you're losing, which is why they're now all fighting with each other.
Well, that's true. Yeah. And I mean, and they're very clear on, like, they're not going to get confused and think that, like, trans people are actually the problem or immigrants are actually the problem. They understand that's what they can throw out to the masses to confuse people and divide people. But they know the project that they're engaged in. And Oliver, one of the things I've been thinking about is, like, it's not an accident that the same people that will take the AIPAC money take all the other money too, right? Because wars and oligarchy, that all goes together. And
Damn, we link it to every. So you take AIPAC money, you hate trans people. It's all linked to Israel and Zionists.
do think the Epstein files, like, really revealed just the way these people think. It's so much more overt and brazen than
Bro, what a day to be a Jew. And now you got, like, just the name Epstein. Fuck, you know the Jews were mad at that one. God damn it. Our Mossad agent maybe shouldn't have been a Jewish dude. It should have been an Abdul or a Tyrone or at least a Michael. But they hit him with the Epstein. Damn, not good.
I even thought, you know, where they're messaging each other like, oh, there's a war over here. Won't that be profitable for us? What if we started some instability over there? Wouldn't that be good for us? It's sick. And it's hard, I think, as regular people to really wrap your head around the fact that most, like, the Epstein class types, they look at war and they go, oh, this is an opportunity for me. I can make money off of this. I can grab more power off of this. And so that's why the pro-oligarch politicians are also the pro-AIPAC politicians by and large.
True.
Yeah, and you know, Krystal, what's been coming to mind for me recently with the new releases of these new tranches of the Epstein files is something called the Panama Papers. Do we all remember that, the Panama Papers, that there's a big multinational global conspiracy of billionaires and corporations dodging their taxes, housing their profits in offshore tax havens, and we are in an environment, we're in a media environment with this broken corporate media that is completely captured. If you watch mainstream media, they go to the advertisements, and it's big pharma, it's health insurance, it's all of the bad actors in our politics. And so we live currently in an environment where the Panama Papers can be brought to the fore. We live in an environment where the Epstein files can be brought to the fore. We live in an environment where Marco Rubio can come right out and say, yeah, we struck Iran because Israel was going to do it anyway, so we might as well go and get ours. And there are no consequences. There's no accountability. And so when it came to this Iran War Powers resolution, this is about my campaign with Jared Moskowitz, but it's about so much more than that. It's a bigger fight. It's a national effort, and it's in fact an international effort. When we think about the blockade on Cuba, when we think about one thing that's been going through my mind as well recently is children in Gaza are about to end their 3rd school year since the Israeli genocide began. How is the next generation supposed to receive an education? Just the most basic functionality. Representative Angie Nixon was talking about distilling it down to just the individual stories, because we can get lost in the sauce with the numbers and the denials and the death tolls, but they're human stories ultimately at the heart of it. And it's incredibly moving to be a part of a group like this and be part of a movement like this, where we understand solidarity with one another, and where we are willing to share the spotlight with each other. There's, especially in American politics, because we have this broken and corrupt campaign finance system, there's a scarcity mindset. There's a scarcity mindset
100%.
It replicates the function of capitalism. And so I have to try to stiff arm Hartzell to get mine, because that's what I need to do to get through. That's the old way of thinking. But I bring Hartzell up specifically because Hartzell invited me on to watch the State of the Union together and live stream together. And we did in miniature something that when this War Powers resolution came forward and Jared Moskowitz opposed it immediately, I said, let me call Hartzell up, and I've got this crazy idea, and let me see if he'd be down with this. And then I called up Benjamin with Progressive Victory, and I called up Krystal, and I called up Nina Turner, and I said, we have to do something bigger than any individual campaign, because if it's just about me, we're not going anywhere. It's the Bernie Sanders, not me, us. This is bigger, and this is why it's important also to have organizers in office. Hartzell comes from an organizing background. I come from an organizing background. Hartzell's been a tenant organizer. I've been a union organizer with the communication workers. Being able to speak with people who you might not agree with on every single issue. We're building coalitions, and that is what it is going to take. We're not going to agree with people on every single issue. I think, Krystal, that's one reason why Breaking Points is so resonant, because you've got Sauger, and you've got yourself, and you've got Ryan and Emily and everyone else who takes part in the conversation from differing perspectives, but with a shared analysis of there are people in power, and then there are people who are disempowered and who are left out of the narrative. And those are the conversations we have. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't plug Majority Report as well, and the incredible work that Emma does. But this is why we did this, to bring this together, because especially as we're on the precipice of another catastrophic war. I feel like I'm too old to be reliving stuff like this, but my mom's pulling out my 2003, 5th grade Scholastic Kids, papers on the Iraq War, and we're just going back through the same thing again. And as Dylan and Josie was saying on the last panel, we're condemning a new generation of American service members to the same trauma, the same injury, their families to the same loss, the irreplaceable loss that we should have learned from by now. Barbara Lee had the courage to be the only vote against the 2001 AUMF, and she was right. She was right, and yet we still have members of Congress in both political parties, too many Democrats, too afraid to be anti-war. And this is what is uniting the American people, left and right. We do not want to see genocide. We do not want to see apartheid. We do not want to see our taxpayer dollars going to fund these insane and inhumane initiatives that violate international law. It's the United States committing terrorism in other parts of the world when we're bombing the school in Minab in Iran. This is this is how the world views us. And at the same time, we don't have Medicare for all. We don't have college for all. We don't have affordable housing or public transportation. And so we need to build a broad-based movement that shows that our message, the progressive message, this is not just for deep blue parts of the country. It's for places like Missouri. It's for places like South Florida, because the working class, we live and exist all across this country. And if we can unite, as we did tonight, then we're going to win in November. We're going to win our primaries, and we're going to flip the House of Representatives. God willing, we're going to flip the Senate. And we're going to put a check on Donald Trump the way that too many Democrats have given him a blank check now. We're going to put that check on him.
True.
We're going to put a stop
Damn
to this
Democrats.
Iran war. And we're going to finally build the kind of America that we deserve, the American dream that we were raised on, but that has been sold off for the profiteering of the military-industrial complex. It stops now. We have to change, and this is what tonight was about. We have to change as a country. We need to change our tactics as a movement, and we need to be united. So I'm just so grateful to be in this space with all of you.
A better world is possible, baby. A better world.
Is possible.
Hartzell and Oliver, I have a question. You guys both are pretty good at this, like speaking about issues thing. You should run for office.
I haven't done it before, but
yeah.
I'll give it a shot.
Do something even more prestigious. Make a podcast.
We need more podcasters out there.
We do, yeah. There's a dearth of podcasters.
I mean, Gavin Newsom's a podcaster, and in his off day,
I love when Gavin Newsom goes on his podcast and throws trans people like me under the bus just for fun.
Freaking epic, true. Freaking epic.
Very brave. Any kind of final thoughts here, Krystal, as we wrap up? This has been a phenomenal panel. I'm so happy that we've been able to get people to get together. I mean, so many people. Like, what's the actual count of how many folks who have been on the stream? It's pretty nuts. But progress down the line. Progress.win/rally. Yeah.
Before we wrap up, though, I do actually want to take a sec to shout out all the incredible people who put this on behind the scenes. Oh my God. Just to name a couple, just the entire media department, JR producer, Hydra, who was reaching out to tons and tons and tons of candidates and coordinating all of this together. Benjamin, you did a lot of that work as well. Pickleline,
Benjamin
who is our organizing director, absolutely nailed it, knocked it out of the park. And then I showed up right at the end just to like help people into the call.
Hanya too.
Also,
Herschel,
Hanya
Zach,
as well. Oh my God.
Oliver, like everybody really came together here, and you know, it's really something that I think Oliver probably said the most important thing out of this whole panel, and it's that scarcity mindset that you talked about, because that scarcity mindset is not only what they use to rebuild the game, to force us into playing their game on our own side, but it's also so pernicious because it has taken hold. It's taken hold in the way we interact with our creators. It's taken hold with the way creators interact with each other. It's taken hold in the way politicians act.
For me, I just want to thank every single one of you. When Oliver reached out to us and when the World War Powers Resolution was mentioned, you know, we had a very intimate conversation, and something in me just felt so supported and protected as an Iranian American. The anti-war, the left movement cares so much for my people, cares so much for Palestinians, cares so much for people in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Yemen, in Lebanon, and we have to remember Lebanon, thousands of people have died, so many injured, right? It just makes me feel so reassured that we are going to be okay. And so I want to thank every single one of you here from the bottom of my heart. My dad, when we moved to the US, he said to me, he painted this vivid picture of America that was beautiful. And I say to him, sometimes he passed away a few years ago, and I always say, you know, when I have these moments when I feel like he's around me, I say, I'm still looking for that America that you promised me, Dad. And I will work until my last breath to make sure everybody sees that America that was so beautiful to you as an Iranian immigrant. And so I thank you, every single one of you. I want to thank you, Krystal, for being the backbone of this, to you, Benjamin, you know, Emma, incredible, sharing the space with you, Hartzell, for being just so bold and so wonderful as a candidate, and Oliver and Zach. Oliver, for being so strong to run in that district and being bold about your support for the anti-war movement, and Zach, for all the work that you do, and Jay and every staff member with PV and the volunteers. I know it's a hard thing to do, but we brought this together, and it's because of you that I know we're going to be okay.
Well, I think that's a perfect place to
Beautiful
end.
note.
Hanya,
Yeah.
beautifully said, and I think really puts in perspective, you know, these little like petty grievances between this person and that person, this group and that. Like, we got bigger fish to fry right now, people, honestly, and not just for this country, but truly for the world. Because while we're, you know, currently waging war on Iran and the Iranian people and bombing schools, et cetera, in Iran, we're starving and threatening Cuba. We, you know, illegally kidnapped the Maduro, the leader of Venezuela, to brazenly steal their oil.
Anything about Ukraine, Russia, or is this just about U.S. and Israel?
Their gold. I mean, the country, this fascist regime is a menace to the entire globe. So I'm just going to put one more plug in for progress.win/rally. If you guys can give to the many incredible candidates that we heard from this evening, and as many amazing candidates as you guys booked and we already heard from, there were scores more who wanted to be in the program, who are also great progressives, who submitted 1-minute videos so that people could get to know them a little bit and who they are and where they're running and what they're all about. So we're going to run those videos now, so make sure and check those out as well. But thank you to the whole team. Thank you to everybody out there who was watching. We're so grateful for the support. And to the onward, I guess. Well, hopefully, I think a lot more collaborations will come out of this, which I think will be extraordinary as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Krystal.
Later,
Zach
everybody.
says join DSA.
Ah!
WFP,
Join PV.
Systems,
DSA.
PV.
My name's Adam Murphy, Democratic candidate for Virginia's 9th District.
Fuck, I didn't submit a video. That's why. Jesus. Well, that sure was a lot of Middle Eastern politics there, huh? Hold on, quick onslaught.
They're still gonna.
Uh-oh.
Gonna keep nothing to do with that. They're still gonna keep chirping.
Chirp. Anybody chirping?
Also, like I said,
any other chirpers out there?
This is extremely online. A Michigan representative dropped out of the Abdul event, and people are claiming it's because of you. I mean, it could be. I don't know. I have no idea who the Michigan representatives are.
Ooh, got him.
Guys, there are malleable lower level politicians that can be pressured, that don't know who the fuck I am, that are gonna be like, oh, I'm scared, I'm worried, everyone's yelling at me. By the way, not that it matters, but apparently I didn't even know this was a progressive victory event until they released it. They've been constantly asking me to be a part of it for like the last week or so, and I was like, fuck it, why not? Sure.
Damn,
and
Jesus.
Progressive Victory has revealed that the reason why Graham Plattner didn't actually like back out, but had a scheduling conflict from the start, and that they had released that he was going to be on it before actually getting his name on the before getting the full confirmation. I have no reason to believe that this is for any other reason. And it's unbelievable, or I guess the most believable thing, that like all of these like fuck Hassan derangement syndrome losers literally think that this dude is backing out an event that because I'm also participating in it. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Are you out of your goddamn mind, guys?
Are you out of your fucking mind, dude?
Do you think
it's so crazy?
That spider's gonna eat this cat.
It is so fucking crazy that dudes on the internet run on drama.
Drama, guys.
They think that Graham Plattner was like, oh my God, Hassan is going to be a part of this? I have to get the fuck out of this. I can't touch this with a 10-foot pole. Ugh. And there are, like, I'm seeing it. There's, like, people who legitimately think that this is the case.
Annoying.
I think a guy like Graham Plattner has a lot more consequential red flags that he has to deal with personally, that he has dealt with successfully, as a matter of fact, than being associated with someone like myself. Liberals are so funny. After literally calling him a fucking neo-Nazi for months, they fantasized a world where he was actually anti-me, and then they're like, okay, I guess he's not a neo-Nazi. He's good now. Like, it betrays your first principles. Like, you are so unprincipled. You literally just operate on fucking Hassan derangement syndrome, brother. I'm a goddamn Twitch streamer. Wake the fuck up.
Wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. Okay, one more quick Hassan slot.
You know, you're a worse version of Asmongold that takes care of himself. You're comparing someone with a degree in the thing that he's talking about with like
he's really
10+
leaning into
years
that
of
degree
consistent
lately.
Advocacy and political commentary experience, analysis experience,
Analysis,
to a guy who just
commentary.
basically says yeah base over Donald Trump videos as of last year because he realized that that's a really easy way to farm the dumbest people on the planet. I think that shows your lack of intellect or intellectual curiosity.
Got him.
You don't come across like a brilliant centrist here. You don't come across like a moderate when you say stuff like that. You come across like an idiot, and most people can understand that. There's not a lot of back and forth happening about Asmongold's placement in the fucking Republican Party as a mouthpiece in the same way that is happening over me. Don't you think there's a reason for that? All you do is grift over emotionally charged fringes. Yeah, I think the reason why you have to lean into that is because you just, can't have a normal, sincere, thoughtful conversation about this stuff, and it's okay. You just have to, like, posture in a vague, generalized manner. Oh, you just grift, bro. Yeah, totally. I've been grifting. It's the longest grift of all time that has taken... the last 13 years of my life and a barrage of hatred along the way. Just a grift, bro. Anyway. If 2024 was about the groups, 2028 is going to be about the influencers. I think so too. His Roach logs. Wait, what? So you're just a fan of Asmongold. Ugh, it's always like this. These guys will be like, well, Asmongold sucks too, but you suck even more. And it's like, it turns out you just like Asmongold. You do get the same insults as women, law, low-key funny, but also I'm sorry. Yes, I'm the only male victim of objectification.
What?
Like, it's a
Are you
kind of a
okay?
joke. It's kind of a meme, but it's also kind of not a meme. It's also always the same fucking sweaty incels that hate like female content creators that also hate me as well.
Well. Okay, what is this name? I need to leave. What?
Boy Chaim Galbit. Took me a little minute to be able to say that. My boy right here is really different. Case in point, don't judge a book by its cover. Cause I seen the yarmulke, I ain't know what to expect. But then he came in and out off the pick. Looked at Buddy, then banged on his ass. And that shit woke me the fuck up. Yes, it did. Me looking just like bro in the front row. Hold on, chicken wrap, get him out of there. Then to the cup. Hey! I tapped into my boy Chaim's highlights. Had me turn off the get-go. And his team showing hella effort. They needed to stop, they gotta stop. And bro went windy woo for no reason. He was talking about that at the synagogue for a couple weeks. Spun off dude. And now we giving out lessons. Rule number one, watch your head. Bro got a different type of confidence. Took him to In-N-Out Burger, now we on that rim. Hey! He really punishing shit at that rim. Boy, if he'd have really banged on bro, I'd have threw my phone. 6'7" wing, he really a problem. At first I'm thinking this.
Okay, epic. All right. Other you guys, it's been fun. Be careful. I'll be back tomorrow, maybe, possibly. We'll see. Stay safe. Connections. Picture, board, figure, face, force, plate, power, picture, mount, mass, enter, momentum, illustration, acceleration, embark, and Robert. Are these like the same thing? Fuck! Acceleration, momentum, force, power. Okay. Whatever. Pitcher, mount, base. These are baseball things, right? Like the plate. Oh, baseball. Picture, board? Is there... Oh, like the board, like the scoreboard. Fine. Good bait. Good bait! Good bait! Good bait. Mount, board, enter, and embark? Okay. Step onto? Embark and enter? Oh, okay, I guess. Maybe. I don't think so, but okay. Figure, illustration, picture, face, plate, Robert, power, plate, picture, face, fuck, figure. Illustration. Oh, fuck. What is this? Illustration, picture, figure, plate? Make drawings? Plate? What is not a plate? Power. What is this thing? Picture, power, face. Is Robert Plant? Is that a thing? Pitcher plant, face plant, power plant? Plant? Is he like an author or a poet or some stupid pitcher plant? A pitcher plant. That is a type of plant, isn't it? I'm going with this. I don't give a fuck. Textbook images. Robert Plant. English singer-songwriter. Oh, from Led Zeppelin. I haven't listened to like any Led Zeppelin. Well, that's my fault, I guess. Well, all right, have fun. We're going to cappuccino. Be careful.